The Brave and the Broken. Gifted Fae Academy, Year 2. Written by Brittany Chanel. Performed by Alessa Lamb and Matthew H. Longoria. Chapter 1. Raina. Lightning crackled through the courtyard as the last of the students filed into the auditorium. Though midday, the clouds blocked the sun's rays and threatened a storm, like a knife at our throats. The thick, mossy smell of the impending rain filled my nose as I stepped out of the cool air and into the auditorium, only to regret it a moment later. The sobs of the broken-hearted students reverberated off the domed ceilings, and the air was so thick I thought we might suffocate in each other's grief. Dressed in black, the room was guarded by a host of fae, ready to jump into action at a moment's notice. We were no longer safe. The walls of Gifted Fae Academy had been breached, and with them fell one of our most beloved students. I took my seat beside Briara, with my head pounding from a night spent crying, but unlike her, I had no more tears to shed. It was as if I'd cried myself dry. My roommate, however, seemed to have an endless supply. I wanted to reach out and hold her hand, but she was so fragile, I worried she'd shatter at my touch. I traced her gaze past the rows of students to the stage, where a large portrait of Quan Laveau sat, grinning brightly. Bree choked on her tears, and I turned my face away, clenching my jaw to the point of pain at the sound of her agony. I reached for the owl charm on my necklace, only to remember that it, too, was gone. There is nothing so senseless as a murdered kid, and at a school filled with aspiring fae, where we should feel safe, we instead felt helpless. As I replayed the night of the winter ball in my head, I kept coming back to the same thought. What was all this training for if I couldn't even save a friend? The big screen above the stage lit, and a close-up of Veranda Yarrow filled the space. Although I could see her on stage just fine, the live feed intensified her expression. Her wide hips and fierce red hair swayed as she stepped behind the podium, her eyes glistening with pain. "Quan Laveau was kind and brave," she said, her words slicing into the crowd. "He died defending his friends and his school, an act worthy of the title Fae." Her voice broke, and she stepped away from the mic while Yamoja Rue took the stage. I leaned forward at the sight of my mentor. Her magenta hair was dulled, her skin ashy, and her eyes sunken in and dark. When her gaze flicked up to the crowd, I saw in her vacant expression that she'd been asking herself the same questions I had. Her slumped posture implied she blamed herself. She lifted the mic. "I'd like to present the honorary title of Fae to Quan Laveau for his heroic actions during the recent attack." A flare of sniffles and sobs filled the air, and my vision began to blur. I was no stranger to funerals. I'd been to my parents' just over a year ago. The only thing that got me through back then was the hope that I would one day get into GFA, and things would be better. Only now, behind the walls of the institution I had admired all my life, I found myself walking toward the same despair, but without the comforting vision of a better future. I snapped back to attention when the next speaker took the stage. Odin Gates, my boyfriend, and Quan's closest friend, stepped behind the podium, looking much worse than Miss Yarrow or Yamoja Rue. He hadn't returned a single call or text since the attack, and I'd imagined he was in bad shape. I just wanted to be there for him if he needed me. Dread flared inside me at the sight of him. Unlike Yamoja's dulled appearance, Odin's eyes blazed such a vivid green that he hardly looked human. His skin was waxy, his plump lips chapped. Rather than broken, he looked frightening, dangerous, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. Just from looking at him, and everyone else for that matter, I feared that if the school and the local fae could be so defeated by a decimated spirit alone, the fallen had already won. Robbed of my usual nervous habit, I smoothed out the folds in the black fabric of my dress as I waited for Odin's first words. Finally, Odin tapped on the microphone, his green eyes glazed over, like he forgot the whole school was watching. "I can't believe he's gone. Just like that." He snapped his fingers as he shook his head. "Quan didn't deserve to die." He gritted his teeth, his jaw clenching. "What's the point of these gifts if we can't protect the people we care about? What's the use of all this training?" he asked, a low growl in his voice. I swallowed. There it was. I bit my bottom lip and shut my eyes. Odin was unraveling, and it was painful to watch. Professor Green and Veranda Yarrow exchanged a look, as if debating whether to put an end to his speech. I hoped they would, but I supposed they were giving him leeway since he knew Quan best. Odin sputtered, "When I find Kaito Nakamaru, I'll make him fucking pay for what he did." Veranda snatched the microphone away, and the room sat in stunned silence. I dropped my head, the heat of fresh tears streaking my face. Kai. I placed a hand flat on my chest where the owl charm used to rest. My heartbeat raced against it as I swallowed the urge to defend him. Miss Yarrow spoke. "Emotions are running high. There will be grief counselors available to any who feel the need to talk. Please join us in the cafeteria for refreshments, if you wish." The screen above the stage flipped to static. Taking it as a sign that the ceremony was over, some eager students stood and prepared to move to the cafeteria. I didn't blame them. The sorrow in the auditorium was palpable. Thunder crackled outside as the first few students filed out. Then the screen lit up again. My stomach dropped, my heartbeat racing as I gaped at the screen. Kaito Nakamaru stared back, and before he spoke his first words, I feared trusting him had been a terrible mistake.
Two. Kaito. I glared into the blackness of the camera lens and took a steadying breath before I shattered my former life. Willing myself not to think about who would be listening, I interweaved my fingers to keep my hands from shaking. I felt DT looming over me, heard the scrape of his boots as he paced behind the camera, his eyebrows raised and his head cocked at my hesitation. I sighed, knowing I'd agreed to this, as the camera's static red light urged me on. I spoke. "By now you know of the Fallen's involvement in the attack on Gifted Fae Academy. Now that we have your attention, we'd like you to know why. This unwarranted hero worship must end. Wake up! The Fae's hands are covered in blood. Their power has been absolute, their victims slaughtered without a trial. Why should some be praised for these violent acts and others punished? As a society, we've been brainwashed by the media, taught to love and trust the unchecked Fae as we reward them for their violence. They grow richer, while the rest of us starve on the streets. We die. They profit. According to the Fae, there is no benefit in financially assisting the poor or ungifted. Gifts alone determine whether we starve or thrive with no merit given to any other aspect of our being. The fallen merely seek to correct this injustice, to take back the wealth and power that belongs to the people. We are driven by the ones we couldn't save, the fallen among us. We have grown in numbers, gifts, and strengths, and we will purge this city of the corruption that has placed the Fae upon pedestals, allowing them to play judge and jury. The leaders of this city have turned violence into an exalted enterprise, paying the Fae with the funding that should be helping the less fortunate. It's time to stand up and rise against the Fae. My name is Kaito Nakamura, the leader of the Fallen. Join us, and together we'll build a better world, one where your gift won't define your life. The red light on the camera blinked out, but the tension in my body didn't ease. DT stepped in front of me. Very good, Kaito, very good. Your sacrifice is going to help so many people. He turned back to Zane. You were right about him. He's perfect. I stood. Forgive me for not being flattered, I growled as I headed for the door, making sure to knock shoulders with Zane on my way out. It was supposed to be a threat, but Zane's clumsy footsteps behind me said he hadn't gotten the message. Kai! He called. I froze. This really is for the best, you know. I know you're not happy about how it all went down at the school, but... I turned on him so quickly that I felt his gift flicker to life between us. He pushed his glasses up on his nose. A kid is dead, Zane. He wasn't Fae. He wasn't part of the system. He was a high school kid, like us. And more kids like him starve on the streets every day, and they don't get a shred of the news coverage he did. They don't get a fucking honorary title. It's one thing to be the face man. He stepped toward me. To say the words verbatim, and to even sound committed to the cause. But if that's not how you feel, what are you even doing here? I ran a hand through my hair. His mouth tensed. Don't forget about the bigger picture. I glared at him. I didn't ask for this. He shook his head, his blue hair glinting in the stale light of the office hallway. None of us did. DT walked out from behind Zane, and my hair stood on end. Is everything okay? He asked, his voice teeming with sincerity and concern. I'd met with him on several occasions, but I never quite got used to the look of him. He was, in a word, transcendental. His skin looked ceramic, like carved marble, his polished features delicate and almost feminine. His white hair further emphasized his youthful, almost ethereal appearance. But it was the ease with which he moved through the world that unnerved me. He was all things pleasant, gentle, and charismatic. Hardly the type I would have thought capable of masterminding the Fallen. Alongside DT, Zane wilted like a flower exposed to too much sun. He leaned away as if his body instinctively fled DT's dark gift. Before Zane could get out of reach, DT draped his arm over his shoulder like an old friend. But Zane's panicked gaze snapped to me so quickly, I could tell we feared the same thing. My breath caught as I waited to see if Zane would drop dead then and there. The last thing you wanted was to be touched by the harbinger of death. Instead, DT grinned and said, Be easy on him, Zane. Kaito is burdened by what he lost today. Give him time. His gaze moved to me, but he spoke to Zane as if I weren't there. In a few short minutes, he accomplished more for our cause than our entire enterprise. He's a hero. I felt like many things. A traitor. A liar. But certainly not a hero. Without a word, I turned and headed for the elevators, leaving Zane to fend for himself. I wanted nothing more than to hide out in my new apartment. DT was right about one thing. I did need time. He knew that by making me the face of the fallen, I would be sacrificing my reputation and any chance at a normal life. That was certainly true enough. But as I moved into the elevator and the doors closed in front of me, the sick pang in my stomach said that what I lost that day was much more precious. I reached up and ran my thumb over the owl charm on the chain around my neck, the one that once belonged to the girl I finally realized I love. I'm sorry, Raina.
Chapter 3. Raina. The screen blinked out, and with it, the last semblance of faith I had in Kaido. My skin seared as the collective student body's attention turned on me. I trembled, my mind so caught between a web of emotions that I couldn't settle on one. Then, slowly, like a feather drifting below the breeze, it landed. I was fucking pissed. "Raina," Bree whispered, but words just swirled in the tornado that raged inside of me. How could he do this? I believed in him. All that bullshit about his feelings for me, all those games. Every memory I had of Kai was suddenly filtered through a new lens. The lens of a traitor. Tears pricked my eyes as I ground my teeth together. He'd hurt me for years, and I'd defended him. My breath caught. He was nothing but a fucking pathological liar. Briara touched my arm and I snatched it away instinctively. "Raina," she said more sternly, "you're glowing." I looked up at her. A purple sheen reflected on her face. Her gaze moved beyond me, and I turned to find a museum of frightened statues. Desperate to flee, I planned to push my way through the crowd, but they parted so quickly that I made it to the door in a few clumsy strides. I burst out into the courtyard, where the sky had already opened up to rain, and slashed a glowing hand through the air in frustration. The rain split as the purple blades sailed through the mist before dissolving. I placed a quivering hand to my chest, as if I could slow the race of my heart with a touch. The rain soaked through my clothes, and I heard the shuffle of students as they started to file out of the auditorium behind me. There was nowhere I could think of to be alone, so I fixed my gaze on the hedge maze. I headed for the entrance, the icy rain seeping into my shoes. I shivered, though my skin felt hot, sweat mixing with ice on my forehead. I blinked, and standing between me and my escape was Yamojaru. "Let me pass," I ground out through my clenched teeth. She raised her hands defensively. "I know you're hurting right now, but if you stay out here, you'll get sick and you won't be able to help anyone." I pushed past her. "I don't care." "Oh, so you thought being Fae was only about fame and glory then? Good to know." I spun. "What are you even talking about?" Her tone hardened. "Did you think it would be easy? This, right here, is what it feels like to be Fae. Bad things happen. Horrible, unspeakable things. And those are the moments when you need to hold it together. When things are darkest, the Fae step up. They don't fall apart or put their lives at risk because they're upset." "You don't understand," I said as hot tears spilled down my cheeks. "Then tell me. I'm here for you. Let's get out of the rain and you can share the story. We can talk about why this is hurting you so much." I stumbled over to her, my strength draining from my legs. Her voice was a mix of firmness and tenderness, a sound that was so like my parents'. It soothed me, so I moved towards it like a flower towards the sun. I collapsed into her arms and cried while she carried me inside. "I got you," she whispered. Bree dashed after us with no regard for the rain. "Can I come along, please? I think I should come," she said, her gaze moving between me and Yamoja-Rue, her dark makeup already running down her face. Later that afternoon, after I'd dried off, I sat with my hands cupped around a gold-rimmed teacup and held it to my face as the steam warmed my nose. Yamoja-Rue sat on the far end of the L-shaped couch, wearing a similar t-shirt and sweatpants combo as the one she'd given me to wear while my clothes dried. She looked so human in normal clothes, and I realized I'd never thought of her that way before. I was reminded of the time she cried when I used my gift on her. Bree was smudging the apartment, burning sage in every corner, and Yamoja-Rue didn't seem to mind in the least. As I scanned the penthouse apartment with its high vaulted ceilings and arched windows, it was hard to imagine that Yamoja-Rue lived here. While it was every bit, if not more, the flashy and expensive place I imagined all Fae to live in, it was something else. Something I hadn't expected. It was cold, lonely. Bree took a seat beside me and rested her head on my shoulder. She looked different without her makeup, and even after living with her for months, I'd scarcely seen her without it. The makeup suited her, but the ease of her features without it seemed to capture her good nature. I was glad she'd come along. She'd always told me how bad she was in emotionally charged situations, but I don't think she gave herself enough credit. She was here. What more could I ask? Yamoja-Rue's gaze moved to me, but she didn't say anything. She smiled softly and turned her attention back to the muted TV screen. She was waiting for me to be ready. I was grateful for what she'd done, how she'd rescued me from myself. And though I wanted to say so, the ache inside me was so strong, I knew that a single word would set me off again. I focused on the steam rising from my tea, because I was safe in the home of Yamoja-Rue, beside my best friend, and the silence suited me just fine.
Four. Kaito. I didn't know I was asleep until a knock at my door jolted me awake. I dragged myself across my apartment and swung it open. Carter stood in my doorway, his guitar at the ready. "Nice digs, man." "Oh, fuck no." I swung for his face, but with a quick run of his fingers, his gift soared through the musical notes, halting my fist. I strained against it, but as he strummed through a smooth melody, each note was a new layer of his gift to push through. He smiled brightly. "Whoa! What's with all the hostility? Not happy to see your old roomie?" "You killed someone!" I hissed. He raised his hands in surrender. "Hey, I didn't work alone. Besides, I'm just an underling. You're the leader of the fallen." A fist collided with Carter's jaw, and I felt his gift drop along with his body. Zane stood over him. "Back the fuck off, man," Zane said, adjusting his glasses. "DT won't be happy if he finds out you're messing with Kaito." Carter ran a hand through his blonde curls and adjusted his jaw, clearly taken off guard, but a smile soon followed. "I was just congratulating him on being chosen." He stood, checking his guitar for damage as he slunk back down the hall. "We're on the same side, man," he muttered before clicking the button for the elevator. I turned to Zane. "I don't need your help." I tried to shut my door, but he caught it. "I know, I just hate that guy. He takes everything too far." I sighed and headed back into my apartment, leaving Zane the choice to come in or leave. He followed, and I prepared myself for the lecture he had cooked up. I slumped down on my couch and watched as Zane took a quick scan of my apartment. I had to admit that the open floor plan and black furnishings suited my taste much more than my parents' house. It was the kind of place I would have chosen after I graduated. It was situated in a skyscraper in a crime-riddled part of Ansatol, perfect for a new fae. I swallowed. But I would never be fae. Not now. Zane's voice broke me from my pointless thoughts. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't know the whole story. I knew you came with us to save the school, but I thought once you spoke to DT that you'd come around to our cause. I should have realized when he postponed the rest of the assault that you'd worked out some kind of deal. I pressed my fingertips together, trying to get a read on him. I wasn't worried that DT had told him about our deal, but about what Zane might have let slip during their conversation. But you know, Kai, the Academy will have to fall eventually. It's a big part of the system we're trying to... I know. I just need some time. Zane nodded. So it's not about the school then? I stood. DT needs to believe that it is. And you're hoping to drag this out until she graduates? It's a bad plan, Kai. She'll become Fae and be an even bigger target than she is now. He'd always been weirdly observant, but his accuracy about Raina was unsettling. How many other people knew? Did Carter? Fear licked at me like a flame reaching for dried wood. They'd target her if they knew. They could use that information to control my every move. I tried to remember my time with Carter. How much had I told him? I have never been so grateful for not being the type to share my feelings. Still, I had to know. Who else knows? Does Carter? Did you mention it to DT? He shook his head. I didn't mention it, and I won't. I'm not trying to screw anyone over, I just believe in what we're doing here. I don't know about Carter. Maybe. He tucked his hands into his pockets. Never mind. What is it? Maybe we should hang out with him. I sighed. Like keep your enemies closer? Don't you think that'll just give him the same opportunity? He shrugged and rustled his blue hair. I actually came here to show you something. You mean you didn't stop by just to punch Carter in the face? I asked. I felt a slight tickle running up my arm between my wrist and my elbow. He smiled. That was just a bonus. Come with me. I stared at my arm as my tattoo vanished, the gift's time running out, returning to my unmarked skin. Zane eyed it. Bummer. You going to get a new one? He asked, opening the front door to my apartment. I followed. You mean like the fallen arrow you had at the bus stop? He grinned. I needed to get your attention somehow. I bit back a laugh. Yeah, that fucking did it all right.
Chapter 5. Raina. Bree gaped at me, her purple locks bobbing in the messy bun on top of her head. He said that? I mindlessly stirred my tea. It seemed like every time I told my version of what happened at the winter ball, it made less sense. Yamojaru leaned forward, her magenta hair pulled into a braid as she sipped her tea. That is strange, she said. I think it's all too fresh for us to see clearly. What do you mean? I asked, sipping my tea. He actually said that? Bree said. I nodded. Yamoja's gaze drifted up to the left. Well, I didn't know Kaito really, but he once accused Zane Black of being a member of the Fallen during a lecture I gave. I said, but Zane is a member of the Fallen. Her expression hardened. Exactly. The two seemed to be at odds, and yet you say they spent a lot of time together after that. I nodded, enjoying the objective analysis because it hurt so much less. Helped me gain perspective. She continued, "It's possible that he became involved with the Fallen at that point, but by then they were already an established group with the capability of killing Fae. Perhaps he joined to sabotage them, not help them." "So, you're saying he lied about being their leader?" I added. Briara rubbed her face. "Well, if he lied about that, he could have lied about that other thing." I shot her a playful glare, although she had a point. Emoja said, "I hardly think he would have said those things to you, fought alongside his friends, and protected you, if he was part of the plan. It's just too odd." I dropped my gaze to my teacup. Unless he was saying goodbye. A musical sound rang out, and Yamoja lifted a finger and mouthed, "Excuse me." She sat up straight, lifting her phone to her ear. "Okay," she said, and I strained to hear the other half of the conversation. "What can I do?" "I'm on my way." She stood so quickly it startled me. Her gaze whipped over to me. "I have to go to the school." I sat, stunned, as Bree asked, "Is everything okay?" She nodded. "Do you two want to come with me or stay here?" "Stay here?" I looked around her apartment. "Would that be okay? Can I stay?" "Of course. You both can. I was thinking you could crash here for a couple of days to maybe rest, after everything." She pulled her hair out of her braid and it fell back into its usual waves. "Yes, I would love that, thank you," I said. "Me too," Bree chimed in. "I'll catch a ride with you so I can grab my stuff. I need my makeup." Yamoja smiled, then rushed out of the room, and when she returned, she had on her pastel uniform. She was every bit the image of the idol I'd admired my whole life. With one small difference. I knew her. I knew that the waves in her hair came from her keeping it braided when home. I knew that she loved tea and had fears just like everyone else. And I knew she was kind, because when the walls of the academy had been breached, she'd offered me a few days of sanctuary. "All right, I'm headed out," she said. "Ready, Bree? We should be back in a few hours. Make yourself at home." In a flash, she was gone, and Bree along with her. Yamoja's last word echoed through her beautiful apartment. Home. My thoughts drifted to the orphanage that technically warranted the word, then moved to GFA where I resided, and finally moved to Kai. I was angry. But Yamoja Rue had planted doubt inside me. I knew there was some truth to what she said about Kai, but I was tired of having faith in a guy who always let me down. Not this time. I sipped my tea when a flash at the corner of my eye drew my attention to the muted TV. I scrambled for the remote when I saw the reporter standing outside GFA. This must be why Yamoja Rue was called in. I frantically clicked at buttons on the remote, unable to turn on the sound. The scene changed to a limousine, and I watched in anticipation as the door swung open, and a tall man, donning a golden crown, stepped out. He was broad-shouldered, his posture rigid. He had a peppered goatee that stood out against his dark skin, and with his handsome but serious face, I instantly recognized the similarities he shared with his son. There was no doubt he was the father of Prince Finn Warsham, the king of Zalmia. The headline flashed red, "King of Zalmia pulls son from GFA due to recent attack." I stared and wrapped the blanket tighter around me, But the next headline caused me to leap from the couch and head straight for GFA. Could GFA be closing its doors permanently?
Six. Kaito. Since I'd arrived, I hadn't spent much time exploring the tower where the Fallen operated. Despite his lethal power, DT was a soft-spoken leader, and only asked that I read his speeches and stay in the tower. He made sure I was accommodated with a nice apartment and gave me access to the company cafeteria. But I wasn't an idiot. I knew our partnership couldn't last forever. GFA would have to fall for their plan to be complete, so I needed to find a weakness in their organization before it was too late. My best bet was to embrace the Fallen, to gain their trust so I'd be in a position to counter them when the time came. But seeing how committed Zane was to the cause had me worried that I'd get in too deep and not be able to find my way back. I also knew that the moment I turned on the Fallen, I was a dead man. There were no Fae coming to rescue me, and I wouldn't last long as an enemy to both sides. Though I was sympathetic to some of the Fallen ideology, the choices I made were to protect Reina and the other students. The moment Quan was skewered, my body moved into hyperdrive. And although it was a snap decision, it was one I didn't regret. Once I crossed DT, I'd have no allies to rely on, except maybe Reina. I knew it was a long shot that she wouldn't hate me forever, but it was that foolish pipe dream that pulled me through. Even if I lost my life in this battle, I wanted her to know, somehow, that my intentions were good. No matter how defeated I felt, I could no longer spend every spare moment in my apartment alone, trying not to think about all I'd lost. The fight wasn't over. Zane pushed the button marked B1 on the panel, and my mind shuffled through the horrors that might lay in the underground floors of a criminal organization. Then, as the elevator lowered, I remembered the glass demons that attacked us at the dance. I knew there was someone gifted that was responsible, but I shuddered to think that those things could be nearby. We stepped out of the elevator, and Zane tossed me a mischievous smile before leading me to a pair of double doors. He nodded for me to enter. Okay. I pushed open the doors and threw my hands in front of me defensively. After a stunned pause, cheers burst through the room. I gaped as I scanned the crowded hall. There were about 200 people all turned to me, smiles plastered on their faces. Zane patted me on the back, ushering me further into the room. Despite the cramped, windowless room and low ceilings, it was a cheerful party. Most of the occupants had drinks in their hands, and the walls were covered in screens with colorful lights dancing and shooting around the room. At the back of the room, DT strode out onto the stage. He wore a white-fitted suit with a purple scarf slung over one shoulder. His musical voice flowed from the microphone. "Welcome, Kaito," he said. "We've thrown this party as a token of our appreciation for your bravery and sacrifice." Heat burned my face as I waved off their attention. A party? It was literally the last thing I'd expected. DT left the stage and the crowd resumed their conversations, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they were all waiting to talk to me. I turned to Zane, hoping to give him shit for setting me up, when a petite girl with a bright grin and a lavender pixie cut walked over to us. 2 beer bottles were floating beside her as she motioned them to our hands. I raised an eyebrow. Impossible. Levitation? She shook her head. "I wish. It's more like strings and a puppet. Plus, I can only do it with glass." I nodded. "Ah." "Mr. Nakamura," she said, her words jumbled together. "Kai." She gulped, and I could practically see her struggling to form her next words. Zane cleared his throat. I turned to him and nearly laughed as his face turned beet red. With the tiniest nod of his head, I knew what to do. Do you know Zane? She barely glanced at him before turning her attention back to me. I'm Ensley, and I just wanted to thank you personally. You're a hero. Zane leaned in. I helped. Ensley and I both turned to Zane as an awkward moment passed. I sipped my beer. Oh boy, he wasn't going to make this easy. Yeah, well, Zane did convince me to give the fallen a chance. Ensley's gaze brightened. Well then, I guess I owe you thanks too, she said. She turned back to me. I'm supposed to give a speech. Do you think we can chat later? Zane blurted. I'd love to. Ensley gave him a pained smile before pushing through the crowd toward the stage. I grinned, patting Zane on the back as he turned his attention to the floor. Smooth, I whispered. It wasn't until Ensley reached the stage and I took another sip of my beer that a chilling realization dawned on me. Glass? Puppet strings? No. I had to be wrong. There was no way that cute, bubbly girl was the one who killed Quan Laveau. Was there?
Chapter 7. Raina. I wasn't able to catch Bree and Yamojuru before they left, so by the time I made it to the school, there was a mob of media outside the gates. Camera flashes, waving microphones, and gloved reporters were all being kept at bay by 4 bronze-tier fae. I dropped my head so my curls could hide my face and snuck my way toward the front of the crowd. I scanned the fae. They were familiar, but I didn't know them by name. I hoped they'd recognize me from my meltdown that morning, and I waited until one of them made eye contact. His face lit with recognition, and I lifted a shy hand to confirm. He whispered to another fae, and the two ushered me through the gate and the school's new barrier. It might have been that the school's reinforced barrier was thicker, so less light shone through. Or maybe it was the clouds refusing to lift the ominous gray blanket the sky had become. Either way, the school that had once captivated me with a single glance now looked haunted, ghostly. The sheer number of fae lining the halls of the main building and the speed with which they ushered me back to where the campus was located told me that the King of Zalmia was still present. I came to a halt when I noticed Miranda shuffling through the hallway toward the balcony stairs that led down to campus. We weren't exactly friendly, and I didn't want to engage in any unnecessary battles, so I slowed to match her pace. I didn't immediately notice that she was dressed more casually than usual, with sweatpants, an oversized t-shirt, and a puffy jacket that didn't look like it belonged to her. I didn't even register the dullness of her usually sleek ponytail. It wasn't until I heard her sniffle that I realized she was crying. "Miranda," I called as I hurried over, and she slowly turned, her watery eyes fixed on me as if she was waiting for me to set the tone of our interaction. Even with a pink nose and no sign of makeup, which I'd never seen her without, she was stunning. Maybe even more so. "Are you okay?" I asked. It was as if those 3 words broke her, because fresh tears spilled out onto her cheeks as she wrapped her arms around me. Stunned, I rubbed her back as she shook. Her cheek brushed mine. My body went rigid as both my gift and hers awakened. What had Odin told me about her gift? She was a seer? I didn't see any immediate danger in that, but I didn't want to take any chances. We were at each other's mercy. Noticing my tension, she pulled away, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. "Don't worry," she croaked. "I won't do anything. I was thinking we could, she sniffed, be friends or something. It wasn't what I expected, but I was in no position to turn down a friend. We'd had a complicated start at GFA, but everyone seemed to be affected by losing Quan. I nodded. Yeah, that would be nice. I didn't want to push, to mess up whatever we'd just agreed to, but my curiosity overtook me. Were you close to him? She shook her head. I always thought he was kind of a perv, you know? I was confused. Looking at her, it seemed like she'd lost a beloved friend, but that obviously wasn't the case. Was grief just some accessory she was trying on? Her eyes widened. Oh, you mean, why am I upset? Kinda, but if you're not ready, no, it's okay, she said, seriousness and dread seeping into her delicate features. My anxiety rose to meet hers in anticipation. So, now that we know for sure that Kai's betrayed us, I just keep thinking. Before she even finished, I regretted asking. I had sex with him, a few times, and I really loved it. Why am I always attracted to these bad guys, you know? I sighed, unable to mask my annoyance. She shook her hands like they were on fire. I told everybody about it, too, and now they probably think I'm a traitor, and when we were doing it? Lord, please just strike me the hell down. Miranda, I'm sure nobody thinks that. I fought against a wave of nausea as she pulled me in for another hug. I patted her back. You're such a good friend, she said. Desperate to change the subject, I asked, have you heard anything about the school? Is it really closing? She shrugged. I'm waiting here for updates, but they've been kind of tight-lipped about it. Finn might know since, I nodded. I'm going to ask around. Okay, bestie, she said. I wasn't jealous. I was angry. As if I needed more reasons to be furious with Kai. As if it wasn't enough that he was tearing the whole city apart, I had to get a play-by-play reminder of how toxic our non-relationship had been via Miranda, of all people. Before today, it was as if Kai's little confession at the dance had given me amnesia about all the crap he'd put me through, his escapades with Miranda included. Since I had proof that Kai's declaration was real, I held on to a shred of hope that it was all a mistake. That is, until the video this morning stamped it out, making the betrayal that much worse. Now Miranda seemed genuinely upset, but I couldn't comfort her. I was barely holding it together myself. As I stepped out onto the balcony stairs that led down to the campus, I could see students wandering around the misty grounds, aimlessly, like the undead. And a shudder shot down my spine as 3 began to move quickly toward me. I couldn't see them through the fog, but whoever they were, they might have information about the academy. I made my way toward them, and the shapes grew more defined. I recognized Odin's first. A flutter of nerves racked my body as he approached, Finn and Enzo at his sides. Ray, he said. How'd you know it was me? I said, moving closer as the 3 figures finally became clear. You're glowing, he said. I looked down at my hands. Shit, I don't know why it does that. A half smile slipped from his face so quickly I almost missed it. I could practically hear his thoughts remind him that Quan was gone. He took a deep breath. Everything is so fucked up. I nodded. I heard they might be closing the school. Prince Finn Worsham stepped forward, and I stepped back from sheer intimidation. Then I noticed a gruesome slash across his forehead that looked straight out of Frankenstein. My mind raced to the dance, the attack, the monsters. I didn't remember when Finn got injured, but it suddenly made sense that his father was here. Despite the rawness of the injury, it only seemed to add to his rugged good looks as he said, "That's not decided yet." His baritone velvety smooth. "My father is furious about the attack, and so the administration is trying to calm him down. But he's a powerful man." Enzo snorted. "No shit, he's a fucking king." "Is there anything we can do? Can we talk to him?" Odin took my hand and ran his thumb across it, no doubt trying to dim the glow of my hands. Instead, the light flared, and we all squinted in the brightness before it dulled to its usual lilac glow. Odin said, "We did. They've altered the terms. They're talking about suspending all internships or any other off-campus training." They were taking an axe to my life and my internship with Yamojaru. And worse, they were destroying any chance I had of finding Kai and taking him down. "No! They can't do this! I need to find Kai! I shook as a new wave of rage pulsed off my body, whipping my hair. Odin pulled me into his chest, and the warmth was as comforting as the tea I'd been downing all morning. He buried his face in my neck, and I saw Enzo and Finn exchange a look before wandering a few feet away to give us privacy. "I'm so sorry, Raina," Odin said into my neck. My heartbeat stuttered as his breath on my skin sent a shock through my body. I'd missed him. He loosened his grip, but still held me in his arms the way he used to. "It's just with Kwan." His voice broke. Cupping his face in my hands, I whispered, "I know, Odin. Don't worry. I know this has been a horrible experience for you." Taking his hands, I brought them to my mouth to place a gentle kiss. "I just want to be there for you, if you need me." He sighed and looked down. "There was something else." When he looked up, his green eyes were glassy, the threat of tears as prominent as the threat of rain. "After the dance, I just got the feeling that you didn't, I don't know, blame Kai for what happened." Words caught in my throat so forcibly I couldn't breathe. He continued, "But now that I see you like this, I know that we all have the same goal, to avenge Kwan." "Of course that's what I want. He fooled me most of all," I spat, tears sliding down my cheeks. He wiped them. "I know, baby," he whispered as he leaned in and kissed me, sending a tingle through my limbs. I tightened my grip, and he followed, the kiss deepening as his tongue slid between my lips. I used all my strength to hold his body to mine as his fingers danced along the back of my neck. With his free hand, he lifted me, wrapping my legs around his waist. A new hunger awakened. I didn't want to stop, because for the first time since the dance, something felt good. A new presence surged through the fog. I screamed as fingers clutched a handful of my hair and snatched me out of Odin's arms, slamming me to the ground.
Eight. Kaito. Ensley practically squealed with excitement before she got a single word out. Even from the far side of the room, I could see DT's lanky form awaiting her speech. The two shared a similar pleasing temperament, both likable and friendly. Why then could I easily imagine one as a killer and not the other? The way Ensley was so starstruck differed from DT. She didn't share his quiet confidence or the unsettling calm within which he operated. I settled on the possibility that I was wrong about her involvement. She was more likely the friendly hostess for parties, not the ruthless killer that had been offing Faye and attacking schools. She spoke. "I'm very happy to be here. For years, the Fallen have been trying to give a voice to those passed over by the system. But this morning, Kaito delivered our message to the world beautifully." She gestured to me with a bright smile, prompting another round of cheers. I shifted, my face hot from the attention. I just didn't understand why I was getting any praise at all. I hadn't joined willingly, and I'd read the speech verbatim. It was a safe bet that no one else but Zane knew that, though. When the cheers died down, Ensley continued. "The response has been far more positive than expected. Ansatol's major news outlets went so far as to refer to Kaito and the Fallen movement as visionary and thought-provoking. Just this morning, we've received over $30,000 in anonymous donations." Her eyes glittered. "What makes Kaito such an excellent candidate to be our voice is that he was the top student at GFA. He was already drawing media attention and a following, and has a seriousness to his personality that aligns with our cause. He's the perfect representative, both delivering speeches eloquently and inspiring the youth to follow his example and question authority. He's the ultimate rebel, willing to sacrifice for the greater good." I winced. Well, that solved that little mystery. She obviously didn't know about my deal with DT. I'm sure it was better for him to let them believe I was who they needed me to be. Perhaps DT's plan was to win me over with the acceptance and praise of his members. Ensley's theory as to why I was chosen, I suspected, was a little off. If I had to guess, I'd say it was because DT figured I was attention-starved and emotionally vulnerable enough to be easily manipulated. But being underestimated could work in my favor. I only needed to play the part. Someone near the stage said something to Ensley that I didn't catch, and her eyes moved over to DT. He gave an approving nod, and a few seconds later, all the television sets flicked on. I cringed the moment I heard a clip of my voice mixed in with a chorus of news reporters and talk show hosts. The TV sets all muted with the exception of the one at the back of the room. Luckily, it didn't show my speech, but rather a set of middle-aged bronze-tier fae chatting on leather couches. "It's ridiculous," one said. "If the fae couldn't attack with lethal force, we'd lose every fight." The other man seemed reluctant to agree. "I mean, obviously you're right, but we're putting a lot of faith in our government." "What do you mean?" "I mean that if someone from the Fallen gets elected, technically they could order us to target whoever they wanted, and we'd have to obey." The man shifted, his features lined with frustration. "They're killing Fae! And the Fae are killing them, too. They have been for years. Surely you know this has never been one-sided." I felt Zane's hand pat me on the back. I turned to him, his gaze locked onto the screen. He had the same pleased grin as the rest of the people in the room. A pang of guilt hit me as it dawned on me just how important their cause was to them. And here I planned to derail it the first chance I got. My attention snapped back to the broadcast as an off-screen voice read, "Next up, an exclusive interview with the parents of Kaito Nakamura." It felt like all the air was sucked from the room as every TV screen blinked out, and the entire room's attention slammed onto me. I froze. I'd be lying if I said I never thought about how my parents would react to my speech, or if I said I wasn't curious what they would say in an interview. But the last thing I wanted was pity, and if I didn't pull it together quickly, everyone here would start treating me like I was defective. I sucked in a shaky breath. This was nothing new. Even before I got mixed up with the Fallen, my parents hadn't approved of me. I knew what they would say. I wasn't their son. I've always been a fuck-up. It didn't hurt less, but I was used to faking it. I swallowed a lump of grief, lifted my beer, and flashed my most convincing smile. To the cause! Let's party!
Chapter 9. Raina. I scrambled to my feet as Enzo and Finn ran over. Their gifts flickered in my periphery as they prepared to intervene. "Oh shit," Enzo said as I lunged for Miranda's smug face. Before my fist could connect, Odin grabbed me, turning to her with fire behind his eyes. "What the fuck, Miranda?" I shook, purple waves brimming off my skin. Too enraged to speak clearly, I barely managed to choke out my words. "I swear to fucking God, if you don't let me kill her, I'll kill you first," I said to Odin. But Miranda looked unfazed. My gift pushed against Odin, but he used his own to maintain grip. Each thrash to free myself only made him tighten his hold. Enzo's hands shot up. "Girl fight!" His smile was bright as his gaze darted between me and Miranda, while Finn looked only mildly intrigued. Miranda tossed her ponytail over her shoulder. She cleared her throat to draw our attention and paused to revel in it before she dropped the bomb. "This bitch is going to be with Kaito." I strained against Odin's grasp. "You fucking bitch! You don't know what the fuck you're talking about! I'll kill you!" "Dude, Reina's crazy," Enzo whispered, half under his breath. Odin's grip on me tightened as my gift began to win the battle against his. "Reina hates Kai, Miranda. She's going to help us get him. Can't you see that? Look at her." Her expression grew somber as she shook her head. Her next words no longer carried a victorious edge, and instead came out regretfully. "No. When the time comes, she's going to choose him. I saw it." "You're a liar," I seethed. "You lied about wanting to be friends just so you could read me, and now you're standing here telling another goddamn lie. Why would we trust anything you say? Fuck you, Miranda!" I screamed as I leaped for her again. She glared at me, her voice soaked with emotion. "It wasn't an act. I genuinely wanted to be friends with you. A few minutes after you left, the vision hit." She sighed. "I've heard about your gift, Reina. I know that it has something to do with the truth. If that's the case, you tell me if I'm lying." There was a coldness in her eyes, but no lie in her voice. Well, I didn't care what she saw. I didn't care if she was the highest-ranking seer in the school. As far as I was concerned, seeing was the most useless gift the world could offer, because without a doubt, you make your own destiny. And mine was to stop Kaito. I took in a shaky breath before my rage tore through me again. I felt Odin's grip on me loosen. Miranda turned to Odin. "It's okay. Let her go." He obeyed as my gift spun truth and fury around us, but I didn't attempt to attack her again. Doubt seeped through the cracks in my defenses. How could that be the truth? She smirked. "It's too bad we can't use her gift on her. But you know my gift, Odin, and how strong I am. With all this purple shit everywhere, I bet she couldn't force a lie if she wanted to." Finn and Enzo were so quiet as they watched, and Miranda's gaze was locked on Odin. "I'm telling you, she's going to be with Kaito." She pursed her lips before strutting closer to him. She brushed his arm with her fingers. "Who are you going to believe?" I had no words to offer. Instead, my focus waited to feel her lie, but she didn't. She gestured to me as I remained frozen with rage. "Ask her if she thinks Kaido is a traitor." Odin's gaze was so full of sadness that I turned my eyes away. "Don't you hate Kaido?" "Yes, of course," I said through furious tears. I balled my fist. That they doubted me at all was painful, but knowing Odin did was almost more than I could bear. The words flowed so smoothly, mixing with my gift as all truths did. I felt a tiny pang of relief. Miranda rolled her eyes. She moved triumphantly toward Odin, her hips swinging with each step. "Come on, Odin," she whispered, egging him on. Odin's sorrowful green eyes bore into me. A tear fell before he even asked, "Do you love Kaido?" My heart raced as the air left my lungs. I bit my bottom lip, just as Kai had, the metallic taste of blood filling my mouth. I choked. I would do what I had to do. But when I looked up, Miranda, Odin, Finn, and Enzo all had the same doubting expression. "You're wrong about me," I bit out. "I will kill Kai if he is what we think he is." Odin's gaze turned cold as he turned to Miranda and said, "If." They turned and began to walk away. "Wait, I said I'd kill him. It's the truth." Odin spun. "Are you fucking serious? He admitted it himself. You saw the video, and yet you still have doubts?" I dropped my gaze, and even from a few feet away, I could feel his body heat swell. "He is nothing but a fucking criminal, Reina, and that you still have doubts just shows how fucked your loyalty to him is. You know better than this. You are better than this." I spat out blood as I watched the 4 figures walk out of view. Furious, I swiped at my eyes. I was so angry my heart hurt. Once again, someone I counted on turned on me. Damn it, I didn't love Kai. I wanted justice for Quan, but did that mean killing? Why was everyone so ready to take a life? I didn't want to make enemies of the nobles, and I envied their conviction. One way or another, I needed to prove to them that I would do whatever it took to bring Kai down. And mostly, I needed to prove it to myself. Lost in my introspection, I spun as the scrape of footsteps startled me. Professor Green walked toward me through the fog. If he'd heard our argument, it didn't show in his carefree expression. He inhaled sharply when he saw me. I must have looked a mess with my frizzy hair, blotchy face, and swollen eyes, not to mention the blood dripping from my chin. "I don't know what you heard," I said hesitantly. He pressed his lips together. "Got it. Everything." "They're wrong about me, Professor." He nodded indifferently. "So, Reina, you remember that confection I gave you, the one that got you expelled?" I nodded, though I'd never blamed him for what happened. "It wasn't exactly by chance. You know of Maxim Dubrow. He was at your exam." "Yes, sir. He's a retired seer, right?" "That's correct. He never mentioned why, but he told me to make sure that particular confection found its way into your hands. I felt quite a lot of guilt when I heard you'd been expelled from your old school because of it. But then you turned up here for the exam, and I understood." I paused, to consider his meaning. So, you're saying you believe Miranda? You believe in seers and their glimpses? I suppose I'm suggesting you seek a second opinion. He nodded toward the main building where the teachers kept office hours and gave a half smile before walking away into the fog. Professor, I called, can someone change their path? I mean, as far as you know, has Mr. Tubrose ever been wrong about a prediction? Once, he said, and without another word, he was gone.
"10. Kaito." As a perpetual failure, there was nothing more bizarre than being at a party thrown in my honor. I was used to everyone trying to take me down a notch, and all this positive attention left me feeling out of my element. Each person I met was eager to tell me how the Fallen movement had impacted them or their family. The owl charm that brushed my chest with each small movement reminded me that the Fallen murdered the Fae. But that's not what anyone was talking about. They all focused on the redistributed wealth and the families who desperately needed it. While I sympathized with their plight, I'd been present during a Fallen attack. I watched a friend die and knew that if I had become Fae, the very people toasting my contribution would be first in line to toast my death. I'd already worked up a nice buzz when I caught a whiff of something fried coming from the banquet table. I made my way over to it, thankful for the quick break in socializing, and eyed the trays loaded with finger foods. On the far end of the table, a young girl, no older than 8, grabbed a handful of cake and shoved it directly into her mouth. I bit back a laugh, but she caught me. She licked her fingers and grinned through missing front teeth. "Did you try the cake?" she asked with wide eyes. "I was going to, but it seems like you beat me to it." Her hair was sandy brown and her features were a little familiar, but I couldn't place them. "We never could afford cake," she said, licking each finger and smearing her face with frosting. "Didn't know it would be this good." "If you eat too much, you'll get sick," I warned, as I began to fill my plate with savory foods. "Are you kidding? I'm never eating anything else again." "Well, would you like me to cut you a slice, or—" I eyed her slimy hands. "Get you a plate?" "No thanks. I think if I take handfuls, the other people won't want any. This way, it's all mine." I nodded. Good plan. But, since it's my party, it's kinda mine. Her mouth dropped open and a little cake fell out. "Are you Kaito?" I smirked. "You don't recognize me from the news?" She shrugged. No one lets me watch news stuff. I'm only 7. I just came for cake." "Well, have at it, kiddo," I said, "before your parents see you over here." "I'm here with my brother," she said, pointing a frosted finger to the far side of the room. I followed it to Zane. "Ah, well, that actually makes a lot of sense. What's your name, kid?" "Wendy Black." "I know your brother." "Don't tell him about the cake," she whispered. Across the room, an icy gaze caught my eye. "Why don't you bring a handful of cake to him?" I said to the girl. "I'm sure he'd love it." "Great idea," she squeaked. I took the opening to make my way over to DT. The crowd parted to let me pass. At the back of the room stood the Fallen's mastermind. His stark white suit rolled up to his elbows, exposing his lethal arms and hands. DT's eyes brightened when he saw me approaching. He smiled, his teeth almost unnaturally white. He held out his beer. "Kaito," he said. I tapped it with mine. "My friends call me Kai, actually." his eyebrows raised. Friends, huh? You want to be my friend? I shrugged. Why not? He sipped his beer thoughtfully, an impish grin in his icy blue eyes. What do I have to do? I suppressed a laugh. For friendship? I don't know. What do you got? Let's hear your sales pitch. He scratched the back of his neck, then pushed a handful of white hair out of his eyes. I don't know what to say. I shook my head. Well, what are your skills? I'm pretty good at baking. There was no way to suppress the laughter this time. A baker, huh? Can you make something with coconut? It's my favorite. He grinned. Is that it? That'll do it. I patted his shoulder and hyper-focused on not touching his skin. He seemed taken aback by the gesture. I couldn't imagine many people risking touching him. He always seemed to have at least a few feet around him, even in a crowded room. He was a wild card, each interaction a game of Russian roulette. More so because he was so unpredictable and unreadable. But I liked the uncertainty and welcomed it as I awaited his response. His gaze turned on me as he said, Kai, then. It was a strange move to offer DT my friendship. He seemed satisfied with letting me stay at an arm's length from his organization as long as I kept my end of the bargain, not to mention he asked very little. But I felt oddly drawn to him, like we were two oppositely charged magnets. His sweetness masked the monster inside, while I fought to prove that I wasn't the devil everyone thought. The music changed and I winced. It was the same song that Raina had drugged me into dancing to. It felt like a lifetime ago, but the embarrassment still felt fresh. What is it? He asked. I smirked. This song. Not good? I kinda like it. Last year, someone slipped me an infused confection and I did a striptease for my whole school. DT slipped his phone out of his pocket. Looking it up. Don't you fucking dare! I'll kill you! He looked up from his phone, a smile beaming from his every feature. It was ridiculous, like threatening the Grim Reaper, and there was no denying the immense pleasure it gave him. He nodded. I better not look it up then, he smirked. You're not really what I expected. I took a swig of my drink. You either. He raised an eyebrow. I've been thinking you look a little young to be the leader of a movement. He nodded. As do you. He tilted his head in appraisal. You're not afraid of me, he said matter-of-factly. Well, he was dead wrong about that, but it was a comfort that he couldn't read me. I shrugged. Should I be? We're friends. His sly gaze was enough to guess what he'd do next. He held out his hand for me to shake. You sure? I asked. I'm pretty powerful. He chuckled. Why not? We're friends. I trust you. But that wasn't why. He wanted to know for sure if I trusted him. I wasn't sure that I did, but I wanted to give him what no one but Raina ever gave me, the benefit of the doubt. The moment his hand met mine, my gift awoke, and I tossed him into the air.
Chapter 11. Raina. All I needed was a chance. If a famous seer like Maxim Toubros could be wrong even once, I was sure Miranda could be too. As I walked along the maroon carpet that ran through the office hallway, I was surprised to see it so deserted. The professors must have all been in the meeting, as they would decide the fate of the school. I expected that Maxim Tubros would also be in attendance, and I was fine with that. I wasn't sure what I wanted to ask him, or if there was even any merit to his gift at all. To my dismay, the door beside the name plaque that read Professor Maxim Tubros was ajar, and I could tell from the shuffle of objects that he was inside. I took a deep breath. "I can't help you," a weathered voice said from behind the cracked door. "But I fear you're going to come in anyway." I wasn't certain he was talking to me or if someone else was inside, but a glimmer of light on the other side of the door compelled me to push it open. I stopped in the doorway. There were 1,000 mirrors of every shape and size packed into the small room. Some had gold frames and looked old. Some were simplistic and new. Some hung from the ceiling and walls, but most were packed into the small space, leaving only a small path to a wide redwood desk that sat at the center of the room. On the desk was a single picture frame turned towards the maroon armchair. Sitting motionless in the center of the desk was a snow-white rabbit. The back of the room had windows that tossed natural light off each of the mirrors. Mr. Tubros arranged a mirror by his desk, then sat. If I was a seer non-believer before, I was now convinced that the whole lot of them were mental cases. I took a step in, and my reflection multiplied through the room. At the center of the dizzying display was Maxim Tubros. He was white-bearded, his face heavy with wrinkles, his gaze tired and light blue in color. I started when the rabbit moved toward him, nuzzling beneath his hands. Nice rabbit," I said. He glared at me. "Badgering an old man for answers because you're unable to see the thoughts in your own head. Typical. So painfully typical." "I'm sorry. Should I come back?" He stroked the back of the tiny white fluff ball, whose nose twitched at his touch. I stood awkwardly without an answer, trying to catch a glimpse of his framed picture. He looked up vacantly and sighed. "Rampant blindness," he muttered. "Look," I said, "I'm not even sure if I believe in seers or whatever, but I wonder, then, why you bothered to come." I stared blankly. For an old guy who looked so much like Santa, he was awfully harsh. "Did I do something to upset you?" He straightened. "Not at all. I just find humanity to be a disappointment in general." He tapped on the far side of the desk, and the rabbit scampered to his other hand. "So many wasted opportunities." "Professor Green said you're the whole reason I even ended up at GFA." His white eyebrows shot up. "And how's that going so far?" I bit my lip, wincing from the soreness. He had a point. The rabbit moved toward the picture frame, knocking it over. My eyes widened as I stared down at the picture of Miranda. "She's my mentee," he said. "She's quite talented." "Well, she made a mistake. She thinks I'm going to take Kai's side." He adjusted the picture, placing it back upright. "Are you?" "That's why I'm here." "You want me to tell you how you feel?" Well, it did sound stupid when he said it like that. "Of course not. I know it's not true." He laced his fingers together. "Wonderful. Another satisfied customer." As expected, this was a total waste of time. "Can I at least hold your rabbit?" "No." But his rabbit didn't seem to share his opinion and hopped over to my side of the desk. I reached just in time to catch him and shoot the professor a victorious look. I felt my anxiety lift. "He's so soft," I said, feeling the warmth of him in my hands. Suddenly, having a rabbit around didn't seem so ridiculous. I eyed the cramped, mirror-riddled space. "So, what's with all the mirrors?" "What do you mean?" I bit back a smile. "Never mind. Professor, did you know about the attack on the school beforehand?" He reached for the rabbit, and I regretfully handed him off, my fingers brushing his. He stared into the mirror and said, "No." The mirrors lit with reflections of my purple glow. Liar. I held my breath as I waited for an explanation. How could he do nothing knowing that Quan would die? His expression grew somber. "Everyone always thinks they're one tragedy away from destruction. Our greatest fears never actualize until we're ready to face them. We just never seem to think we are." "So you just let him die?" "There's a bigger picture that most people are blinded to. We're only able to see the current moment, our vision halted by negative events. But the darkness of tragedy gives way to the brightest light. The painful links in life's chain, the strongest. Just as every good is necessary, so is every evil. Each a precious piece in the design too complex for mortal souls to comprehend." I swallowed a lump in my throat. "So, you let him die for the greater good?" My thoughts raced, straining to make sense of it, but it was senseless. I think you did an awful thing." His eyes glowed blue, the blue refracting like a webbed beam off every mirror. I squinted through it. A moment later, his light faded. "Miranda was correct. You're going to choose Kai." I felt anger swell inside me, the day's events corrupting my sense of rational thought. "Then I'll take pleasure in proving you both wrong. I'm going to be the one to kill Kaido." "Careful. That doesn't sound much like Faye." I seethed. Actually, I think it does.
"12. Kaito." As I lowered DT gently to the ground and his face glowed with delight, he looked almost like a divine entity or an excited child. "That was amazing," he said. "I mean, I heard your gift was levitation, but that was insane." "I thought you might like that." He shook his head. I never felt anyone's gift besides my own. It's so different from the feeling of mine." "Oh yeah?" Wendy, the little girl from the buffet table, tore through the crowd, Zane following closely behind. "My turn!" she screamed. "I want to fly!" Zane grimaced. "Is it okay, Kai?" I held my hands out and the little girl high-fived them, smearing my hands with frosting. I lifted her and the entire party stopped to watch. I'd never thought to make a kid levitate before, and it was a shame. In the course of 3 minutes, she'd been an astronaut walking on the moon, a mermaid swimming in the ocean, and an angel jumping from cloud to cloud. It was impossible not to smile while watching her. I realized that I was actually enjoying myself. It was almost unsettling how easily I fit in here. There was no fight, nothing to prove. For the first time, I felt like I was enough. My joy shattered as my attention was drawn to the muted TV screens behind Wendy's imaginary castle. I lowered her and turned my attention to it, where Odin stood speaking into a microphone. "Unmute this," I said to DT. DT spun before standing on the balls of his feet, waving a hand to get someone's attention and gesturing to the screen. Odin's voice shot into the room, and shortly after the music died down. He was just the kind of person that you knew you couldn't trust. There was like a darkness in him. I mean, the dude's first day he challenged me to a fight. What kind of person does that? Odin, the reporter said. I thought you welcomed him as one of GFA's nobles. I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I knew he was bad news, but I never could have guessed that he... His voice caught. That Quan could... I swallowed a lump of guilt and washed it down with beer. He wasn't wrong. I did have a darkness in me. Everyone did when pushed far enough. But I cared about Quan. I cared about all of them. That was the reason I was here, why I'd trashed my own reputation. Odin had been my friend once upon a time, and now, it hurt to see how quickly they all forgot I fought beside them that night. How easily they believed I had joined the Fallen. I almost didn't notice that DT had turned back to me, reading my reaction. His cobalt eyes glistened as if wet. You and I are not so different, he said with a sigh. They say that same stuff about me. Glad we got you out of there. I nodded. Thanks, man. But all the air knocked from my lungs when out of the corner of my eye, I saw Reyna flash onto the screen. My body flooded with panic, but I kept my gaze fiercely locked on DT. I wanted nothing more than to see Reyna's face, even just for a moment, even if she was only there to malign my character. But the smallest glance would be dangerous. She was the secret I'd die to keep. I clenched my jaw and raised my beer to DT to toast Odin's unforgiving speech as I hyper-focused on the audio. Reyna, can you tell us about your friendship with Kaito? Leave me alone! She spat. My heart stopped. Reyna. DT glared. I'm curious to why you'd want to protect the school. They seem like rather nasty people. Was he onto me? They're just brainwashed and sad that their friend died. They'll eventually start thinking for themselves. Does that mean you've had a change of heart? You're glad to be on this side? I'm honestly not sure. I took a deep breath. Across the room, I saw Carter saunter into the party. Now that the news had put a damper on my evening and Carter had arrived, I knew the party was over for me. I'm gonna head out, I said. DT gestured to the screen once more and it muted. The music turned back on a moment later. Thanks for coming. I'm a little surprised you made it. I shrugged. Thank you. I actually had a good time. I don't mean any offense by this, but you fit right in. Why are you so apprehensive to join the Fallen? I sucked in a sharp breath, my gaze dragging over to Carter, who was quickly approaching. I don't like feeling manipulated. The whole time I was learning about what the Fallen stood for, I had Carter in my ear. His mouth rose on one side. Ah, makes sense. I shrugged. Later, I managed to slip out of the room without speaking to Carter, but at the expense of not being able to thank Zane for forcing me to attend. I was sure he'd stop by later anyway. Maybe DT would too. I wasn't about to start offing Faye, but it was kind of nice to be around people who understood and appreciated me. I was almost optimistic as I retreated to my apartment and sunk into my bed, blissfully unaware of my mistake. Someone was about to die, and it was entirely my fault.
Chapter 13. Raina. After attempting to head back to Yamojaru's apartment and being bombarded by reporters, I decided to go back through the school's barrier and wait for her outside the office building. I wondered if Bree was faring any better than I was. I considered heading to our dorm to check on her, but I was terrified. I felt like I was teetering on the edge of my sanity. I'm sure Miranda already told her everything. What if Bree took the side of the nobles? It would be just enough to push me over. Fuck it. I had to face her sometime. I hurried to Pink House and raced to my room, hoping to get there before Miranda did. I opened the door just in time for Miranda to strut out of my room with a malicious grin. I watched as she walked down the hallway with far too much enthusiasm. I spun. "Bree, I can explain." Bree lifted her head, her purple hair loose at her shoulders and her makeup half on. She raised her hand to stop me. "Did that bitch put her hands on you?" I exhaled a chest full of anxiety and inhaled relief as I took a seat beside her. Yep, apparently she had a vision. "Doesn't she need to touch you first?" I sighed, too exhausted to explain. She rubbed my back. "I can't believe he's gone. We had this kind of flirtation, you know." She sighed. "Now is not the time for us to turn on each other." "Bree, I swear it isn't even true. I'll make Kai pay for what he did to Quan." We sat in silence on Bree's bed, our hands clasped together. Then I asked, "How are you holding up?" She stared down at her hands. "I feel lost, you know. Would you hate me if I stayed here for a few days instead of at Yamoja's with you? I need a little time to myself." "Of course I wouldn't hate you. But if you need anything, message me and I can be here in 10 minutes. I can't believe Miranda's trying to start shit." She glanced around the room. "I wonder if I have the materials to make a voodoo doll." I snorted, and she looked at me, her eyebrows raised in surprise. She forced a smile. "Do you think she or anyone else really cares about Quan?" "I do. Everyone does. That's why we're all at each other's throats. None of us are coping well." She choked. "I need some time." I exhaled slowly and stood. "All right then, I'll head out. You know how to reach me." She nodded. "Thanks, Raina. For understanding that I'm just like this." I smiled softly and took her silence as my cue to leave. We were all fucked up, and it was starting to look like many of us might never recover. I was on my last legs when I reached the front office again, this time determined to stay put until Yamojaru came out. Luckily, a moment later, she emerged from the office building. She stopped short, and I remembered that I was still bleeding, likely looking as rough as I felt. "So," I said, reaching for a charm that was no longer around my neck, "are they closing the school?" She sighed. "No, but they've canceled the varsity games and most of the internships." My stomach dropped. "Ours?" "I fought for it, but they only agreed under the condition that you get permission from your guardian." My mind slung back to the torturous grip of my group home mother, Ms. Vivian. "Fuck," I said without thinking. There was no way she'd do anything to help me, even if it was just a signature. As I remembered my former group home mother, I could practically feel her gift pinching at my skin as I screamed. I could still see my bloodshot eyes in the mirror just after our last encounter. Oh, boy, I said. Yumojiru put a hand on my shoulder. You're not the same person as you were last year. She's not going to be able to hurt you the same way. I gulped. That's not the point. It's the fact that she wants to hurt you. I nodded. But it doesn't matter. I can do this. Don't worry. She bit her bottom lip. There's one more thing. I put my hands on my hips. Lay it on me. We're no longer allowed in the field with less than 3, so I'm bringing Odin into our team. I bit back a laugh. Perfect. Things just kept getting better. At least with Odin around, I'd have the chance to prove to him that I was capable of bringing Kai to justice. That was, if I could even convince Vivian to sign for me. I clapped my hands. All right, well, I have my work cut out for me. Where's Bree? Is she coming? She's gonna stay here, I think. She raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? I pressed my lips together and nodded. As okay as could be expected. Do you want to head back to my apartment and rest for a few days, like we talked about? I shook my head. No, I need to get back out there. I have to find Kai. I'm going to my group home to get the signature. Let me rephrase. You've had too much happen lately. Give yourself 3 days rest and then go. She turned away. Something in you is different. You're changing. I'm afraid you'll... I took a deep breath. If Yumojiru could see me unraveling, then I really knew I should heed her advice. 3 days rest, then I'll go. The lines on her face softened. You don't want me to come? No, it's okay. I think I need to face this one alone.
"14. Kaito." I awoke feeling hungry and with a slightly less negative attitude toward the fallen. I did not grow up the same way as most of the others, but they welcomed me just the same. All night my mind was locked on Wendy Black, trying cake for the first time. Zane had mentioned that his family was poor and that he used to sneak food to them from GFA's cafeteria. But it wasn't until I saw Wendy downing that cake that the reality sunk in. I knew things were not equal in Ansatol. But how bad was it? I decided to head to the cafeteria for breakfast, instead of ordering in. I hoped to run into Zane to maybe pick his brain about the fallen and thank him for last night's party. I hadn't stepped into the cafeteria since my first night in the tower, and my head had been fogged from the whirlwind of the night's events. My appetite squelched by the fresh memory of Kwan's skewered corpse. I remembered it as a dark and mostly empty hall, with scattered strangers lurking in the shadows. But this morning during peak mealtime, it seemed like a different place entirely. It buzzed with energy as the ungifted ate together with smiles and an air of hope. There was a sense of community that I hadn't experienced anywhere else. Moments into watching them interact, I envied them. They hugged and brushed hands without a trace of fear. They may have been poor, but they had something the gifted world did not. They could touch. They could comfort a friend or assist a stranger. Some time ago, my world had lost that. I grabbed a tray and got into line. "Hi, Kaito," Ensley said from behind the counter. Her hair was wrapped up in some kind of net. I smirked. "Good morning," I said, my voice groggy with sleep. She scooped some beige-colored slop onto my tray, and I didn't bother asking what it was. Though the quality of the food wasn't a fraction of what I got when I ordered from my room, or even what they served at GFA, I couldn't overlook the grateful smiles of those around me. These were life-sustaining meals. I turned to take a seat as several people nodded to me in recognition. On the far side of the cafeteria, I spotted DT sitting alone. I took a seat across from him and he looked up. A bewildered expression flickered across his face before giving way to a smile. He took a mouthful of the slop. "Is it any good?" I asked. "Are you kidding? I love this stuff. I grew up on it." I nodded and poked at it with my plastic spork. "I know you grew up rich, Kai, but that doesn't mean your childhood wasn't total shit too." "What makes you think my childhood was shit?" I said, taking a bite. The texture of the mixture might have been off-putting, but it was nicely seasoned. A touch of blush flashed across his cheeks. I saw the interview with your parents." I sighed, dropping my gaze to my plate as I said, "That bad?" "They had me nostalgic for my childhood." I bit back a laugh. "I doubt that." "They didn't come around when you got your gift?" I shrugged. "Sort of. I mean, I got into trouble right away." "What do you mean?" I ran a hand through my hair. I didn't really want to talk about it, but I couldn't really remember the last time anyone actually cared enough to ask me about my life. Though it was such a disaster, it was one of my favorite memories. And if anyone could understand, it would probably be DT. I kissed this girl and she floated away. I accidentally dropped her and she ended up in the hospital. All I keep thinking is how much worse it would have been if I'd learned about my powers like that. I can imagine. I bet your childhood was rough. He took a deep breath. Yeah. I narrowed my eyes at him, not about to let him get away with just, yeah. "I told you mine." His stormy expression cut me. "I don't know if you'll understand." I took a mouthful of mush. "Who could better than me?" He shrugged. "What do you want to know? How I figured out my gift?" "It's a good place to start." "It's a long story." "We'll get on with it." I pushed. He clenched his jaw, then released it in surrender. "I was only 11 when I killed my first fae." My heartbeat stuttered as the weight of what I was about to hear began to settle in. But oddly enough, I already understood. I'd hurt someone with my gift when I unlocked it. It only made sense that with a gift much more dangerous, so too would be the consequences. DT paused, as if waiting for me to stop him. When I didn't, he continued. I'd grown up poor with parents who struggled to put food on the table. Like most kids in my district, I was hungry all the time. But my situation wasn't unique. Ansatol had always been a city of economic inequality. But ever since the Fae had become more than the protectors of the city, since they had moved to dominate everything from business to popular culture, the only places for its citizens to land seemed to be either the elite or hungry. The Teal Street district was packed with protesters, hoping to catch the attention of the media, to shed light on the issue, and at one such protest, things got out of hand. I thought I remembered something from my history class about the incident. A fire, maybe? But it happened 7 or 8 years ago now. The news outlets were conveniently absent. Instead, the Fae sent Will Citrine to appease the crowd. After all, what could a group of calms and serfs do? Will was a young Fae at the time, rising in popularity because of his flashy gift of shooting fire from his feet and the way he used it to fly around. "I'm here because I want to help, because I care," he'd said, reading off his cue cards. "Please, you must all go home for your own safety." The crowd grew agitated, and in a matter of minutes, the peaceful protest turned violent. In a panic, Will Citrine cast a wall of fire between himself and the crowd and called for backup. At least, he sighed. That was what we were fed on the subject through the internet. What I remembered was the thick black smoke and how it burned my lungs as I cried out for help. I remember the doorway to my bedroom ablaze with the orange flames and the crash of the surrounding buildings as they collapsed. I leaned forward, searching his eyes for pain, but he seemed detached from the memory. Crouched in a corner in my room, I used the last of the air I had to scream one last time. It was a sound so blaring that sometimes I still hear it in my dreams. Just as I gave up hope, Ella Rosewood, a seasoned fae at the time, smashed through my wall, holding her hand out to rescue me from the inferno. I reached out, and the second my fingers touched hers, the life drained from her body, and she fell down, dead at my feet. Out of horror and confusion, I ran through the hole she'd made in my wall. I collapsed on the street while people ran past me in the chaos. I sobbed until my head pounded, and finally a man reached for me. Afraid I'd kill him too, I screamed and told him what I'd done. "I killed her!" I cried. "Ella Rosewood, I didn't mean to. I think it was my gift. She just died." My eyes pricked and my vision blurred from tears I held back as he continued. The man didn't know what to make of me or what I was saying, but a moment later Yamoja Rue stepped out of the flames carrying the motionless fae. The man raised a finger to his lips and tossed me his gloves. He renamed me DT, Death Touch. I had 1,000 questions, but before I could ask, he leaned back, sort of regained focus, and said, "Oh shit, man, sorry. I wasn't trying to bum you out. Let's talk about something else." I shook my head, hoping to loosen the unsettled feeling in my stomach. Suddenly, my sense of fairness felt confused. "Can I ask you one thing?" He nodded, but his slightly raised eyebrows said he was a little irritated. "Can I ask you what your real name is?" He paused as if trying to remember it. Calvin. Then the corners of his mouth curved up. "But my friends call me Cal." I smiled. "Cal it is."
Chapter 15. Raina. Bree, you're going over there today, right? Me. Yeah, wish me luck. Bree, I'll light some candles for you. Me, you're the best. I imagined confronting Ms. Vivian more times than I could count, and it always ended the same way. Me once again breaking my promise to Yamoja Rue, wrenching the truth from Vivian with my gift. I wanted revenge, for Vivian to suffer. She wasn't my mother, but I spent a year in her care. I wanted to know how she really felt about me, but how could I use my gift that way? Especially after Kai's TV debut, where he called out practically all the elites for their abuse of power. All I knew was that I didn't want him to be right. I'd find a way to convince her without my gift. I had to. Or else, what was the point of all this? I pulled on the blazer of my school uniform, the finishing touch. She'd told me more than anyone that I'd never get into Gifted Fae Academy. I was certain that she already knew from the news, but if I wasn't going to be able to get actual revenge, I at least wanted to rub my uniform in her face. "Now, be strong," Yamoja said, "but not disrespectful. We need her to sign." When I turned to face her, I was surprised that she looked considerably less confident than I'd ever seen her. She paced back and forth, picking at her fingernails and checklisting, half in her head and half aloud, always coming back to the same question. "Are you sure you don't want me to go with you?" I smiled. Yamoja was a constant when I had no other. When I thought about it, she'd been there my whole life, even if I just came into hers. But what I really wanted from Vivian wasn't just a signature, so the only option was to go alone. "Thank you. Don't worry about me. I'm Yamoja Rue's apprentice, after all. I'm tough." She shook her head. "That's what I'm worried about." She spun and shook her finger at me. "Don't forget who you are." I nodded, slinging my backpack over my shoulder and heading out of my temporary sanctuary to the cold midwinter afternoon. The air bit at me through my jacket, the gray sky unsure whether to drop snow or rain. The wind seemed to push me from behind, urging me forward even as my apprehension grew and confidence drained with each step closer to my destination. I walked up to the steps of the group home and froze. Suddenly, I regretted not allowing Yamoja Rue to come along. Even if Vivian's gift could no longer hurt me now that I could use mine to block it, it didn't mean she wouldn't find a way. I pulled the door open, only to draw the panicked stares of the orphans who were huddled around a TV at the far end of the room. They let out a collective gasp. "Raina!" Jerome yelled as he sprinted toward me. Alyssa grabbed him. "Don't," she said. "She has a gift now. You don't know what she'll do." Jerome stopped, backing away. "Hi, Jerome. Don't worry, guys. It's still me. I'm not going to hurt anyone." Alyssa released Jerome, but he didn't return to my arms. A few of the others moved closer to me, but none closer than an arm's length or two. Alyssa shifted nervously. "Sorry, Raina. It's best to play it safe." I understood, but it stung. I was no longer one of them, and that fact alone had raised a wall between us. I walked into the crowded room, noting that not a single thing appeared to have changed since I left, except a few new faces among the orphans and a few missing ones. How could this place feel so familiar, yet I no longer belonged? "What are you doing here?" Jerome asked. He was at least an inch taller, but still oozed the sweet innocence he had when I left. "I'm looking for Ms. Vivian." Alyssa scoffed. "Always looking for trouble." Jerome beamed. "Are you going to beat her up with your gift?" I smiled. "I just need a signature." Alyssa rolled her eyes. "Just great. And when you're gone, she'll take it out on us." "I promise I'm not here to cause trouble." "Sure. I'm surprised you didn't bring your Fae friends to kill Miss Vivian. I mean, unless you're going to do it yourself." "What are you talking about? Do what? Kill Miss Vivian? Relax, crazy." I didn't feel any different than when I lived here, but it was obvious they saw me differently. It was odd to hear Alyssa speak this way about the Fae, though. She was the one who'd woken me in the middle of the night to tell me one had been killed. What changed? She shrugged. "All I'm saying is, what did the Fae ever do for any of us?" I froze as I began to suspect the cause of her new philosophy. The last time I saw Alyssa, she'd been as much of a Fae admirer as anyone, and only one thing could have changed her mind. I hoped I was wrong when I asked, "Where is this coming from?" My gaze moved to the TV screen, where a clip of Kai's speech was playing. I sighed. Listen, what Kai said was the door swung open behind me, crashing into the wall. I nearly leapt out of my skin as Vivian strolled in. The rest of the orphans shrank back. Her red lipstick was smudged, her auburn updo lined with flyaway hairs, but otherwise she looked more put together than I remembered. Crawling back, I see, she huffed, just as I said. I felt my nerves give way and my body started to tremble. I was actually wondering if he would sign something as my guardian.
16. Kaito. I shoved one of Calvin's coconut cookies into my mouth. You're kidding, right? Ensley? Cal smirked. Why? Is that hard to believe? I don't know. She just doesn't seem like a killer to me. He shrugged. She's a little sloppy, which is why we sometimes send Carter in to help her control them, but he's a dick. I was going to say unpredictable. I nodded, eyeing the half-eaten plate of cookies. Why haven't you assigned me another speech? I asked, grabbing a cookie and walking over to the window. The media is still buzzing about your first one. Why are you so eager? I'm not. I'm just a little stir-crazy. Calvin grabbed his jacket. Then let's go out for a bit. I gaped. They'll recognize me. He shrugged. So wear a hat or something. Come on. I wasn't going to argue with that. I was dying to get out of the tower. Cal said, I'll meet you in the lobby. I headed to my apartment to grab my jacket and to see if I had a hat in the closet the Fallen had provided. It was stuffed with clothes that suited me better than the goofy GFA uniforms, but I hadn't taken much time to look through it. I threw on my jacket and swiped a plain black hat from the shelf without browsing through my options. Calvin's entire organization hinged on me, and he trusted me enough to let me leave the tower. It was a testament to how much time we'd spent together over the last few days. Since our heavy breakfast chat the other day, we stuck to simpler topics, but we shared a mutual respect, one I hadn't been able to garner with anyone else. I stopped short when I opened my door to find Zane. Sorry man, I'm headed out, I said. Kai, he said, looking at his feet. I just... Spit it out. I think you should be careful with DT. His blue eyes looked blurred behind his smudged glasses, his hair vibrant in the tower lights. He's your boss, right? You're the whole reason I'm here. I know. It's just... He's dangerous. You've been spending time with him, and I want to remind you not to tell him about, anything he could use against you. At the end of the day, he's going to put his mission first. I patted his shoulder. I'll be all right. This whole damn organization was a bunch of hypocrites. Where did Zane get off lecturing me about DT? I might have dropped my guard a little, but I wasn't about to start gushing about Reyna. Her dream was to attend GFA, and even with all the chaos, I had the power to make sure she finished unharmed. Calvin had agreed not to attack the school. He'd put food on the tables of thousands of families. Yet people only judged him for his gift. I understood that. I almost stopped short when the elevator doors opened and Carter sheepishly stared back. I eyed his guitar before stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for the lobby. Please don't say some dumb shit to me. So, he started. Fuck. I wanted to apologize. I shouldn't have used my gift on you. That wasn't cool. I scoffed. Whatever, man. What is it? Why do you hate me so much? Quan is dead, man. And you helped kill him. And yet you're the leader of the Fallen. We all do things. Your gift is manipulation. I'm fucked up about everything we ever discussed. I never saw you without your damn guitar, and I can't help but wonder what kind of shit you were tricking us all into. I mean, what about all the girls? Did you use your gift to... I swallowed hard, desperate to shake the thought from my head. That's rape. I haven't done that in a long time. I turned away, pleading with the elevator to go faster. Don't act like you're Mr. Perfect. I saw the video of what you did to Raina. You think that wasn't against her will? You think that wasn't fucked up? This isn't a contest. It's just what always happens when one person gets too much power. What about Yamojaru? She's the most powerful fae in the world. He smirked. She has just as much blood on her hands as your new buddy DT. Carter pulled a small box from his backpack. I was headed to your apartment to give you this, but now I'm thinking you're not ready. I hated him. He was everything I didn't want to become, but I couldn't deny that I agreed with some of what he said. It seemed no matter what side you were on, there was no way around getting blood on your hands. Curious, I took the shoe-sized box but was surprised by the weight. I lifted the lid, revealing 5 razor-sharp daggers, already loaded into a belt. I'm not a killer, Carter. That's fine. But every fae in the city wants you dead. I thought you might want something to defend yourself. You know, just in case. I took a deep breath and stared at my former roommate. He looked sad, but I couldn't excuse any of his choices, not after all he'd done. He was lost, and part of me blamed him for dragging me to this side of the war. I missed the version of him that was just kind of an idiot. I missed the version of life that was just lunchboxes and recess. Life before power. I sighed. Thank you for the gift. The elevator doors opened and I stepped out and said, I know we all sometimes do questionable things, but our reasons why matter. Who are you protecting, Carter? He nodded to the gift in my hands. I thought it was obvious. The doors closed between us. This is shaping up to be a fucked up day. Rather than carry Carter's gift around, I put on the belt and got rid of the box. I touched each dagger, feeling their sharpness move into my magical range. I'd never used my gift on a weapon before and felt guilty as I relished the possibilities. I told myself I'd only use them in self-defense, but that wasn't the kind of world I lived in. The lobby was crowded. I watched the sea of people part around Calvin, giving him a wide berth. He was unfazed, numb to the coldness of the very citizens he strove to protect. He wiggled his eyebrows when he saw the belt, but didn't mention it as he ushered me into a car. He told the driver to take us to a familiar area on the outskirts of the city. There was a nice park there, one I visited often when I first moved to Ansatal due to its proximity to my closest friends' houses. I was pleased to learn that Calvin had planned to walk the park all along, and we did so mostly in silence. It wasn't long until my thoughts drifted to the last time I was there. It was summer then, and unlike today's bare trees that cut through the gray sky like cracked porcelain, back then they were full and green. My ankle was sprained from a scuffle I'd gotten into at school with the elites, so my arm was slung around Raina's shoulders as I limped along. I could almost feel the brush of Raina's wild curls against my face, or feel the summer heat beat down on me while she gave me a break from my own life. Thinking about your parents? Calvin asked as we moved into the more thickly wooded part of the park. Zane's warning pushed into my head. Yeah, I lied. You? He shrugged. I hardly ever think about them anymore. The pine trees in this area were thick and pushed onto the walking path, scraping our jackets as we passed. I knew Zane was right about hiding my connection to Raina, but I resented the wall it cast between me and my new friend. He'd trusted me enough to let me out of the tower. He trusted me with his history, and I was nothing but a liar. "I actually have a gift for you," Calvin said, pulling me back to our conversation. I held out my hand. "Gimme," I said with a grin. "We're not there yet. It's a little farther ahead." I scanned the path, and in the distance, I saw a figure I recognized from the night of the winter ball. He was the Gemini who ported us from GFA to the tower. Like his twin, he was tall, red-haired, and freckled. Despite the comfort I'd developed around Calvin, apprehension seeped into my bones as we approached. "Are we going somewhere?" I asked. Cal flashed his white teeth. "You'll see." My pace slowed and I instinctively slipped my hands into my pockets. As I waited for Calvin to reveal his gift, my thoughts raced. Suddenly, our isolated location didn't feel charming or refreshing. Danger hung over us, and Cal's calmness that I'd come to enjoy over the last several days now felt like a joke he never let me in on. Calvin's red-headed companion waited for orders, but Cal turned to me instead. "I wanted to do something to show you my appreciation." I looked into his cobalt eyes for a clue, but I saw no trace of the monster or friend. Instead, I saw a twisted smile and a glint in his eyes that told me I wouldn't like what was coming next.
Chapter 17. Raina. Vivian glared at me, her brown eyes wide as if I'd slapped her. After a long pause, a smile stretched across her face. "Well, well, well, isn't this a treat? All that talk about when your gift came in and how you would go to GFA and never come back." She straightened her spine, peering down at me with a raised eyebrow. I handed her my tablet. "All I need is your signature." She pushed past me. "All I need's $1 million. "Miss Vivian, please." Before I got the words out, she spun, her hand clasping around my wrist. My gift rose to block her, but her malicious grin said she didn't know I couldn't feel it. Instead of freeing my arm, I yanked my gift back, allowing the electric pulse to burn me as I ground my teeth. "You're nothing without me," she said, but a thrash of my gift told me she knew she was lying. "Why?" I muttered through my teeth. I fought the urge to counter her, to learn the truth. She was far weaker than anyone I'd encountered at GFA, and I could destroy her in a matter of seconds. But that wasn't why I was here. "Please, I need you to sign for me," I said. Her gaze shot up. "Get out of here, you little shits," she spat, and I heard the footsteps of the other orphans retreating. She leaned in and nodded to my tablet. "I promise you, I'll never sign that." The dull but relentless pain of her gift dropped me to my knees, and she leaned over me, her grip tightening. "Why?" I asked. "You're not worthy of a gift." Lie. "You'll never make anything of yourself." Lie. "You're going to get yourself killed out there." Truth. My eyes widened. You care about me?" She ripped her hand away as if she'd just remembered I had a gift. I gaped. "You don't want me to get hurt. But Why are you so—" She turned away. "You wouldn't understand. It's not easy doing what I do." "Explain it to me, and I'll leave." Her gaze swept the room, and when she was satisfied we were alone, she helped me to my feet. She took a deep breath. "You're all broken when you get here. Every single one, damaged beyond repair." I crossed my arms defensively, already unsure if I wanted her to continue. I'd already made up my mind about her. She was an evil person, but just a few words into her explanation, I felt my opinion of her waver. "I don't have pity for any of you." Lie. "That's just the way life is, and it only gets harder. Broken children come and go, all looking for some way to feel in control, all looking for someone to hurt." My time at the orphanage ran through my head, the bickering, the anger. But when I thought about where my resentment settled, it was always Vivian. I couldn't recall a single argument between me and the other kids, because at the end of the day, it was us against her. I nodded. "You're mean to us on purpose, so that we'll all hate you and not each other." She turned her face away, but a quick brush of her hand across her cheek told me that her cold facade had broken. "Get out," she barked. "I'm not going to sign." I nodded, slipping the tablet back into my backpack. She sniffled, but the softness was gone from her face. "You're the worst fuck-up I've ever known." Lie. I reached for the door. "I hope I never see you here again." Lie. I felt my heart beat in my throat, and tears threatened to fall and choke my words. I looked back at her over my shoulder. "Thank you, Miss Vivian," I said, "for getting me through the worst year of my life." I thought about Vivian the whole way back to Emoja Rue's apartment. I wasn't sure if I agreed with her tactics, and I was sure there were moments when she enjoyed hurting us. Yet I could no longer place her easily into one box or another. It seemed like the more I walked the path of a fae, the less I understood the concept of right and wrong. Vivian, Kai, even me. We all seemed like we were one decision away from slipping from one side or the other. If Vivian had a reason, so did Kai. And I needed to find out what it was before Odin and the others got to him. Or worse, before he got to someone else. It wasn't until I reached my destination and stood in front of Emoja Rue that I even remembered that I'd failed to get the signature. My internship was over. With the school's curfew, I'd never be able to find Kai. Unless I dropped out. I rubbed my face with my hands. He wasn't even in my life, and I was still losing because of him. "I take it didn't go well," Emoja said, plopping down beside me on the couch. I shrugged. "Actually, I think it went really well." Her posture relaxed as she started to braid my hair. "So you got the signature then?" "No, but I have a plan." Her hands dropped from my hair as she waited. A surge of uneasiness hit me before the words toppled out. "I'm going to drop out." She stood quickly and started pacing, her body moving like she was holding back her words. I don't think that's wise," she finally said. "I need to find Kai." Her voice came out sharper. "It's too dangerous. If I let you go, or even brought you along on my patrol without that internship, I could lose my position, and you could die out there without me." I shook my head. "It's the only way." "Actually," she sat beside me, I had a thought while you were gone. She wrung her hands. What if I adopted you? The air left my lungs. I could sign on your behalf. You could stay here if you want, or at GFA. You could be Raina Rue. The name Raina Rue was like a slap to my face. What? No. No? I'm not available for adoption. My parents died, but it doesn't mean I'm just going to replace them. I stood, backing away toward the door. I'm sorry, Emoja Rue said. I didn't mean to spring that on you. I was just thinking. No. I wasn't trying to be cruel, but the word kept falling out. I'm sorry, I said before I pulled the door open and ran out.
"18. Kaito." I held my breath as Cal nodded to the man with the red hair. A moment later, Carter stood in front of us. My stomach dropped. Carter's blonde curls were tossed freely as always, but he wasn't wearing a jacket, meaning he hadn't planned on being ported from the tower. Even more strange, he didn't have his guitar. His lips pressed into a hard line as he took in his new environment. I watched as the danger I'd felt a moment ago shifted to him. His eyes darkened with understanding and teared up as his gaze locked on me in a silent plea. Oh, fuck. I turned to DT, trying to keep my expression as neutral as I could. Hey man, send him back. You don't have to do this. I was thinking about working things out with him anyway. He gave me this belt and stuff, so we're good. But DT had already begun to move toward Carter. Carter trembled. He winced as DT grabbed the back of his neck. Wait! I said too loud. Don't! Just let him go! DT grinned. Kai, why don't you tell Carter how you feel about being manipulated by his gift? It's really no big deal. No, DT said. Tell him what you told me. Carter broke into sobs. Please, Kai, he said. DT! Carter's skin grayed, shredding into ashes. The death was instant, but the decay of his body dragged out for several minutes. The disintegration of body quickly spread to his clothes until he was nothing but a gray smudge across the cobblestone path. Stunned, I stared down at it. A frightened scream lodged in my throat, choking the life from me. DT stood over him, his long fingers posed like a ballet dancer awaiting applause. He was gone. Dead. Taken away by the death touch, and as a gift to me no less. My heart raced like I'd already begun to flee, but I was frozen, terrified I'd be next. I willed myself to run, but fear overtook me. DT watched me with curious eyes. What the fuck? I wasn't sure what I thought a death touch would be like, but that wasn't it. It wasn't how DT had described. In his story, there was at least a body. What I had just witnessed was horrific. Did that mean that if I'd tossed my daggers at him, they'd disintegrate when they touched his skin? Internally, I wanted to curl up into a ball and cry myself dry. Each nerve in my body screamed to distance myself from the most threatening presence on Earth. And yet, as ever, he brimmed with serious concern. He was serious, all right. Seriously dangerous. Seriously calm. And seriously magnetic. And above all, seriously insane. He was the devil, and I... Shit. I'm the devil's closest friend. I felt vomit threaten to surge. It was at that moment that out of the corner of my eye I spotted a faint purple glow. Raina? For fuck's sake. I had no choice. Steeling my nerves, I smiled at DT. Thanks, man, I said. I know he was kind of important for your missions. You're a good friend, I added. My stomach lurched, but I suppressed the bile this time by grinding my teeth. My eyes watered, but I hoped I could sell it as gratitude. He clapped his hands together. I knew you'd get it, he said. He sighed dreamily. I'm getting a little chilly. Want a port back? He asked, gesturing to his friend. Actually, I think I'm going to take the long way home. He froze. Oh shit. He's on to me. Is everything okay? I shoved him. Yeah, Cal. Stop overthinking. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but also my only chance of keeping him from discovering what was hidden a few yards away. I held out my hand. He shook it, and I pulled him in for a hug. The contact immediately put him at ease, and his posture relaxed. Text me when you're back. I nodded. Sure thing. He touched hands with the Gemini, and in an instant, they were both gone. I was almost delirious as I trudged through the slushed leftover snow toward the purple glow. I wanted to run to her, to tell her everything, but knowing Raina, she'd try to save me, and I knew that would end with a death touch for each of us. I couldn't be saved, but she could. My only option was to make sure she believed I was who I appeared to be, and hope that the deaths of the Fae would stop the school from sending students off campus. As I walked through the more densely wooded portion of the park, the glow grew brighter. Raina stepped out from behind a tree. I stopped, my emotions reeling, so intensely that they began to numb. Her eyes were bloodshot, her cheeks streaked with tears as some of her curls stuck to the side of her wet face. Even with the sadness in her eyes, she looked strong, and just looking at her, I felt barely capable of staying on my feet. Holy shit, she's beautiful. I was so distracted with making sure DT went back to the tower away from Raina that I hadn't considered her gift, truth. I could probably still convince her to let me go, and give her enough of an explanation that she wouldn't go looking for answers. But if she asked the right question, things could get complicated. Kai. With one word, my resolve weakened, so I leaned against a tree as a crutch, hoping to pass it off as casual and unbothered. It's dangerous out here. Go back to your school, I said. The wind pushed the coconut scent of her hair to me, and I took a deep breath to keep from walking closer. Did that guy kill Carter? Nausea clamored at me, but I stiffened my expression and nodded. And you thanked him? She said, her voice breaking. That's right. So you understand why you need to leave. She stepped closer, her power swirling purple around her, her gaze lit with anger. I sighed. You're going to make yourself an easier target with that damn purple shit everywhere. What do they have on you, Kai? Did you know about Kwan? I gulped, feeling the stray wisps of Raina's magic thrash nearby. There's so much more to this than you know. Stay out of it. It doesn't make sense. I knew you. I was with you last year. There was no way you were planning some kind of rebellion. If everything they say is true, then you really fucking fooled me. Tears cut down her cheeks. I clenched my jaw tight to keep my eyes from watering, and turned my gaze away so I wouldn't have to see her cry. The purple light licked at me, the truth coming forward before she even asked. That night at the dance? Don't be stupid, Raina, I barked, desperation screaming at me to shut down her questions. I'm with the fallen. You're in way over your head. I had already pushed my luck with answering truthfully, so I turned to walk away when she slung her next words at me. Fight me. I laughed and turned back. What good would killing you do? It would prove that I was wrong about you. I'd tormented Raina on so many occasions, but things had changed. She was the only thing worth saving in the whole fucked up world. I didn't expect to have my bluff called. Maybe that she'd use her gift to purge the truth. But not this. I took a sharp breath in. Raina? From a safe distance, I scanned her face, hoping to memorize it perfectly this time, because this would be the last. She froze, the glow of her magic dimming, her lips tensed with fear, but her gaze softened. I knew exactly how she felt as I moved toward her, because I felt the same. Afraid. I couldn't do it. All I had in range were my daggers, and if I moved close enough to touch her, I wasn't certain I'd let go. You're not worth my time, I spat. I turned away. A sharp blade sliced into my side before vanishing in a flash of purple. Stunned, I pressed on the wound as warm liquid slid over my fingers, my vision already blurring white.
Chapter 19. Raina. Enough was enough. My gift surged out of me, some slipping from my grasp and spiraling out of range. That speech he gave at the dance was all part of some slick game, and somehow I'd warped it into something redeemable. All the years that I'd endured his hot and cold bullshit fueled me, and I felt my gift break through a new barrier of potential. It was volatile, yet intoxicating. So I held my hands at the ready, waiting for Kai to make the first move. His expression softened to a sad smile, and he stumbled back. A trick? I wasn't falling for that. I held my ground. Whatever shit you're trying to pull, it's not going to work. He dropped to one knee. A splash of red hit a patch of dirty snow. Every ounce of my gift vanished, like the flame of a candle blowing out, and without thinking, I sprinted to him. I ripped open his jacket, and blood seeped through his shirt. Shit. Oh my God, Kai, I'm so sorry. Sorry? You were the one that wanted to fight. I pressed my hands over the wound to stop the bleeding, but the cut was deep. Kai's face was pale and clammy as I pulled him into my lap. Despite my panic, he looked perfectly calm. I'm taking you to a hospital. Don't worry, we'll get you fixed up. He groaned. I can't go there. Kai's blood warmed my hands, tears springing to my eyes. Then tell me what to do. Please, tell me what to do. I reeled as he closed his eyes. Kai! I screamed. Stay with me. I'm with you, Raina. But his words slurred. I looked around for help, but we were alone. My old house wasn't far away. It was the whole reason I came to the park in the first place. I was walking in the park and working up the courage to check on the house when I spotted Kai, Carter, and his horrifying friend. My old house was only 2 blocks away, if that. Maybe there was still something gift-infused there to clot it, but that was a hard maybe. Fuck. I needed a plan B, just in case. I pulled out Kai's cell phone and sent 2 quick messages, one blank one to myself, and the other nothing but my former address to the only person I could think of who might help. Zane. Any of my people might kill Kai on the spot, and I at least got the impression that the two were friends. It was a gamble, but Kai's life was hanging in the balance, and it was all my fault. I stood and slung Kai's arm over my shoulder, and his hat toppled to the ground. "Please, Kai," I begged. "If you can help a little, I can get you out of here." I felt the slightest lift of his body weight as his gift took over, but he couldn't do much. His breaths were even, and I suspected he was saving his energy by not talking. I began to pull him toward my old house, hoping that there was something left there that could save him. How the fuck did I do this? Why did I ever think that I could intentionally kill him? "Kai, I swear to God, if you die, I'll never forgive you." He snorted. "If I die, I'll never forgive you." I exhaled a bit of relief. He was still joking. Maybe it looked worse than it was. "Your hair smells nice." Oh, fuck, he's dying. We made it to my now vacant neighborhood, and it seemed like the entire street had been shut down. Foreclosure and for sale signs out front of every property, and not a single light was on, despite the day giving way to early evening. The scrape of my shoes against the pavement and the heaving of my breath as I dragged Kai along were the only sounds to block out the thudding of my racing heart. Kai leaned his head on my shoulder. "Did you miss me?" My breaths grew labored, sweat beading on my forehead as we hobbled into my old driveway. "Yeah, of course. How was your vacation?" I said, hoping to keep him talking. "I joined a new club," Kai said. "You mean cult?" The house looked just the same as I remembered. Small, but welcoming, set a touch back from the road. There was a foreclosure sign on a patch of lawn out front that sent a pang of sadness through me. I knew my parents were dead, but something about being back at my childhood home made me feel like they were inside. The sign alone was enough to remind me just how vacant the house was. I wondered if it might have been better if someone had moved in. Perhaps we'd have better odds of finding something infused, but that would lead to questions which we couldn't answer. I pulled Kai up the driveway, my stomach tight with the memory of the last time I'd been here. "Are you okay?" Kai asked. I shook my head. "What? No, I just fucking murdered you." "No, I mean, how are things with Odin and stuff?" I moved the loose brick to the right of the door and pulled out my spare key. "Are you serious with this?" The moment I stepped inside, I bent down and put Kai on the floor. I sprinted to our medicine cabinets, past family photos and furniture laid out exactly as it had been, as if the day I left was frozen in time. I tore through the cabinets, gauze, ibuprofen, antibacterial wipes, but nothing gift-infused. Damn it. He was going to die. This wasn't going to cut it. I grabbed whatever I could carry and ran back to the doorway to grab Kai, but he wasn't there. "In here," he called. I followed his voice to the living room where he lay on the couch with his feet up. "Any clatters?" I shook my head and dumped the contents of my medicine cabinet on the coffee table. I pulled off his jacket and picked up the scissors. Starting at the bottom, I cut off his shirt. "This shirt belonged to the fallen." "Tell them to bill me," I said as I started to clean the wound. I wrapped my arms around him to reposition him enough to get to the wound and felt something cold brush my lip. I lifted my head and my heart came to an abrupt stop. There, lying against his chest, was my missing owl charm necklace. "Why do you have this?" I asked. "Kai?" I looked up, and his eyes had closed again. "Kai?" I felt for his pulse, but my hands were shaking too hard for me to feel one. I leaned in to feel if he was breathing, but he wasn't. The door slammed open, and I nearly leapt from my skin. He's dying, I screamed, tears rushing down my face as the blue-haired boy rushed towards me. There was an older man behind him. Save him, I yelled. The bearded man grabbed Kai, and in an instant, they were both gone. Zane spun to me. Who did this? I sobbed. I'm so sorry. It was an accident, I said through the tears. Is he going to be okay? You did this? He pushed his glasses up his nose and paced. This is so fucked, Raina. You don't even know. He's trying to protect you, and you fucking kill him? What? I breathed, practically tripping over every word he said. His phone buzzed, and he looked at it, then exhaled. We got him in time. He looked up at me. I won't have to kill you this time, but stay the fuck away from us. Go back to campus and don't leave. I mean it. If you care about him at all, let him go. He turned and headed back the way he came, my thoughts racing. Panicked, I called out, "Take me with you." He stopped in the doorway, head down and fingers to the bridge of his nose, just beneath where his glasses rested. But after a moment, he shook his head. He'd never forgive me, he said, then slammed the door behind him, leaving me alone. I looked around the ghost of my childhood home, my limbs still shaking and drenched in Kai's blood.
Kaito. I awoke in a panic, my mind locked onto the memory of Carter's face as it crumbled away. It was a horrible nightmare, that's all. I sat up, tension easing as I looked around my apartment, but a sharp twinge in my side froze me with a torrent of fear. It was all real. Carter was gone. I pulled my blankets off to inspect my wound, but approaching footsteps drew my attention. Zane walked to my bedside, his face pale and his eyes rimmed with discoloration. The window next to my bed was open, but no light poured in. I eyed him, stating, "You look like shit." "So do you," he said, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. "You almost died." "How did you know where I was?" His brow furrowed. "You texted me the address." "Raina," I breathed. He leaned forward, his blue eyes dulled behind his glasses. "What do you mean? No, never mind. Just tell me what happened." "Carter." I swallowed a lump in my throat. I could feel my heart start racing again. "Carter did this to you?" he asked. I shook my head. "I was at the park with DT. A knock sounded, and we both turned to see DT hurry in. I shot Zane a warning not to say anything. DT sat on the opposite side of the bed and flipped his white hair out of his eyes before he turned to Zane. Can I have a minute with him?" Zane's jaw clenched, but he stood and left without a word. "Kai," DT said. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there." His crystal eyes began to tear. I wasn't sure how long I was out, or how much Zane had reported. The last thing I needed was for DT to do me another favor and go after Raina. Her ability didn't require touch, and it was obviously much harder to control. She might have wanted to fight me, but I doubt it would have come to something like this. Even if it did, didn't I deserve it? "What did Zane tell you?" "He said you were attacked on your way back, but managed to send him your location. We ported you back here and used our stock of infused clotters, but we were minutes away from losing you." He reached a sympathetic hand to grab my arm. I shuddered, my mind instantly returning to Carter. I pulled my arm away. "DT, really, it's okay." His eyes widened. You mean Cal? I paused. His gaze shifted between my eyes like I was a book he was reading. You're angry that I wasn't there. I'm so sorry. No, it's not that. We're fine. Honest, I'm just tired. And a little disoriented from the shock, I guess. I meant Cal. I promise you I will find whoever did this to you and I will kill them. He was practically snarling, his white canines gleaming like a rabid dog. No. I want to do it. Put me out in the field. He sat back, his shoulders relaxing. I'm glad to see this incident hasn't scared you off. Who am I to deny a man his revenge? He looked out my window. I'm sending Ensley in to administer your next treatment, so you can put in your food order with her. Thanks, Cal. He flashed me a smile and stood. Get some rest. We need you in good shape if you're going out in the field. Can't have our leader looking... His gaze trailed up my body to my face. Battered. After he left, my thoughts moved to Reyna. My injury had made me drop my guard. I didn't fully remember what I said to her, but I doubt it was anything cruel enough to keep her away. She was going to come for me, and if I didn't go out there to fight the fallen, I wouldn't be able to protect her when their paths crossed. The door opened again, and I expected to see Ensley, but Zane came instead. What did he want to talk about? He asked, once again taking a seat at the end of my bed. Zane. I saw it. The death touch. The way he grimaced told me he'd seen it before too. He killed Carter. He stood as his mouth dropped open. Why? I looked down at my hands. I think it's my fault. I told DT I didn't like Carter. It all happened so fast. I tried to stop him, but... The door swung open, and Ensley pushed a cart with rattling bottles and a squeaky wheel across my apartment. Zane's posture stiffened, and his already pale face turned pure white. Welcome back, Ensley said. Got anything for pain on there? I asked. As her fingers danced over the bottles, I nodded to get Zane's attention, but his gaze was glued to the energetic girl. She squealed with delight as she lifted a bottle and headed toward me. Her gaze moved to Zane, who was so frozen he could pass as a wax figure. What's wrong with him? She asked. He laughed and opened his mouth to defend himself, but got tongue-tied. Did you know that Zane saved my life? If he hadn't shown up, I'd be a goner. She cut her eyes at him suspiciously for a half-second, then moved to the bedside, bottle in hand. Do you want me to do it, or... Zane cleared his throat, and we both turned to look at him. I got it, I said. I pulled off my bandages to find that the wound wasn't as deep as it felt, but that might have been the work of the infused treatments they'd already used on it. I opened the bottle, and a sour wisp of light wafted out. I winced, anticipating from the smell that it was going to sting. Ensley handed me a cloth, and I poured a bit of the smoky liquid onto it before dabbing it on the cut. I gagged at the sour smell, but instead of pain, it soothed the ache within seconds. Ensley grinned. That's only going to last a couple hours. Should I get you some dinner? How long was I out? She shrugged. Just a few hours. It's 11. I nodded, taking a peek out my window. What are you in the mood for? I looked up at Zane, unsure whether I should give him another shot to redeem himself with Ensley, or just let him take the loss. I went with the former. Why don't you go to the cafeteria with Zane and see what they have left over from today? He knows what I like. She pressed her lips together and turned to him. Does that work for you? Yeah, food is... yeah. She sighed, grabbing him by the arm. Let's go. My phone buzzed on my end table as the two left my apartment. No doubt Zane thanking me for the assist. The Fallen had provided me with a phone already programmed with a few of their numbers, including the two Geminis, Zane, Carter, and DT. But Zane was the only one who had ventured to message me. I picked it up, only to find a message from an unknown number. Unknown. Kai, are you okay?
Chapter 21. Raina. I hardly noticed the other passengers as I took my seat on the bus. My focus was on my hands and arms as I willed them not to glow. Even though I'd scrubbed them until my skin was sore, I couldn't wash away the memory of Kai's blood smeared across them. How could I let this happen? Kai was out there fighting for his life. No matter what he did, he didn't deserve to die. Who the hell did I think I was? The hand of justice coming to strike Kai down? Is this what it meant to be Fae? All those years I wished for my gift to emerge. Now it was growing more powerful, and I was no longer sure I could control it. At least when I was a serf, my hands were clean. What was wrong with me? One by one, I was destroying every relationship. I wanted to call Bree, but I couldn't put this on her, not after she'd been through so much already. There wasn't a single person I could turn to anymore. Kai was dying somewhere. Odin and his nobles hated me, and I'd refused Yumojiru's adoption. Why again? Because I didn't want to replace my parents? That made no sense now. I was made up of their combined DNA. They couldn't be replaced. Maybe more than anything, the adoption caught me off guard. Yumojiru had been my real guardian for months. These days, I talked to her more about personal stuff than training. Why, then, did it freak me out so much? It was just the paperwork at this point, wasn't it? I had my apology all worked out in my head as I knocked on her door, hoping that my blood-stained clothing wouldn't make her change her mind about adopting me. I needed her. I'd done something terrible, and I was afraid of using my ability. The door swung open, and my heart leapt to my throat as Odin gaped at me. "She's here," he called back over his shoulder. He yanked me into the room that was packed with people. A few of them were Fae I vaguely recognized, but most were police officers. I could tell by the turquoise uniforms with their gleaming badges, the same as my parents had worn. Yumojiru pushed through, her magenta hair tied into her ponytail. "Oh, thank God," she said, pulling me into her chest. "What's going on?" I asked. "Are you hurt?" she asked, looking at my shirt, then pulling my face into her hands. "Where did this blood come from?" "It's not mine, it's—" Her eyes bulged a warning for me to stop talking. "Officers, thank you for coming. She's safe." An older gentleman with a salt and pepper mustache walked over. "We need to debrief her. She's obviously had a run-in with the Fallen." He turned to another woman. "Contact her guardian and have her come downtown to the station." Yumojiru stepped forward. "Tomorrow. Can't you see she's injured?" "Oh, well, yes, of course," he said, looking slightly abashed. And with a nod, the officers followed him out. The Fae gave sympathetic looks to Yumojiru as they left. Odin moved toward the door behind them, but instead of leaving, he shut the door and rushed back over to me. "Whose blood is it, Ray?" I gulped, my gaze moving past him to Yumojiru. "Kai's." Odin's face paled, but he pulled me into his chest while my arms remained limp at my sides. "Is he dead?" "I don't know." My lip began to tremble as my new reality settled in. Odin, Yamojaru said, I'll take it from here. Why don't you get some rest and come back in the morning? Odin leaned in and whispered, I'll text you. The door closed behind him, and I turned to Yamojaru, ready to accept whatever punishment she would hand down to me. She rushed to me and pulled me in for a hug. I'm so mad at you, she said. I smiled at the contradiction, but I hugged her back. The Fallen is out there killing Fae. You can't go out there alone. If you had... I pulled away, and she covered her mouth with her hand before turning her back to me. Shit. She was crying. If I hadn't seen it, I would have heard it in her next words. If anything happened to you, especially after how we left things, I would never forgive myself. I'm sorry. I went to my old house to, I don't know, feel close to my parents. And then Kai. It was as if the floodgates had opened. The purple glow filled the room, and I began to panic as the memory of Kai's wound raced forward. My hands shook. Back away! I don't want to hurt you! Yamoja's gaze softened as she gripped my hand, and I felt her gift snake through me, snuffing mine out. I closed my eyes. My heart beat double time. Breathe, she said. You're safe. It's okay. I took a steadying breath. Yamoja's voice was gentle and familiar, like I could hear my mother whispering to me through her. She looked me in the eyes. You're a mess, she said. I nodded, biting back a laugh of surrender. Do you still want to adopt me? She smiled, her head tilting to the left. You're always welcome here, Raina. She lifted her hands off me and waited for a moment to see if they'd start glowing again. I can show you how to control your gift. For now, I just need you to stay calm. How about you shower, then you can tell me what happened? A few minutes later, I stood motionless under the hot water, letting it beat down on me, watching the red swirls of blood from where it had soaked through my clothes circle the drain. My thoughts were empty. The whole terrible day washing with the blood down the drain at my feet. I must have stayed in there for more than an hour. Yet, when I emerged, in the oversized t-shirt and sweatpants Yamojaru had given me, she sat patiently on the couch, with a cup of tea. I took a seat beside her. Is he dead? I shook my head. I don't know. I recounted the events, and she listened without any sign of emotion. Occasionally, she asked a question. I saw her objectivity slip when I got to the part about Carter and how he'd been killed. She seemed most curious about the mysterious white-haired boy who'd turned him to dust with a touch. It felt good to let it out. I shared every detail with her except one. The text to Zane wasn't the only one I sent. The first sat unopened on my phone.
"22. Kaito." I stared down at the screen. Raina. Of course. She'd messaged herself with my phone. Me. The number you have reached has been disconnected because the customer was savagely murdered. Unknown. Thank God you're okay, Kai. That was the scariest moment of my life. I snorted and saved the contact as R, just to be safe. Me. The scariest moment of your life? R. I'm sorry. I stared at the letter R, trying to picture her face. R. Are you mad? I laughed. She's so cute. Me. Yes. R. What can I do? My smile faded. What was I even doing? It was a mistake to message her back. Me. Stay on campus. R. So what Zane said is true then. You're trying to keep me safe. Me. I mean it, Raina. Stay on campus. Forget about me. R. I can't forget about you. Believe me, I've tried. My breath hitched my chest with heavy sadness as I rolled over and stared at the message. When the light on my cell phone blinked out, and there was nothing in the dark of night but my thoughts, I felt the tears come. If Zane and Ensley returned with my food, they didn't wake me. It was morning when I opened my eyes again, the light of a new day streaming mercilessly through my window. My stomach ached with hunger, but I dragged myself to the shower before I set out for food. When I unwrapped my wound, I was surprised to see its progress. The fallen must have had more expensive healing serums than my parents kept. I washed quickly, then wrapped my wound up again. I already knew I was going to DT's apartment first thing. I knew if I changed my routine, he'd get suspicious. And after messaging with Raina last night, it was more important than ever for me to get out in the field. My phone buzzed, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Was it Raina? I picked it up only to find a message from Zane. Zane. Bro, I had the most amazing night. Ensley and I kissed. I'll come by later to fill you in. I smiled down at my phone. I definitely didn't think he had it in him. Good for him, though. Me. WTF? I can't wait to hear this one. I pulled on a sweatshirt and jeans before leaving, my mouth already watering with thoughts of the baked goods that DT always had set out on his kitchen island. I hesitated before knocking, reliving Carter's ashy death. Yes? DT called from behind the door. Feed me, I groaned. The door swung open, and DT stood in the doorway, wearing nothing but a tightly wrapped towel and a smile. Oh, sorry, I didn't. He turned and looked over his shoulder. Get out! He barked. Ensley's pixie cut was all messed up. She squeezed past DT, most of her clothes scrunched in a ball against her chest, and scrambled past me. Sorry, I can come back later. You seem busy. DT's face brightened. Nonsense. We were finished. Come in. I tentatively followed. I didn't dare turn to look if Ensley left, too afraid I'd see her bare ass. I followed DT into his kitchen, where he slid a plate of baked goods over to me. Any of these coconut? The round ones. I took a bite, the buttery pastry tickling my taste buds. So, you and Ensley. I gotta say, I'm a little surprised. Why? I shrugged. I don't know, you're both really different. He nodded. It's just sex. We're not like a couple or anything. Got it, I said, but my phone buzzed again, and my thoughts moved immediately to Zane. What am I supposed to tell him? Of all the women he had to go for, he chose DT's? Shit.
Chapter 23. Raina. I must have checked my phone 1,000 times in the course of the morning, but Kai didn't message me again. The sun was barely up, but I slept as much as my anxiety would allow. I walked around Yamojaru's guest room. The white canopy bed was lovelier than any bed I'd ever seen, and the vanity was fit for royalty. But like the rest of the house, it didn't feel like home. With her connections, she'd likely have the adoption paperwork ready to sign when she woke up. A few clicks, and it would be done. I wondered what my parents would say about it. I was sure they wouldn't protest, but guilt still bubbled at the pit of my stomach. I headed into the living room, only to find Odin already seated on the couch, his hands pressed together. His body was tense, his dark hair covering his distinctive green eyes. He smiled when he saw me. "You look better," he said. I crossed my arms, suddenly aware that I was still wearing an oversized t-shirt with no bra. He patted the seat beside him, and I sat, the warmth of his leg pushing through my sweatpants. "I'm sorry, Raina," he said. "I'm so sorry. I was wrong about you. Miranda got in my head, and I'm upset about Kwan. He cradled my face and rubbed my cheek with his thumb. "I will never doubt you again." For the first time since the dance, I saw a spark in him, the same one that drew me to him to begin with. It reminded me of when we were happy, before the attack, when everything seemed simpler. I rested my head on his shoulder, and he rubbed my back. The morning sun drifted through the windows, and all was still except the steady beat of Odin's heart and the comforting circles he drew on my back. My phone buzzed and my heart jumped to my throat. If Odin knew I'd messaged Kai, or that I even had his number, he would lose it. He looked into my eyes, reading my agitation. Why am I like this? Why was I thinking about Kai and my phone when Odin was here, apologizing? If I really liked him a few weeks ago, I could feel that way about him again, right? I leaned in to kiss him, but the moment our lips touched, he pulled away. "Oh, you didn't mean..." I shook my head. "I thought..." His contorted expression made him look like he was in pain. "It's not that. I want to be with you so much." I tried to look into his yellow-green eyes, but he kept his gaze on the floor. "Odin, what is it?" "I had sex with Miranda." I stood. The wind knocked from my lungs. "What? We've been broken up for like 12 hours. I know. I was angry at you, and Miranda, well, she was there, comforting me." "Oh, I bet." My skin seared with heat, but I remembered Yamojiru's warning. I needed to stay calm, or else I might lose control. I certainly didn't want her to wake up to a bloody mess and a corpse. In the last 24 hours alone, I'd put her through so much. I couldn't add a murder to my rap sheet, even if I did kind of feel like it. I turned to walk back to my room, but Odin grabbed my arms. He said, "It meant nothing. I'm in love with you." I ground my teeth and said, "You don't get to say that to me." I felt my emotions swirl, and my hands began to glow. "Please, Raina." "Back away. Now." Suddenly, my vision was obstructed with a memory of Kai as he bled out. No, not again. My gift snuffed out. Taking it as a sign that I was calming down, Odin stepped closer. "Stop! I just can't," I said before bolting back into Yamojiru's guest room, locking the door behind me. I lay back in bed. Maybe I just won't do it today. I'll just stay here and try again tomorrow. What an asshole. Dating was a ridiculous thought. This wasn't just a regular school year, it was a war, and people were dying left and right. Still, my tears slipped from my eyes and rolled down to my pillow. I reached for my owl charm, only to remember that someone else wore it now. Perhaps I was just confused because I wasn't experienced with sex. But why did every guy suddenly love me after sleeping with Miranda? Ugh. I waited until I heard Yamoja's voice in the living room before I dared leave the protection of my room. It might have been a guest room and felt like a hotel, but it rescued me from Odin and gave me some comfort after Kai. I thought I might someday see that room as mine after all. "Good morning," Yamoja said. "You look like you've been crying." My eyes bulged, my cheeks burning. She started taking her hair out of her braid. "Not feeling any better?" "I'm fine," I said, trying to keep my gaze from drifting to Odin. "So, how do you want to play this? We can go to Vivian and I can pressure her to— No, I want you to adopt me." She lowered her voice. "Are you sure? You don't have to decide this now." "I'm sure." I swallowed. "If you'll have me." She smiled and hurried out of the room, no doubt to get her tablet. Odin shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Congratulations, Irina," he mumbled. "Thanks." She rushed back in with a tablet, as I'd expected, and held it out for me. "You just sign here." I froze. "Can I keep my last name the same?" "Of course," she said. "I'm not trying to replace your parents. I'd just like to look out for you." I nodded and signed, but the sad look in her eyes said that she could tell part of me was apprehensive. She motioned for me to hit send, and I did. Either way, there was no going back now.
"24. Kaito." Ensley unscrewed a second bottle from her cart. "This one's for the scar." I thought of Reina, her worried expression as she tried to stop the bleeding. "Actually, I think I'll keep it." "Why?" "I don't know. I think it looks kinda cool." She sighed. "Men." I raised my eyebrows. "How interesting that you used the plural there." Her gaze shot to me, a flush of pink across her cheeks. "What are you doing with Zane?" I don't owe you an explanation." "I think you do. He's a good friend of mine. And what do you think is going to happen to him when DT finds out?" The door swung open. "I have lunch," Zane said, raising a lumpy plastic bag. "Actually," Ensley said, "I have to go." Zane stopped. "Is everything okay?" "Yep," she said, but her usual pep was absent. After she was gone, Zane shrugged and turned to me. "You ready for the story?" "Zane, I have to tell you something." "Me first," he said. "This story is so good." I took a sharp breath in. "I saw Ensley leave DT's room this morning." The way his smile dinned was a punch to my gut. "Well, she could have just been—" "No, she was half naked." His mouth moved, but he said nothing and moved over to have a seat on my couch. "I'm just, worried, because DT might—" "I know," he said. "Thanks for telling me." He looked up at me. "So are we going to eat or what?" I took a seat beside him, wanting to do more to ease his pain than pretend like nothing had happened. "I have a bottle of gift-infused whiskey in the kitchen." "It's like noon," I smirked. "Where the fuck do you have to be today?" An hour later, we were practically screaming the lyrics to the opening of our favorite childhood cartoons. Zane choked. "Drink! You totally fucked it up!" "No!" I slurred. "That's how the song goes." But the shot was already on its way to my lips. It burned going down, but not as much as the first few. It was hot in my chest and heavy on my stomach before the infusion kicked in, and finally, my worries were systematically stripped away. "Why do you keep checking on your phone?" Zane asked. "I'm not." He glared, his blue eyes resembling DT's as he did so. "Please, don't tell me you gave Raina your new number." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" He laughed, practically spraying me with liquor. Yes, I do." "Can I ask you something? How'd you go from tanking with Ensley to kissing her? I just can't see how you turned that shit around." He leaned back, propping his feet up on the coffee table. "Kaito Nakamura, finally coming to me for dating advice." One of my throwing daggers floated between us before moving into the kitchen. I grinned as I poured him another shot. He downed it and held it out again for me to refill. "Just be like, what's your gift? Hotness? The ability to give me an erection?" I buried my face in my hands as Zane laughed himself onto the floor. "So that's what you said to Ensley? Because I'm pretty sure she'd slap you for saying that." He stared at the ceiling. "No, man, we were talking, and there was this awkward silence, and she was looking at me for a minute, waiting for me to say something." "Yeah, sounds like you." "Then I said, 'I like you too.'" Whiskey practically shot out of my nose. I know, he said. And she looked like almost offended for a second. Then she smiled and kissed me. That's the most fucked up story I've ever heard. I know, right? So, what's the deal with you and Raina? I wrung my hands. There's no deal. I'm here now. She's there. You ever going to tell her how you feel? I glared at him. Actually, I did tell her. But then you, Carter, and Ensley started killing everyone. My bad. I tossed a pillow at him, and he jackhammered up. Bro, make me fly. No way, you're gonna throw up all over my apartment. I picked up my phone, turning it over in my hands. It was a bad idea, but who cares? One text couldn't hurt. Me. I miss you. Do you miss me too? I poured myself a shot and pretended not to be waiting for my pocket to buzz. When it didn't, I poured myself a second one. Share, Zane said, holding his shot glass out for me, upside down. I flipped it over with my gift. Just as I poured it, my pocket vibrated. R. Maybe if you tell me where you are, I'll come get you. Me. You mean you'll come for me? I threw my phone onto my couch and leaped away from it, hovering over the coffee table. Zane shot up. What happened? Risky text, risky text. Zane reached for my phone. You are texting Raina. Holy shit, dude. This is way worse than She's typing! I yanked Zane and the phone over to me, and we hovered over the coffee table, waiting for the screen to light. Neither of us dared to breathe. R. It's a little early for whiskey, isn't it? Zane turned to me. Aw, she knows you. R. Maybe you should send me a picture of how your cut is healing. Zane shook my shoulders. She wants to sex, dude. Get out.
Chapter 25. Raina. I had never been so glad I'd opted for a nap when we got home from the police station, because as I stared down at my phone, The image of Kai's bare chest and abs was enough to set my skin on fire. He actually sent it. This was wrong. I knew that. But that only made him sexier. Besides, trying to get over him never did me any good. Now that I'd been adopted, my internship was approved. I was going to find him or die trying. And that was the thing, wasn't it? Miranda was right. I was always going to pick him. He made me feel alive. I flew toward the flame without regard for what came next, and I didn't need a seer to tell me how this ended. The hot, dizzy feeling in my head moved to tickle every nerve in my body as I ran my fingers across the screen, wishing I could kiss the cut that ran just above his hip. Kai, I should probably check you for injuries, just to be safe. I pulled myself out of bed and rushed over to my vanity, having a seat in front of it. I slipped my shirt off and unhooked my bra. I knew the second my bra fell to the floor that I couldn't do this. I didn't even want to look at myself naked in the mirror. I put my face into my hands, then turned away. I sighed, exhaling the anxiety of what I had almost done. I reached for my shirt and covered my chest with it, turning to look for my bra. I caught a glimpse of myself in the vanity, peeking over my shoulder, my shirt pressed against my chest. Even though my back and shoulders were showing, I didn't look sexy. I wasn't sure that I even knew how, but I looked like me. I lifted my phone and took the picture, staring at it for a long time before I got the nerve to hit send. Mercifully, his reply came just a few seconds later. Kai. Raina, you're so beautiful it hurts. Kai. Fuck it, they can execute me. I'm coming over. Send your location. Kai. Better yet, join the fallen. I smiled at my phone. Me. Doubt my new guardian would approve of that. Kai. You got adopted? Me. I'm sure by tomorrow it'll be all over the news. Incoming call from Kai. Panic tore through my body, and I triple-checked that my bedroom door was locked before leaping onto my bed and answering the call. Hello? Ray, Kai whispered. You were adopted? Mm-hmm, I answered simply, hoping I could mask the shake in my voice. By who? Yamojaru, I said. Wow, that's huge, Ray. Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? He asked, but I could barely hear him. You sound far away. Oh, sorry. I was looking at your picture. His low voice sent a chill down the side of my jaw and neck. It was like I could practically feel his lips on my neck. Is that better? Mm-hmm, I said in a stupor that felt like I was emotionally drunk. I, like that sound. I smiled. He took a sharp breath in. Oh no, your name is going to be Raina Rue. He laughed. That's so cute. I opted not to change my name. You really think the media is going to pass up the opportunity to call you Raina Rue because of a little paperwork? Fuck. I hope you're not thinking of going with Yamojaru on her missions now. I have to. Why? She's one of the Fallen's biggest targets. You're going to get killed. I have to save you. Then I'll have to fucking go with the Fallen to try and save you. You're not going to try and kill me like last time? I haven't decided. He sighed. Damn it, Raina. You're really not going to be happy unless we Romeo and Juliet this shit, are you? I laughed, rolling onto my stomach. Do you mean fall in love or die tragically? Both. Butterflies tore apart my insides, my muscles tightening from the sensation. I'm game if you are. Raina, he breathed. I'm so game.
"26. Kaito." By the time the evening news came on, the term Raina Rue was spiraling through the media. Raina's picture was everywhere, but none compared to the one I had saved to my phone. I couldn't stop looking at it. I knew it would be safer to just delete it, along with the rest of our messages, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. We were practically dead anyway, both stuck on different sides of a war. It wasn't like I could go to DT and say, "I changed my mind, I'm going back home to be with my girl." Knowing him, he'd probably kill her, then ask if I was grateful not to have to worry about her anymore. I shuddered. I didn't know how Raina did this. Kept believing in me after all the mistakes I'd made. I promised myself, in the next life, I wouldn't fuck it up. I'd be the kind of guy she could depend on. In this life, however, we were so fucked. A knock sounded at my door, and before I could answer, Zane burst in. "Have you seen the news?" he said, wide-eyed. Then he turned to the TV with the news blaring. He rushed over and took a seat beside me. "I can't believe this. She's the daughter of the most powerful Fae, and you're the face of the Fallen. You two are so fucked." "Thank you for that evaluation. By the way, how did the thing go?" I turned away and he leaped onto my back. "Why are you blushing like a little bitch?" He berated me with punches. "I'm not," I said, trying to shake him off. I shoved him back onto the couch. "Wipe that stupid smile off your face then." He sighed, leaning back into the couch. "See, that's what I wanted with Hensley." I nodded, taking a seat beside him. "I might still be buzzed from earlier, but if she's worth the risk, go for it, man." "Who even are you today? Let me see what she sent you." "No way," I said, floating my phone across the room. There was a knock at the door. I nodded to Zane, who was closer, and he hopped up to answer it. "Ensley?" he said. I sat up as she pushed past him. "We're going into the city tomorrow night. We're going to take down a Fae to bring media attention back to the Fallen. Apparently some girl got adopted by Yamoja Rue. DT wanted to know if you're ready to head out there." "Yeah, I'm ready." Zane chimed in. "I'm ready too." She bounced onto her toes. "Yes! Okay, we'll train in the morning and then head out at dusk. DT wants to take Roland with us." "Roland?" "You know, Redbeard, Gemgate guy." I nodded. "Ah. So we can port back if we get into trouble." She eyed my coffee table that had the half-empty bottle of infused whiskey. "And maybe you two shouldn't drink any more tonight," Zane said. "Unless you'd like to join us for a drink." "Really?" she said, her face brightening. Then it faded as she looked over at me. "Oh, I better not." Zane jabbed a hard elbow into my side. "You totally should," I said through gritted teeth. Ensley only stayed for one drink, but I enjoyed listening to her and Zane banter. He really did step up his game, and she seemed to find him as funny as I did. If life were fair at all, then Raina would be seated beside me, drinking with us. I missed her. All those precious years I wasted giving her a hard time. No, who am I kidding? All those years humiliating her were gone now, and all that was left was a world that wanted us to be apart. She was going to try to save me no matter what I did or said. That task was impossible. But I had seen her do impossible things before. It might have been selfish of me to want to see her again, and stupid of her to risk her life to find me. But no matter how much I fought the desire to be with her, I always failed. For once, I didn't mind being a failure. I had myself counting the minutes before I had my apartment to myself again so I could look at her picture. I'd need the comforting image of her dark eyes and her curls spilled across her bare shoulders if I had any hopes of falling asleep tonight. Tomorrow promised one of two horrors that were sure to keep me up. Either I didn't have a run-in with Raina and would have murdered my first fae, or worse, I'd find her and roll the dice that both of us could make it out alive.
Chapter 27. Raina. I walked sleepily into the living room, relieved that Odin wasn't waiting there like yesterday. Yamojiru had put out a fresh vase of flowers on the end table, and I moved immediately to smell them. It was a gorgeous mix of yellows and magentas that rivaled the beauty of Yamoja's hair. They looked happy in the morning light, and as I leaned in to smell them, I noticed a slip of paper. "I'm so sorry, Raina. Please forgive me. Love, Odin." I cringed. I obviously owed him a conversation. How could my anger be justified when I'd practically done the same thing with Kai? Well, not exactly. I couldn't say what he did was worse when I had no intention of stopping. There was no stopping anymore. I wondered if I'd be able to make amends with Odin long enough to work beside him in the field. Even if I could, I'm sure it would all go to shit if we actually found Kai. I needed a plan. I sat down and flipped on the TV, only to have a heart attack after one look at the headline. Yamojiru adopts GFA student who critically wounded the fallen leader Kaito Nakamaru. A second headline flashed across, "Meet Raina Rue." Panicked, I looked for my phone. What would Kai say about this? I ran back to my room and tore my bed apart, only to hear my phone hit the ground. I snatched it from under my bed. 5 messages, 1 from Bree, 3 from Odin, and 1 from Kai. I opened Kai's first. Kai. "Good morning, beautiful. Looks like I was right about the nickname. Don't worry, it's cute." I exhaled my relief. I suppose the media had said worse things about the guy. I scrolled. Bree. "Are you fucking serious? I saw the news. You got adopted? I can't believe you haven't texted me about any of this. You literally murder a guy, and I have to hack the police database to read the report. I'm coming over there, and when I get there, I'm going to beat your bitch ass." Odin. "I left a surprise for you." Odin. "Are you awake yet?" Odin. "Message me when you wake up." A clamor sounded from Yamoja's kitchen, and I shuffled over to investigate. The moment I walked into the kitchen, I was hit with the sweet and buttery aroma of every breakfast food I'd ever loved. Yamoja had a full spread laid out on the table, and she was scooping some eggs into a serving bowl when she noticed me. "This looks so delicious." "Happy adoption," she said with a tentative smile. "Thank you. This is amazing." She gestured to the table and chairs in the corner of the room. "Have a seat." I sat, and my mouth immediately began to water. "Dig in," she said, taking a seat in front of me. She didn't have to tell me twice. I shoveled food into my mouth and loaded it onto my plate at the same time, as I had one delicious mouthful after the other. I hadn't had a home-cooked meal since my parents died, and I'd forgotten just how good one could be. Yamoja smiled as she ate. "Here I was worried you might be a picky eater." I tried to reply, but my mouth was too full of a bite perfectly balanced with biscuit, eggs, and grits. When I finally swallowed, I said, "This is the best food I've ever eaten." Good. So, how long do you think it'll take me to be able to control my gift? She took a bite. It's not as complicated as you might think. At least, not as hard as some of the other aspects of using our kind of gift. I nodded as I refilled my plate for the 4th time. As you probably realized, our gifts are tied to our emotions. Because of that, in times of extreme pressure, it's easy to lose control. But there's another, more reliable way to use your ability, and that's through your will. Your will is steady and constant. You might be feeling angry or scared when you get out there, but if you put your will at the center, your desire to do the right thing, you'll be able to keep control. Does that make sense? Kind of. I mean, I think I might have done it once when Odin said well, never mind. Have you ever lost control? Her gaze rose as if locked in memory before she said, "Oh, yes, many times when I was younger. I've even had to resort to emotion on occasion to do my job, but I wouldn't recommend it. As you well know, that's how mistakes are made." There was a loud slam at the front door. Yamoja looked at me with widened eyes, her eyebrows raised in mock fear. I slumped. That's probably for me. I, haven't been keeping up with Bree. Well, I was on my way out anyway. I'll let her in. Good luck. Yamoja, I said, halting her. You know, I used to cook with my mom. Maybe you and I could cook together sometime? She smiled to herself. I'd like that, she said, and left the kitchen. I heard the front door open and close, and half a minute later, a deranged version of the Angel of Death stormed into the kitchen, purple pigtails and all. "Why the hell didn't you call me?" she said, plopping into Yamoja's seat and grabbing a piece of bacon. "I'm sorry. Things got out of hand and I didn't know what to say." Her face relaxed. "Congratulations on getting adopted." "Oh, but I still hate you." I'd never seen Bree so chatty. She had missed a whole lot in a short time, but a few months ago, she was nowhere near as open with me as she was now. "So, you actually murdered Kai? What's wrong with you? How does that make you any better than him?" "It was an accident. I lost control over my gift, and..." I wasn't sure if I should tell her, but I'd already hidden too much. "He's not dead." She stared at me blankly for 3 seconds and said, "Spill, bitch." I took a half an hour of disclaimers before I even got to the meat of the story. I triple-checked the lock on my door as I made my way through the last part of it, the part I felt most embarrassed to tell. She gasped. You've been sexting?" "You don't understand, Bree. I can't help it. I cannot resist him." She looked stunned. "I'm not judging you. We've all dated our share of murderers, putting a pin in that. But has he at least explained himself? The dance? That thing with Carter?" I sighed and chewed on my bottom lip. "I'm afraid to ask." "Don't be a wuss. You have to ask. I'm serious, Raina. Ask him now." "But what if he really did those things?" She shrugged. "Then you'll have all the information and you decide for yourself. But FYI, if you still like him after that, I'll murder him. And you, for that matter." "Okay," I said. "Here goes. Me. Kai, there are a couple of things I need to ask you." I glanced at Bree, but the reply came back right away. Kai. "Fine. I'll answer 2 of yours if you answer 2 of mine." Me. "Can I ask where you are?" Kai. "No, that's 1 of yours. Are you still dating Odin?" I bit back a smile, but Bree scolded me with her eyes. Me. "No." Kai. "Did you guys ever..." Me. No, but seriously, Kai, that's what you're worried about? Kai, winky face. Bree nudged me. I'm shaking. Why is this so hard? Because you don't want to know the answer, she said, snatching my phone away from me. She typed a message and handed the phone back to me. Me. Did you know about the attack on the school? Kai. I saw this one coming. There was a delay before he started typing. Kai. No, I was just as in the dark as you were. When Quan got hit, I started looking for a way to get you out of there. That's when I saw Carter. He'd been using his gift to alter my mood all semester, but the joy in his face as he played, even as those monsters attacked, gave him away. I attacked him, but Zane stopped me and told me this was only the beginning. You were already unconscious. If things got worse, you weren't going to walk out of there. So I asked to meet whoever was in charge. He's terrifying, Ray. The guy probably would have killed me on the spot, but Zane was able to convince him that I'd be useful. He used my school ranking as leverage. I negotiated to have him delay the attack. As long as he wants me to do his bidding, you're safe at GFA. That's why I need you to stay there. Or else this is all for nothing. I looked over at Bree, and her gaze was still jotting back and forth over the screen. Then she stopped and looked up at me. Her eyes drooped with sadness. Kai. Ray, you still with me? Respond, Bree urged. Me. Yes, I'm here. Ask him about Carter. Me. What happened with Carter? Kai. That guy I was with? That was him, Ray. DT. And what you saw was his death touch. I swallowed a lump in my throat. Kai. I couldn't stop him. Carter fucked up, but he was trying to be better. You're not gonna like me saying this, but the Fallen help a lot of people. They feed hundreds of hungry people every day. I've seen it. Me. What if we evacuate the school? You can come home. Kai. There is no coming home from this, Ray. The Fae will execute me on sight, especially since I'm going into the field today. I might have to kill a Fae. Me. Just come home. We'll figure this out. Kai. Who would believe me besides you? Me. Hi, Bree here. I believe you too, but we need proof. Do what they say until me and Raina can figure out how to get you out of there. Kai. Bree, don't let her leave the campus. I don't know what's going to happen if our paths cross. I might not be able to protect her. Me. I heard she kicked your ass, so maybe you should go hide on campus. Kai. Touché.
"28. Kaito." I hopped from the car and followed Ensley into the factory, smoke pouring from a vent at the top. "Before we start," I said, "I wanted to apologize to you about, I scratched the back of my neck. I didn't know your situation and, we all have our shit." She looked up at me with her light brown doe eyes. "Thanks for saying that." She shrugged, her dimmed gaze teeming with sincerity. "I don't know what I'm doing." I simpered. "Join the club." She forced a smile and spun quickly, not wanting to dwell on our shared failures, and led me into the belly of the factory. The industrial building roared with life as I walked past dumpsters packed with shards of black glass. I slowed my pace while I picked up a handful from a pile that spilled over. It was enough to bring the memory of the glass demons back with a vengeance, and I shuddered to think how many Ensley, or whoever she'd previously been working with, could bring to life with the amount of glass they had gathered. The resting army could have wiped out the entire school. But they were not sentient as they seemed. They were only piles of discarded material. It was strange to think that in the hands of someone gifted, even garbage could be dangerous. Ensley was only a comm. Her gift would be considered a party trick to anyone who mattered. Yet, she'd found a way to use her ability to slay the Fae. I wondered if that was the connection to GFA that I never understood. Why attack a school at all? Was it because the administration of Gifted Fae Academy ruthlessly decided whose gifts were worthy and whose weren't? I'd certainly been on the wrong end of that a few times. It was the institution that led all the others. The Fallen had found a strategy. Wound the gatekeepers. If they'd been able to finish their attack on the school, they might even deter enough students from applying to bring the cycle to an abrupt halt. But then where would the elite go to learn how to use their powers without losing control? I wondered if the Fallen had a plan for that. Probably. Ensley waved me on. We've been looking for more people who can puppet them, but it requires a unique set of skills. It's not like we can post the job opportunity online. Where's the rest of your team? She wiped a hand over her face. Let's just say the position has a high turnover. I wasn't sure if she meant people were dying or quitting, but I thought if I asked I might lose my nerve. She smiled at me, but all I could think about was how this small girl had taken the lives of the Fae. You know that's why you were selected to begin with. Finding my voice, I said, I can't promise I'll be any good at it. And by that, I meant I couldn't promise I'd kill anyone. She replied as if she'd caught my full meaning. You better, because we are dealing with Fae, and if you don't kill them, they will kill you. I hadn't given opposing the Fae serious thought before that moment. My whole life I had idolized them. Now I faced the possibility that I'd either be forced to kill one of my idols, or be killed by one. Can I ask you something? Ensley turned to me. Her eyes already rolled like she was annoyed with my question before I even asked it. How do you kill Fae? She shrugged. I was just about to show you. That's not what I mean. She exhaled through her nose. Her voice was flat as if the question was hardly worth the breath to answer. I remember that the Fae aren't innocent in all this. Her peppiness had vanished. The girl standing in front of me seemed absolutely capable of being romantically involved with DT. I could tell from her obvious irritation that I should change the subject. So what are you going to do? Roll me in a pile of those things before we head out? That's idiotic. We melt the glass into one sheet. You touch it, then we break it. Do you think it'll work? I didn't know, but the idea was both clever and terrifying. I'm not sure. Worth a shot. It was hard for me to imagine the vicious beings that attacked the dance as just piles of glass manipulated by only a few people. I assumed that's why they oriented the glass in that way. If people believed them to be monsters, they wouldn't be peeking around the corner for the person who was moving them. Not to mention, the Fallen stayed out of harm's way as their piloted demons took on the Fae. That night at the dance, Yamoja Rue struck the dark shifting masses, only to watch them rise relentlessly and continue until she'd used her gift to reduce them to dust. There's this place on the shore I go to practice, Ensley said, by the shoreline, but unfortunately your face is a little too well known, so you'll have to make do here. Another memory from my time at GFA rose, a dark claw jutting from the waves at the school's fort. Did Ensley know she was practicing so close to the cloaked hideaway? If she didn't, I wasn't going to be the one to clue her in. She walked over, handing me a smooth slate of colored glass. Please, she said quietly. I know you don't want to be here. I know you're not the man we all thought you were. But you're my family's only hope. Zane's too, along with countless others. If you give it a real chance, you'll see it. The Fallen will earn your loyalty. I promise. I nodded, taking the slate in my hands. Sorry, Ensley. My loyalty is to Reyna, and no one else.
Chapter 29. Reyna. I lay silently beside Bree in my bed as we stared at the ceiling, disappointed that our strategy session didn't yield any decent solutions. "Can I ask you something?" Bree said, finally filling the silence. I nodded, taking a deep breath to steady myself for what was coming next. "Why do you like Kai?" I brought my palms to my stomach and pressed down, allowing myself a moment to brace myself for the memories, though I already had an answer. The moment kids started getting their gifts, school became unbearable. In middle school, I remember being scared all the time. Then this new boy showed up, and he didn't seem scared at all. Despite being a serf, he always looked out for me. Broken bones, bloody noses, one beating after another to stop the elites from hurting me. I turned to her. Think about that. Protecting someone in a hopeless situation with no gift to lean on, She scoffed. "Stupid." I winced, then took a moment to choose my words correctly. It transcends the Fae. He was born with the instinct to protect, and I wanted to be just like him. And then he became an asshole. I turned back to the ceiling, suppressing the burn behind my eyes. Yeah, he changed. I wove my fingers together, the echoes of Kai's torment ricocheting in my mind. I gulped down a wave of emotion. He got lost for a while. Lost in being a prodigy, his parents' expectations, his own hopes for the future. She snorted. "He's still lost." "I'm not so sure about that, Bree." She jackhammered up. "You sure it's not just because you think he's hot?" My cheeks burned. That too, but at first, when he was protecting me, he wasn't. He was awkward, and he didn't have that whole Adonis thing going yet. I mumbled. But think about it. After fighting his whole life to build his reputation, to accomplish his dream of attending GFA, he threw it all away in an instant just to save us. Just like that. In a snap decision. My breath was shaky when I inhaled next. Now that I think about it, he's even more of a hero than the boy I knew. Bree nodded. "We have to get him back." Bree nudged me, a strand of purple hair falling into her face. "Do you love him?" I covered my face with my hands. "Oh my God, you totally do." I bit down on my smile. "I never said that." "You didn't deny it either." A knock sounded at my door. "Who is it?" I croaked. Ymoja peeked inside, her magenta hair already woven into a braid. She grinned. "Are we having girl talk in here?" she asked, her face beaming with excitement. She lay beside me and I shot Bree a warning glare not to say anything. "So, what are we chatting about today?" she asked. "Nothing really," I said. The joy drained from her face so quickly it made my heart ache. She sat up, managing to fake a smile that somehow hurt worse. "Oh, no problem. I didn't mean to intrude. I was just popping in to say hi. I'll be in the kitchen if you need me." "Wait," I said. Bree's gaze met mine, but this time it was her eyes that held the warning. I patted the bed beside me and she sat down. her emotions bottled more cautiously this time. I took a deep breath. "I need your help," I started, "but I'm afraid you won't understand." "You can trust me," she said, but Bree didn't look convinced. I turned to her, reading the lines around her eyes like they each belonged to a different chapter in her life. "I need you to trust me." "Okay," she said, but I could tell from her shallow breaths she was nervous about what I'd say next. "Kai's in trouble." I could see the questions stirring behind her eyes. "Are you still in contact with him? Why don't his own people help him?" But instead of asking, she listened patiently. "Kai joined the Fallen to stop the attack on the school. Zane confirmed it that day when I ran into Kai." She nodded thoughtfully. "Are you sure he isn't just—" "I'm sure. He's afraid of the Fallen's real leader. It's a boy with white hair, maybe a few years older than me. I saw him with Kai that day. It all happened so quickly that I couldn't really understand what I saw when Carter just—" I shuddered at the memory. "But now I know that he has a death touch." "A death touch?" she asked, her body going rigid. "That's impossible." "Kai can't turn himself in because the Fae will kill him if they get the chance. Don't you see? He's a hostage." Yamoja stood quickly, thoughts racing behind her lined forehead. "How do you know all of this?" I wasn't sure yet what she thought of the news, and I wasn't willing to risk my phone contact with Kai. "You don't believe me?" She began to pace around my bedroom. I do. It's just a lot." Bree's gaze darted between us, her eyebrows raised like she was watching a TV special. I needed Yamoja more than ever, but if she wasn't going to help me, I was going to save Kai. My next question would tell me everything I needed to know. "Can you convince the Fae to capture Kai without killing him?" She looked up at me. "It won't be an easy sell, but we have to try." I flew off my bed and tossed my arms around her, giving her a tight squeeze. "Thank you." "We're family," she said. "I'll always be on your team." Bree came up behind us and wrapped her arms around us both.
30. Kaito. The glass shattered, and my gift's grasp of each tiny shard remained intact. I nodded to Ensley. "Okay," she said. "Now try moving them." I held out my hands and the black fragments rose like a wave from the pile. "Good," Ensley said, her pep returning. "Can you make any other shapes?" I didn't have enough glass in range to make a demon like I'd seen at the dance, and I didn't want to anyway. Instead, I pulled the shards into a larger version of Reyna's owl charm. With the slightest shift of concentration, I made it flap its shiny wings, though it was my gift alone that held it afloat. It was awkward, but all the glass stayed within my grasp, and Ensley gaped at me, urging me to improve faster. The more that I thought of the glass pieces as one whole slab, the easier it was to make my design work cohesively. "You really are elite," Ensley said. She bounced onto her toes and grabbed another slab of glass. "Here, let's add this one." Slab by slab, we added to the pile, Ensley's admiring gaze filled with more awe each time. "How did you learn to hold so much with your gift, and for so long?" she asked. I thought for a moment and knew instantly. It hadn't been the result of the lessons my parents dragged me to each day, but rather a game I invented for myself. Shortly after my gift unlocked, I started hovering over my bed before I fell asleep, curious if I could hold myself up while I slept. I never managed it, instead waking strewn across my blankets. But as life became more complex and sleep eluded me, the minutes I'd once spent hovering stretched to hours, and my gift flourished. Born lucky, I guess, unwilling to share the rest. We practiced for several hours before Zane showed up. His barrier gift could come in handy in a pinch, but he wasn't going to be able to help with the glass. His tossed hair and drooped eyes said he'd taken the opportunity to sleep in. I'd conjured 3 glass demons at once when he entered, and he seemed genuinely impressed. But shortly after I lost control of the first slab of glass, its pieces dropping to the floor one by one. "Well, well, well," a voice said, drawing our attention. "Here they are." My stomach dropped when DT entered the factory, his white grin sending a shiver down my spine. Then I saw the small arms and legs wrapped around him. My heartbeat raced, and my gaze slid over to Zane, whose ghostly expression mirrored the terror I felt. Gleefully enjoying a piggyback ride from DT was the cake-stuffed little girl I'd met at the party. It was Wendy, Zane's little sister, and it was apparent in her bright smile she was completely unaware of the danger she was in. He walked over to me and grinned. "I'm glad to see the training is going well." He nudged me, and Wendy giggled. I allowed the glass to fall into piles in front of me. I needed to do something before Zane did. "Hey, it's the cake monster," I said, hoping my enthusiasm would draw Wendy to me and away from DT. "We went to the park," Wendy said as she wiggled off DT, but remained at arm's length as he said, "Do you want to tell them the news?" "I got my gift," she squealed and ran to Zane. We both shot each other a quick glance of relief that she was no longer in DT's range. Then Zane turned his attention to his excited sister. "So soon? That's amazing, Wen. What is it?" She hurried over to me with a smile and said, "I saw you at the park." "What?" Her attention shifted and she raced toward the glass with tiny outstretched hands. "She's going to get cut." "Careful, the glass is sharp." She paused only for a moment, before crouching down and patting the glass with her palms, then the gray concrete beside it. A moment later, a smoky image filled the space. It was blurry at first, but grew more defined until I could see it more clearly. I stared. It was me. One of my ghostly legs protruded through Wendy, and the other through the pile of glass in front of me. Wendy stepped back out of the image as he lifted his hands and conjured an owl from the translucent glass. "Magnificent, isn't it?" DT said. Zane and I stared, and after a few short seconds, the smoky scene dissolved. Zane's face brightened. "Wow, Wen, that was amazing!" I'd never seen a gift even remotely similar. Not only did she channel my actions, but she was able to project the image back into the room for us to observe. It was beyond elite. "She's a prodigy," I said, before remembering how that word had done me more harm than good. Zane beamed. "Did you tell Mom and Dad yet?" She shook her head. Zane looked up at DT. "Can we go?" "Of course," DT said. Zane pulled his sister up and carried her on his lap halfway out the door before he turned back to me. "I'll be back before the mission. Don't go without me." I nodded and he was gone, leaving me, DT, and Ensley alone. I wanted to ask DT how he ended up spending the day with Wendy, or how they came to discover her gift. But I didn't want him to know I'd grown distrustful. Zane would, no doubt, have a story for me tonight. I hoped like hell he'd pass along to Wendy how important it was to stay away from DT. particularly for such a vulnerable little girl. After all, no good ever came from being nearby when the Grim Reaper called.
Chapter 31. Raina. The Fae Agency headquarters didn't seem like it belonged to Ansatal. Unlike the city, built with steel, glass, and flashy neon lights, headquarters was a white marble structure lined with columns and lit with two blazing torches. It was both a fortress and a monument to their importance, a pillar of wealth in the belly of Ansatal's crime-riddled streets. Even with Yamoja-Rue at my side, it had taken us nearly 20 minutes to get through all the enchantments that surrounded the gates. But as I took a look around, I knew it was well worth the wait. In the courtyard, there were fountains and hedges in a similar style to GFA, only on a smaller scale. I now understood that my school was paying homage to this very place. It was, after all, the agency the academy was training us to serve. Still, even if GFA's courtyard was larger, the agency's felt grander, most likely due to its location at the center of the city. It was a garden oasis in a concrete world. But I wasn't here for tourism. Yamoja and I needed to find a way to convince the chairman not to use lethal force on Kai at a time when that very topic was hotly debated and polarized. It was no secret what the chairman's opinion was. When we reached the front steps, Yamoja-Rue turned to me and nervously adjusted some of my curls. "Let me do the talking. They'll give me more latitude, and I don't want you to hurt your chances of being picked up by them in a few years." I felt a lump in my throat, Yamoja's uneasiness intensifying mine. I doubt if I could find my voice if I wanted to, so I nodded instead. Being the greatest Fae on Earth might have got Yamoja and me into the building, but it was an hour and a half before we were allowed to see the chairman. We pushed open the glass doors to find a room that appeared to be draped entirely in deep purple velvet. There were small gaps where white marble peeked through the dusty fabric, and the room felt cramped and dark, despite being the opposite. At the back of the room, the chairman glared down at us from what could only be considered a throne. There were torches on either side that matched those at the front of the building. The chairman's coral-colored hair was pinned to his head in loops, and he scratched at the back of his hand with long, curved fingernails, sharpened to a glittery point. Yamoja-Rue stepped forward, confidence evident in her sanguine movements, but not in her eyes. The chairman flashed an unfriendly grin. "What brings you to my office today so unexpectedly?" "We have a lead on the Fallen. We'd like to ask the Fae not to use lethal force when capturing Kaito Nakamaru, as we believe he can lead us to—" The chairman's smile died. "I'll stop you right there. All Fae will use lethal force if necessary. I won't risk the lives of our city's heroes." I twitched, finding a touch of relief when Yamoja didn't waver. "We think he can lead us to the real leader of the Fallen." He tapped his fingers, his agitation on full display. "It doesn't matter who the real leader is. The Fallen is nothing more than an image, and for the moment, it's the image of Kaito Nakamaru." "He's innocent," I blurted. I could tell by Yamoja's contorted expression that it was a mistake, but there was no turning back. His arched eyebrows rose. "Oh, I hardly noticed you, dear. Is this the famous Raina Rue?" "It's Bennett. Raina Bennett," I spat. "Kai is being blackmailed by the Fallen. We have to get him out of there." His smile made my skin crawl. I just love when children burst into my office and tell me how to do my job. I didn't. No. He shook his head. You hush. Now, the adults are talking. My jaw locked, and I could see in the reflection of some exposed marble that I'd begun to glow, a fact that didn't seem to faze him in the least. The fire beside the throne began to thrash. His gaze moved to Yamoja. Of course the agency appreciates all you do, Ms. Rue, but we can't change the policy with so little verification. I understand. I'm sorry to disturb. This is so fucked up, I said, my hands balled into fists. You can't just slaughter people just because you think they might be bad. Who are you to sit up on that throne and decide who lives and who dies? I felt Yamoja's hand grip my arm. That's enough, Raina. The chairman gave a curt laugh, his face settling back into a mischievous Cheshire grin. He sighed, his head tilted condescendingly. I'm sorry, Yamoja said, but he raised his hand to silence her. His voice was so smooth it was as if he were reciting a poem. I'm the law, the very bones of our society. Without me, Ansitol would be nothing but a pile of rubble in a chaotic wasteland. You can ask your new mommy what happens to a fae who hesitates. I believe she was particularly close to Will Citrine and Raphael Mazarin. Yamoja's gaze dropped to the velvet rug. But you want me to risk the lives of our city's protector to save your broody, gothed-out boyfriend from his own poor judgment? Disbelief over his petty response showed in my half-smile. And I'm the child here? All I'm asking you to do is capture him. And what if he attacks? He won't. What if he does? What makes you so sure? I took a deep breath. I've been in contact. I wasn't sure who looked more surprised, the chairman or Yamoja Rue. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket and walked it over to him. Curiosity flared in his dark eyes as he reached for it, which gave me pause. But I opened my conversation with Kai, handed the chairman my phone, and held my breath as he scrolled through. His expression remained unreadable, except when he came to the picture I'd sent Kai, when he briefly raised an eyebrow, and then scrolled back through the phone. My attention moved to Yamoja Rue, whose gaze was firmly on the ground in front of her. I knew she wasn't happy with me, but this was the only thing I could think of to save Kai. I had to try it. Finally, the chairman spoke. When you're young, it's difficult to see the bigger picture. Fae need to consider the greater good. They cannot worry about one individual with spurious claims of innocence. So even with proof, you're not going to give the order. All this proves is that I was right about him being your boyfriend. I gaped. If you do this, and he dies, you're just proving that the Fallen are right, I said, reaching for my phone. He pulled his hand back. I froze. Careful. That sounds remarkably akin to treason. He stood, forcing me to take a step back to give him space. Give me my phone, I said, but his gaze was on Yamoja Rue. Take her out of here while I still permit it, he said. Give me my phone, I demanded. Then, in a flash that I saw in one endless moment, he tossed my phone into the fire. Without giving it any thought at all, I threw my power at the phone and knocked it from the fire. It fell to the ground with a smack, but I snatched it before the chairman tried anything else. The phone was burning hot, so I threw it in my pocket before I risked getting burned. But, functional or not, I was glad I had it back. I didn't trust myself to look at the chairman or Yamoja without losing control, so I turned and ran from the building.
"32. Kaito. Me. Reina. Training went better than expected. I'll be out in the field tonight. Me. I'm getting a little nervous. I don't think I could actually kill a fae. What do you think the odds are that we won't run into anyone? Me. Are you going out there tonight? Is it still too late to persuade you to stay safe on campus? Me. Ray? Fuck. Something happened. No, she's just busy. If someone got a hold of her phone and found out we've been texting, she might be in a lot of trouble. They might be able to track my phone and send the Fae to take me out. Was I jumping the gun? It had only been a few hours without a reply. "Hey man," Zane said, jogging me from my panicked thoughts. He had a tray of food and sat down in front of me. I slid my phone into my pocket. "Hey, how's Wendy doing?" He took a bite of a chicken burger and spoke through chewing. "She's excited." "I bet. That's the most amazing gift I've ever seen. She'll have no trouble at all getting into GFA. His blue eyes moved to me. "Oh, yeah, probably not. Sorry." How quickly I'd forgotten. Wendy would never attend GFA. None of the Fallen would. In fact, it would be a miracle if it was still standing when Wendy was old enough to apply. I hung my head. Right, sorry, old habits. So what was DT doing with her? What a weird way to find out. He shook his head. "I don't know, man. Wendy told me she discovered her gift by accident. When she realized what it was, she ran to the tower to find me but ran into DT instead. He took her to some park so she could try it out in a larger space, then came here when she finally got tired." His gaze was loaded. I frowned. "I know," he said. "I don't like it either. It's hard for her to understand why she should be more careful. He's nice one minute and then Carter?" He nodded. A total wild card. Ensley dropped into the seat beside me, Roland taking a seat beside Zane. Ensley's cheeks flushed pink when she looked at Zane, but her voice came out in its normal, casual tone. "You guys having a strategy session without the rest of your team?" "Did anyone bring me a burger?" I asked, eyeing their trays. Roland smirked. "It's like 10 feet away." I groaned. "So DT has given us specific instructions not to engage Yamoja. If she's the one we run into first, we book it back to Roland, and he'll port us back to the tower. From there, we'll head out to another area of the city." Zane spoke. "You spoke to DT?" This time, Ensley's face turned a dark crimson. "What if we run into another Fae?" I asked, hoping to rescue the conversation from the awkward bomb that seemed to be on a short countdown. Ensley said, "We whistle once to alert the group that we found someone. We follow the sound and try to corner whoever it is, with Zane playing defense for Roland and Kai, and me taking out the Fae. Whistle twice if you're in trouble, and 3 times if it's Yamoja, and we need to get the hell out of there." "Maybe we should postpone," I said. Roland grimaced, and I thought for a second he would speak, but he didn't. Ensley did instead. "Losing your nerve already?" "Of course not," I spat. I looked down at my phone. "It's just..." When my gaze rose to Zane, he shook his head slightly to stop me from saying more. "DT wants the news coverage back on us. There's too much focus on that girl being adopted by Yamoja. Plus some guy from the north side claiming his gift was stolen. She giggled. But if you're not down for this, Kai, we'll go without you. I can handle the glass on my own, even without Carter. Now that I knew how it all worked, I had no real reason to join, except one. If Raina happened to be out there, I needed to be out there too. At least she'd be with Yamoja-Rue, meaning my team would retreat if they ran into her, but I couldn't risk it. If she strayed too far from her group, she might be the next victim of the Fallen. If I was there, I might be able to save her. I trusted Zane, but after watching Carter die, I knew Roland was loyal to DT. Ensley's loyalty was impossible to gauge. The penalty for being wrong would be too great.
Chapter 33, Raina. Yamoja-Rue and I took a Gemini Gate home. Just a touch of someone's hand ported us across town. I concentrated on suppressing my emotions with all my will, but my purple glow didn't dim. Maybe it was because my last connection to Kai was broken, and I had no way of recovering it. I'd failed to protect him, and now he'd be on his own. But it wasn't Kai on my mind as we made our way home. It was Yamoja-Rue. She was so angry she could barely look at me, and when I'd tried to initiate a conversation, I was instantly silenced. It was barely noticeable in the bright afternoon sun, but I might have been subconsciously looking for it. Either way, I lost my words the moment I caught a glimpse of the faint magenta glow emanating from her hands. This is bad. I was arranging my apology when we reached Yamoja's apartment and found Odin waiting outside. Perfect. His alarmed expression suggested that we were glaringly distressed, but it didn't stop him from following us into the apartment. The moment the door shut behind us, Yamoja-Rue whirled around and glared down at me. How could you blatantly disobey me like that? I told you not to say anything, and you went in there and threw a tantrum. Whoa, 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 Odin said, instinctively moving between us. Frustration surged through me. You gave up so quickly. You didn't fight at all. If you had pushed a little, he might have— You have no idea what you've done, do you? If you think you were helping Kai, you're dead wrong. Odin's face drained of color. Yamoja paced. And don't get me started on the texting. At least the chairman took care of that. I gritted my teeth. You knew he was wrong. You know what he's doing is wrong. Why do you just obey? This is the system, she yelled, her voice as sharp as shattered glass. You play by their rules. If you don't like it, become the damn chairman, but nobody will take you seriously if you have a meltdown at the agency. I shook with anger. All you've done is put a bigger target on Kai. They don't care if he's innocent or not. He's the face of the Fallen, and killing him will crush their momentum. Why do you think the chairman was so quick to destroy the evidence? You're lucky he'll let you walk out of there alive. I stepped back. So it's true then. The Fae are just government dogs following orders. They're executing whoever threatens the system. I'm sorry this isn't all rainbows and unicorns, but this is how the real world works. I can't help anyone unless I remain a government Fae. I follow their rules and make the best judgment calls I can in the moment. I don't have the luxury of falling apart because I disagree with a decision. How many innocent people have you murdered? She scoffed. That's the question, not how many I've saved. Everyone wants to be Fae until it actually comes time to do the job. Life isn't black and white. There's no clear right or wrong. You need to grow up. Everyone is so quick to tell me how I need to grow up and that I don't understand, I spat. I do understand. You're afraid that I'm right because you know this system that you fight to protect is broken. What you're doing— I swallowed back tears. What you're helping them do is wrong. I turned on my heel and headed for the door. Raina, Odin said. I heard Yamoja say, let her go, before the door closed behind me. I went straight to the school to find Bree. We were on our own now. I nearly knocked into Finn and Enzo as I darted through the office building and bounded down the stairs to the campus. I could also hear Odin chasing me down. I so didn't need this right now. I burst through the doors of Pink House, my chest heaving with exhaustion as I stepped out onto my floor. I stopped short. Sitting in a ball outside my dorm room, with her legs clutched against her chest, was Miranda. My skin burned at the sight of her, my rage still hot from our last encounter. I was not in the mood for another battle, but she was in my way, and with Odin on my heels, I needed into my room. Move, I said, squaring up to her. She looked up, her eyes wet and heavy with exhaustion. She shot to her feet. Why haven't you been answering your phone? I shook my head. What? I pulled my phone from my pocket to look at it and realized it was burned pretty badly. Like, maybe beyond redemption. That's probably why I didn't realize she'd called. Perfect. I saved my phone just to find it wasn't saved at all. Tendrils of her hair frizzed around her usually neat ponytail. Has she contacted you? I had a vision Bree was taken. My phone is ruined. What do you mean, taken? I shoved her aside and opened the unlocked door. Bree? I called out, but the room felt empty. There was nothing out of place, nothing to indicate a struggle, or even a forced entry. Just an unlocked door and an empty room. I spun on Miranda. I swear to God, Miranda, if this is another lie. Standing right behind Miranda was Odin, his green eyes looking colder than I'd ever seen them. If he'd just waltzed into the girls' dorm without being stopped, that certainly didn't give the impression that this place was locked down. It's not, she sniffed. I filed a report at the agency, but they can't do anything until she's been missing for 24 hours. But Raina, I saw her get taken in my vision. I came here, and when she wasn't here, I waited a little while. I called her, called you, called Odin, called everyone. And when no one knew where she was, I filed the report. I've been waiting here ever since. I was waiting at Yamoja's to tell you about Bree. Seems I walked into something. Something maybe important? That I should know about, Raina? Odin caught me off guard when he spoke. For just a moment, my heart went into my throat, worried about how much he heard and how much he understood about my conversation with Yamoja. But I didn't have time for this. I didn't have time for him and his hurt feelings. Not now, Odin. Bree is missing, and I just don't have time for this shit show. He bristled. I could see it on his skin. But he'd have to wait. I shook my head. That's impossible. GFA is fully secure. They just increased security. She couldn't have been taken. She spoke again. This time, her voice filled with venom. Why doesn't anyone believe me? She hissed. Her eyes pooled with tears and desperation as she grabbed me by the shoulders. I asked security to check the footage. Nobody came into this building, and Bree can only be seen entering, not leaving. Then what makes you think she was taken? Maybe she's on another floor. Miranda looked around the empty hallway as if worried someone might overhear her. My vision was blurred, but I heard her scream. I saw someone's hand grab her, and she took a deep but shaky breath. Red eyes. My gift flared. Truth. This is so fucked. Panic swelled, but now was the time for a level head. There was no one to turn to for help. Even the Fae wouldn't take Bree's disappearance seriously. I had the two people I cared most about with their lives on the line tonight, and no time to worry about whether I was ready to save them or not. No graduation, no apprenticeship, no further training. It was too late for all that. All I had was what I was capable of now. I could either save them, or I couldn't. No in-betweens. My body shook with fear. If I failed, I'd lose them. My thoughts moved to something Professor Tubros had told me after Kwan's funeral. Our greatest fears never actualize until we're ready to face them. We just never seem to think we are. Well, I couldn't think of a greater fear than losing Kai or Bree. Time to step up. Turning back to Miranda, I said, "We have to go after her. If we wait 24 hours, she could be gone." "What happened to your phone? We need to make sure she didn't try contacting you." No time to go into all that. I nodded. "Right. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm going to get a new phone, move my number onto it. We'll program Bree's number in, try contacting her, and if we don't hear back, we'll head out into the city to look for her." I was heading out there anyway. "How do you expect to find her? The city's huge." "I just need to get in her general vicinity. I'll be able to feel her. Also," I turned and looked at Odin, who was still lurking behind us. Oblivious to my apprehension, she wiped her face. "Got it. You're going after Kai, too?" I glared at her, trying to shut her up to no avail. "Look, I know you're not dumb enough to go after him because he's hot. You must have a reason." Odin glared at me and growled, "I'd love to hear what that reason is, too." Damn it. Why didn't I take the time to explain all this to Odin before? Now he'll just get in the way with his blind vendetta. I couldn't deal with him right now. I turned my back and ignored him, hoping he'd get the message that now wasn't the time. Who else but the Fallen would go after Bree? They're the only ones who have ever dared to target GFA. If we find Kai, he can help us get her back. "And you trust him?" Miranda asked. "Yes," I said, letting the silence hang between us. I saw Miranda's conflicted emotions start to cloud her eyes. She chewed on her bottom lip. The way she avoided eye contact with Odin made me feel it had something to do with him, but every minute we wasted, Bree slipped further out of reach. Miranda grabbed my hand and pulled me to the side, glaring at Odin to let him know to back off. We stepped far enough away that he couldn't hear us, and she whispered, "There's something you don't know, and I don't know how to explain it without upsetting you." "Spit it the fuck out, we don't have time." She started to cry. "It's Odin," she said, so quietly I could barely hear her. "He's so angry all the time. I'm worried about what he might do if he finds Kai." I shook my head. "He seems fine just now, if a little pissed, but it's fake, Ray. He's not himself anymore. There's so much anger. I'm kind of scared of him." My gift sprouted to life. Truth. Why did the whole damn world have to fall apart at once? "Thanks for the heads up, but I need you to pull it together. One problem at a time, okay?" "Okay," she sniffed. "The phone first, right?" "Yeah," I said, watching as she quickly smoothed out her ponytail, her aqua-colored eyes growing more determined. Odin walked up, once again asking, "Anything I should know about, Ray?" "No. We need to go get a new phone. I need to find Bree, and that's all I can worry about right now. I'm sorry, Odin, but you'll have to wait. We'll be back soon, and we can talk then." Odin looked at me. Then, with as phony a smile as I've ever seen, said, "Sure, Ray. We can talk later." After Miranda's warning and watching Odin's abrupt shift to casual, I had to admit She might have been onto something. I just didn't have time to work it all out. I nodded, dismissing Odin from my thoughts, and turned to Miranda. Follow me.
"34. Kaito." Night fell with a howling wind outside the factory, cold enough to freeze, though the season so far had been uncharacteristically warm. I sat in silence as some workers toiled away, lining slabs of glass for Ensley and me. Roland tapped away at the screen of his cell phone, and Zane paced as he supervised the workers while Ensley picked at her nails, seemingly unbothered by the actions we were about to undertake. We waited for DT's signal, the moment when I'd truly take to the streets as one of the fallen. My only mission was to find Reyna and keep her safe if I could. But even that was a long shot now that we were no longer in contact. I might have had a better grip on the glass than Ensley, but she was still lethal. I'd seen it. I'd fought her along with several students in Faye, and we still lost Quan. Ensley had taught me more in one day than GFA did in an entire semester, and I hoped it would be enough. We planned to search alleyways separately, so I knew she'd always be 3 blocks away, until one of us found a patrolling Fae. That meant my only chance at success was to find Reyna first. My skin pricked as DT walked in. I stood too quickly to seem casual. "Is it time?" I asked. His blue eyes were cold. "Can I talk to you? I've had something on my mind all day." "Sure, Cal," I said, hoping to loosen him up. But his posture remained rigid and his expression stiff as a marble sculpture. I followed him as he led me away from the group to the far side of the factory. "You lied to me," he said. I swallowed hard. "Play it cool, Kaito." What do you mean? Fuck. "I was lucky enough to stumble upon Wendy today." I nodded, remembering the pair's friendly entrance earlier. She was quite excited about her gift, touch memory. It's always such a delight to get some promising gifts in the fallen. I've been making do with finding creative ways for commons to assist, but having a new elite is particularly alluring. What does that have to do with me? The moment I understood what her gift could do, I brought her to the park where you were attacked. My stomach dropped. Fuck. I knew something wasn't adding up. I'd totally forgotten that Wendy mentioned she saw me in the park. At the same time, I had no clue what she was talking about, and dismissed the comment. I wasn't sure how much DT saw, but at least Wendy's gift seemed to only be visual. He wouldn't have been able to hear what I'd said to Reyna that day. DT's clear blue eyes turned a deep navy. I had planned to find your attacker using little Wendy's new gift, but once I saw the memory of the attack, I got the impression that you know who she is. Please, leave it alone. Please, Cal. He looked sad. Fine, I will. But you're going to have to face your fear sometime. I supposed it was better to let him assume I was afraid of Reyna. I patted his shoulder. I promise I will. He sighed, running his hand through his thick white hair. It's just... there's something off about you lately. You seem... His gaze softened, and I thought he looked a little dejected. Distant. I'm sorry about that. It's been difficult. First my parents, then being down during recovery. I don't know. I'm just a little on edge. That's all. I promise. He frowned, pouting a little. I need you to kill a Fae tonight for me. Prove to me you're still with me. I nodded slightly, hoping to satisfy him. I've postponed my plans to attack the school for you, and if you're not on this team anymore, I need to know, so the Fallen can move forward. Footsteps behind me made me whirl around. "I can vouch for him," Ensley said. "He'll have no problems taking down a Fae tonight." DT's gaze moved between Ensley and me, but he took a long, thoughtful pause before he said, "Good. See that he does." His frosty gaze landed on me. "Don't let me down, Kai. You know I count on you. You guys should head out. It's already dark. Make sure you stay off the main roads. We don't want to lose anyone else." I knew Ensley's team had once been larger. I didn't want to ask what happened to them, especially now. It made sense that the media would hold back that the Fae were picking off members of the Fallen. With the speech DT had me read accusing the Fae of killing at will, it wouldn't be prudent for the press to bring up more Fae killings. Although they'd likely make an exception if I was killed in the field tonight. I tried not to think about it, as our small team of rebels gathered around the forklifts stacked with glass slabs. Ensley and I touched the slabs, and I instantly felt their weight pressing down on my gift before they were shattered and stuffed into the back of a trash truck. One of the factory workers was to drive it around the district where we were headed, and once the truck pulled away, I knew there was no turning back. Ancetal's neon lights bled into the alleyways as unwittingly citizens failed to notice my team skulking through the shadows. I felt the truck's movements as it circled the block, its shattered cargo ebbing in and out of my range. Zane nodded to me, and the four of us went our separate ways as planned. But I didn't feel the relief I'd expected. Instead, I wanted to reach out to them and tell them not to go. Anxiety weighed my limbs as I scanned the streets for Reyna and watched my back for Faye. My body was on high alert, my hearing tuned in for the whistles of my team. 1 for finding a Faye, 2 for being in trouble, and 3 for escaping Yamoja Rue. My heart slammed against the owl charm on Reyna's necklace. I leaned into the neon light to get a better look and exhaled my relief when it was only a teenage girl sporting a similar color. At this rate, I was going to give myself a heart attack. Pull it together, Kai. I moved to the next alley, trying to stay in the blue hues of neon instead of the brighter yellow or pink. My nerves began to settle, the strength returning as the truck scooted by loaded with lethal glass shards. I should have known it was the calm before the storm, that it would all go to shit eventually. But I didn't. Not until the first whistle sounded.
Chapter 35. Reyna. I fought my urge to ask Miranda to get Finn and Enzo to join me on my mission in the heart of the city. I was scared. I knew the Fallen were hunting Faye again, and now that Bree was missing, I was certain they were also targeting GFA students. I'd be exposed, but there wasn't anyone I could trust anymore. Finn and Enzo were probably just as messed up as Odin. They were all close to Quan. I'd been so busy avoiding Odin and dodging questions about Kai that I hadn't noticed the signs. I mean, he hadn't triggered my gift. Maybe Miranda was worried for nothing. My pocket buzzed, causing me to nearly jump out of my skin. Miranda. Did Bree reply yet? Me. No, nothing yet. I'm almost at the city center. Miranda. Careful. I was already on edge and didn't need the reminder, but it was nice to have an ally, even if it was Miranda. She'd done all she could with such a passive gift and would only be a liability if I brought her along. The rest was up to me. The neon lights flickered downtown. Scattered groups of bundled-up people hurried along the sidewalks on the main roads, passing by the shadowed alleys where the Fae often did battle. A few feet ahead, I saw 2 officers standing at the base of some stairs. I was struck by their jackets, the same aquamarine color that my parents wore when they were on the force. As I neared, I heard someone sobbing. No doubt whoever was seated in front of them and I slowed my pace to listen in. "Look," he said, "my hands won't light. I swear I could do it yesterday." "Sir, calm down," the officer said, her voice strong and nurturing, just as my mother's had been. "Maybe it's because you're all worked up." I always admired my parents' profession. They weren't elite, but they still looked after the city the best they could. If they encountered any real threat on their patrol, their orders were to call the agency. But they weren't on duty when they died. They were still wearing the signature police blue-green, leaving me to wonder if that was the reason they were targeted. The streets grew more crowded as I neared my destination, the cold already cutting through my jacket. I shivered and closed my eyes. A taxi beeped beside me, startling me, as a garbage truck cut into his lane. I turned into an alleyway, away from the main road. My shoes scraped the pavement, the sound reverberating off the brick walls on either side, along with the dull buzz of decaying neon. "Where are you, Kai? Come on. Give me a sign." My breath fogged in my face as I turned my thoughts to my parents. "Please, I need some help," I whispered. A few seconds later, my ears pricked when I heard a whistle. In any other situation, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. It could have been anyone whistling for any reason, but to my ears, it was the sound of hope. I took off running toward the noise, cutting through the back alleys at my fastest sprint. I suppressed my heavy breathing, hoping desperately not to miss it if another whistle sounded. I came to a narrow alleyway and began to run through when something menacing moved in the shadows. I froze, adrenaline acting like a paralytic in my veins. The walls glowed purple around me, and I fought to suppress it. I inched backward. The sudden scrape of glass on the pavement brought me straight back to the night of the dance. The shadows rose out of the darkness like a wave. The fragments shuddered like hail, blocking out the last bit of light. My heart raced, my body on full alert. I backed against a wall and prepared to defend myself from the onslaught I knew was coming. I wasn't going down without a fight. I was surrounded, shards of black closing in. I pulled my gift in to shield my body as best I could. A blue light cut through the darkness, splitting the glass debris. The gap widened, and my breath caught as a familiar figure stepped through. My body flooded with heat, and an electric pulse made of pure emotion zapped me from the inside out. I was unable to move closer, frozen like a mural against the wall. But if Kai's shock paralyzed him at all, it only lasted a heartbeat before he broke it. "It's you," he said breathlessly. Then he came at me. He came at me hard.
"36. Kaito." I pulled Reina's body to mine, a glass waterfall plunging to the ground around us as my entire focus locked onto her. Her arms wrapped around my neck, her fingers swept over the back of it, yanking her into my gift's range. A chill slid through me as I lifted her and pressed her against the brick wall. Her face flushed as I watched the frenzy unfold behind her eyes. Her legs wrapped tightly around me, and before a groan of pleasure could escape my lips, they found hers. Her owl charm locked between us. I felt the heat of her body through her clothes and deepened the kiss as she rocked her hips against me. Her lips branded me, and I couldn't stop tasting them. She grabbed a handful of my hair, urging me on, so I yanked down the zipper on her jacket and gripped her waist, guiding her. She moved against me, the friction of her jeans driving me insane. I pinned one of her hands against the wall, using the leverage to bring us closer. Her fingers circled around mine. Whether from emotion or lack of air, my vision began to blur white. Her head rolled back, exposing her neck, so I took a taste. Kai, Her chest heaved. I might. But she didn't have to finish her thought. Her movements grew erratic, her body bucking under my hold as she moaned from deep in her chest. The sound alone was almost enough to push me over the edge. My heartbeat pounded almost loud enough to hear, her back arching off the wall. My eyes widened in awe as her legs tightened around me, and a tear slipped down her cheek. Holy shit! She shook as her gaze lowered from the night sky back to me. Her mouth fell open. The surprise in her face must have mirrored mine. Damn! I hadn't even taken a shred of clothing off her. Our breaths synced for a moment. Then she snapped out of her daze and threw a hand over her mouth in embarrassment. I felt my smile grow, then break to a laugh. I pulled her hand to my lips and kissed it. It wasn't until she buried her face in my chest and I wrapped my arms around her that I suddenly realized I was shaking too. Several silent heartbeats passed. Ray, I whispered. Are you okay? She pulled away and took a deep breath that skipped when she exhaled. Oh my God, that felt so good, she said, biting back a laugh. I grinned, cupping her face in my hand and wiping away the line where that one tear fell. Who were you telling? You were mesmerizing. I'm definitely going to revisit that memory later. She chewed her bottom lip. Was that, I don't know, typical? So cute. I pressed my lips together in amusement and shook my head. Shit. What was it going to be like when we actually had sex? Ray, you're just so... She looked at me expectantly, and I lost my words. A whistle sounded from a few blocks away, where Zane was posted. The sound shook me like an earthquake, dumping me back into reality. I looked up, hoping like hell there would be only one, but the second whistle followed. 2 meant he was hurt. 3 meant we'd stumbled upon Yamoja-Roo. I found myself wishing for the latter, practically willing the third whistle to blow. If Raina was here, Yamoja could be too. But the third whistle never came. What is it? I turned to her. It's Zane. He's in trouble. I grabbed her shoulders. Stay here. Stay hidden. I'll come back for you. No, she shouted. I'm coming with you. I need you to stay safe. Fuck you. I'm coming, Kai. I raised an eyebrow. Again? A smile teased at her lips but didn't give way. I'm not going to lose you again. You won't, I said, and stole a kiss. Let's go. I threaded our fingers together and took off towards Zane. I'd gone off course when I saw the purple glow, disregarding that first whistle and straying away from my team. Fear clawed into me. Please, don't be dead. As we neared the area where the sound originated, I peeked down the alleyways, a catalog of fae I might have to face tonight flipping through my muddled mind. Raina gasped, and my gaze shot up to see Zane, crawling from an alleyway. He was covered in blood, one of his arms dangling unnaturally from his body. My body numbed as I raced toward him. A voice roared through the alley. Where is he? I recognized the voice in an instant and bolted into the alley to cover Zane, pushing Raina behind me with my gift. Odin's blood-spattered face darkened into a twisted smile when he saw me. It's about time, he said. Your buddy was running out of bones to break.
Chapter 37. Raina. I gritted my teeth and shattered Kai's gift around me, landing hard. Darting between him and Odin, I felt my gift surge. Odin, I yelled. Back the fuck down. His smile died. The hard lines of his face that were once handsome, now threatening. His green eyes glowed in the darkness, cutting through the flicker of pink neon lights. He looked deranged, and I felt my anger morph into fear. Odin shook his head. Why am I not surprised to find you here with your little boyfriend? I looked over my shoulder as Kai lifted Zane and started to float him out of the alley. Odin, stop this! You don't have a clue what you're talking about. Listen to me! But I was afraid he was too far gone already. I needed help. Miranda was right, Odin spat. You're a fucking traitor, just like him. I lowered my voice, hoping to de-escalate the situation. Miranda knows the truth now. If you'd just calm down, you would too. Kai is innocent. He didn't kill Quan. He didn't kill anyone. Despite my best efforts, my emotions had crept back into my voice. Don't bother trying to bullshit me, Raina. I was there too. Kai fucking killed him, and nothing you say will convince me otherwise. I felt blood pumping through my body. Odin was out of control. He was dangerous, not just for Kai, but for me too. There was no way he was going to stop. I really needed help. Is Yamojiru here? I asked quietly. She's around, but I'll be finished with Kai by then. Odin, no! You have to stop, please! I felt Kai's hand on my shoulder. He whispered, Pull Zane east and whistle. Tell Ensley to take him and go. I'll handle Odin. I didn't see him take it off, but he slipped my necklace over my head, the familiar weight of it landing on my chest. I knew he'd had it ever since the day I nearly killed him, but had no intentions of taking it back. I didn't like this. It felt too much like Kai was saying goodbye. There was no time for questions. Based on the way he looked, Zane had minutes, if that. He was hovering above the ground, caught in Kai's levitation, so moving him would be easy as long as Kai kept Odin away. I locked my hand around Zane's clammy wrist and began to pull. I heard Kai's voice behind me echo through the narrow lane. I wasn't the one who attacked Quan. Odin gave him a sub-zero look. Save your fucking lies for getting into Raina's pants. I'm not buying it. All right then, come get it, man, Kai said, his voice growing more distant as I turned the corner. A glass shard sliced across my cheek, and I brought my hand to where it stung. Did Kai just cut me? The glass dragged clumsily across the ground and scraped into a pile. It shifted into a demon, one I'd seen before. Only now I wasn't looking at the puppet, but rather searching for the puppeteer. I whistled twice. Ensley, I called into the darkness. Who the fuck are you? A small-framed girl with a pixie cut stepped out of the shadows. Kai sent me. Zane is dying. Take him. Where is he? She barked. The brick building where I'd left Kai shook, a crash crackling through the labyrinth of darkness. It's a trick, Ensley seethed, and a spike of glass shot toward me. Stop! I screamed, slicing her attack with the sharpened wave of truth. Can't you see how much he's bleeding? Take Zane or he'll die. A man with a red beard walked up next to her. I'd seen him before. He was a Gemini Gate. I turned my gaze on him. Please, I begged. He nodded. I'll take him. If you try anything, Ensley spat, I'll kill you. I pushed Zane over to her. Ensley's face instantly drained of color when she saw Zane float into the dim, red light. She turned to the man with the beard. Go without us. I'll take care of her. In a flash, Ensley and I were alone. Relief filled me, knowing I had done all I could for Zane. If the Fallen had been able to revive Kai, I was sure they could do the same for Zane. I clutched the charm on my necklace for courage. We don't have to fight. She lowered her stance. I think we do. She tilted her head and stepped closer. I know you. You're all over the news. You're the infamous Raina Rue. We're not enemies. I swear to you we aren't. She smiled. That's where you're wrong. You're on the fast track to becoming Fae. That makes us enemies. The glass monster surged forward, but the movements were clumsy. Its inhuman mobility was difficult to predict, but the glass shard I'd cut from the beast a few minutes ago remained motionless on the ground between us. I filed my gift into blades over each arm and saw the purple glow reflect off the spiked monster. I slashed at it with both my arms, my hair standing on end at the screeching sound of our colliding forces. Ensley was focused on her puppet, and she didn't notice me maneuvering around to get a shot at her. When I saw an opening, I went for it. My arm cocked back, the sheen of my ghostly blade reflecting in her widened irises as the sharp of it descended. At that moment, I thought of Yamoja Rue. My gift blinked out as I balled my hand into a fist and connected directly to her cheekbone. She slammed to the ground, knocked out cold. Her glass monster dropped to the ground in dispersed shards. Bitch, I muttered, and without wasting another second, I raced back toward Kai and Odin.
"38. Kaito." The walls on each side of the alley were destroyed, the broken bricks adding to my ammunition. My ribs throbbed, and I suspected that Odin cracked more than one of them with his last attack. I scrambled around to touch as many bricks as I could before he rushed me again. "Stop holding back!" he shouted. He was crazed, but that didn't mean I wanted to kill him. I was afraid he was going to leave me no choice, though, if he continued. I slipped his punch, and it connected with the corner of the wall where the alley branched off. The bricks exploded, and I blocked my face from the new debris. If I didn't do something fast, I was going to die here. My daggers rose from my belt, my gift glowing blue as if aware of the danger it posed. Odin hesitated, but shook it off as he cocked his arm back to strike. His fist glowed green, gaining brightness as he neared me. I sent all 5 of my daggers at him full force. But at that exact moment, I saw Raina dart between us. I yanked them back, but it was too late. Their momentum was as unstoppable as Odin's fist as it sailed to Raina. The world froze. The neon light above us blinked out. I heard the clash of my daggers hit the ground, and then everything went dark and still. A magenta light beamed in front of me, and I shielded my eyes, stumbling back. I gaped. Yamoja Rue stood between us, Raina standing safely at her side. She'd done it. Yamoja Rue saved us all. Odin dropped to his knees and spit a mouthful of blood. For a second, I thought one of my daggers might have connected, but all 5 of them lay clean at Yamoja Rue's feet. Yamoja lifted Odin and slung his arm over her shoulder to support his weight. He looked much the worse for wear, as if the momentum of his own punch had rebounded. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth, and the glow in his eyes was extinguished, and with it, his fight. Yamoja Rue whispered something to Raina, but I didn't catch it. "No," Raina said, then lowered her voice and whispered back to her. Yamoja Rue looked stunned, her mouth opened in an O, until she responded. She nodded. Then Raina walked over to me, apprehension dripping from every movement. Why do I feel like she's going to dump me? I'm sorry, Raina. I'm fine. This is about something else. I turned her so my back faced Yamozharu and Odin, and she leaned into me. I felt a lump in my throat the second I saw the cut across Reina's face. "You're cut." "Really, I'm fine. This is about Bree. She's missing. Can you take us to where she is?" "I don't know where she is." She took a frustrated breath. "Look, Kai, I'm not going to go in there alone. Yamozharu is here. We have to get Bree out of there." I shook my head, confused. "Out of where? You think the Fallen has her?" "Yes." "Reina, the Fallen is just a group of comms and serfs. It's just us and DT now. And we were all here." "What color are DT's eyes?" she asked, her voice much sharper than before. I barely had to think about it. They were his most striking feature. "Blue. Why?" "He's," Odin said, his voice cut with a pained cough. "He's lying." Reina turned to Yamozharu and said, "He's not." Reina's head dropped, and she careened to the side. I wrapped an arm around her to steady her. She spoke again, this time to herself. "If it wasn't the Fallen, who the hell took her?" Yamozharu moved closer to us. "We're going to find her, Reina." Reina slipped out of my grasp and stepped between me and Yamozharu. She began to glow, her hair whipping in the energy of her gift as it surged forward. I grabbed her arm. "Reina, what are you doing?" "She wants to hand you over to the agency. She'll have to kill me first." The sadness in Yamozharu's eyes reminded me of how my mother used to look. "Run, Kai," Reina said. I didn't immediately know why, but I felt the strongest sense of déjà vu. How many times had I been in this situation? How many more times was I going to let Reina destroy her life for me? She'd been adopted by her childhood hero. It was obvious how much Yamozharu cared about her, and I would not be the reason she threw it all away. I didn't care if the agency made an example out of me, whether that meant life behind bars or execution. I'd followed Zane and Carter out of GFA to protect Reina, and my job wasn't finished. "Stop this." I pushed past her. "I'm going. Turn me in." "I'm ready." I felt Reina's fingers dig into my arm. "No, you're fucking not." She started to tear up. "Please, just..." She touched my face as a quick breath escaped. "Let me save you this time." I smiled. "Can't you see you already have?" I put my forehead to hers and whispered, "It's going to be okay." She shook her head. "What do you expect me to do? Let them take you? I can't." My chest warmed, and despite her tears, I knew I'd made the right decision. I took her hands in mine. "I want you to find Bree. I want you to go to GFA and become a great Fae like you always dreamed." Yamozharu's gaze dropped to the ground. "Thank you, Kai," she said. "I'm sorry it has to be this way." "I understand," I said, forcing my voice to remain steady for Reina's sake.
Chapter 39. Reina. I lay awake, my heart throbbing as I replayed my last moments with Kai. I could still feel the touch of his fingertips. My mind haunted with the fear he tried to hide from me as the agency dragged him into a cell. The chairman would decide Kai's fate in the morning, and I'd have no opportunity to prove he didn't deserve to be there. I could hear Yamozharu pacing outside my door, trying to think of the right words to say, but nothing she could say would make me forgive her for her cowardice. She knew Kai was innocent, yet she let him be dragged to a cell with no trial, no one allowed to prove his innocence. She allowed him to walk to his probable execution without more than a few words in aid. How could I ever forgive her? I didn't know what I could do, but I knew I had to do something. I could practically feel Yamojiru lingering outside my door, cycling through the words she would never bring herself to say. I wasn't just angry at her. I was angry at the whole goddamn world for its unfairness. But it wasn't the world, or even the system, that had broken my heart. It was Yamojiru. I didn't care if she tried to say she was just looking out for me. She wasn't, and it was wrong. Kai had no one. He could have run, but his chances probably would have been the same outside of Ansatol. And worst of all, I think he stayed for me, so I could be protected by the same system that wanted to kill him. I fought the urge to smash the room she'd given me as my body shook in frustration. My phone buzzed, my heart leaping to my throat. Is it Bree? I scrambled for it, my trembling hands fumbling with the device. The screen lit, and I squinted through the brightness. Unknown. I'm downstairs. Come out. Me. Who is this? Unknown. It's Kai. Me. What the fuck, Kai? How did you get out? Unknown. Are you coming or not? Frantic, I leaped off my bed and raced out my bedroom door. I caught a glimpse of Yamojiru sitting at the kitchen table in the dark. Where are you going? I just need some air. I don't think it's a good... I grabbed my jacket and slipped out of the apartment before she could stop me. Once I reached the bottom floor, I stepped out into the cold night. The air was icy. Kai? I whispered, but there was no one there. A lanky stranger stepped around the corner. His face was slender, his eyes as blue and crisp as the night air. His hair was a distinctive snowy white. He smiled at me like we were old friends, his gaze moving down my body in appraisal. I shuddered in the cold. Why hadn't I thought this through? I was so desperate for it to be true that I didn't even question it. Perhaps Yamojiru would follow me out. If this was who I thought, I was in big fucking trouble. Raina Rue, he said. It's Raina Bennett, actually. He nodded, crossing his wrists behind his back as he paced in front of me. He looked like a vulture circling his prey, but his demeanor was superficially pleasant. He appeared to belong to the cold night, drawing in every last bit of crystal frost with his ghostly white skin. You don't know who I am, yet you don't look surprised to see me. I took a slow breath. I know who you are. You're DT. His eyebrows rose. You don't seem afraid. That's because I'm not. I balled my fist. Are you? He bobbed his head, as if bored with the conversation. I'm always afraid. Truth. I pulled my jacket closed. What are you doing here? He stopped pacing and advanced on me. I felt the strength in the back of my knees falter, but I didn't flinch. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. He spoke down to me. I've been looking for you for some time. A while ago, you hurt someone I care about. I had planned to turn you over to him as a gift. After all, is there anything sweeter than revenge? He was looking down at me, but his eyes were vacant, as if entangled in his thoughts. I stuffed my hands in my pockets and began to sharpen the truth into a blade around them, hoping I could mask the glow within my jacket. I saw what he'd done to Carter. If he touched me, I was finished. The only way to survive this situation was to fight my way out. He continued, "When he didn't return home tonight, I thought you might be responsible." My breath hitched. "I don't have Kai." He lifted his deadly hands and reached for me. I had no choice. It was now or never. I yanked my hands from my pockets and sliced them both across his throat. His smile was sweet, like an innocent child. Shards of sharpened truth shattering to dust in the wind against his perfectly uncut skin. My chest heaved, fear and adrenaline flooding my blood. "Truth?" he said. "Can you think of anything more true than death?" I stumbled back, but he only walked closer, reaching for me one more time. I froze as he reached into my coat and lifted the owl charm necklace. He held it up to the moonlight, his gaze soft and gentle as he rubbed his thumb across the charm. "I think you do have Kai." His eyes moved to me, his face and voice sharpening. "I want him back."
"40. Kaito." My ribs screamed for medical attention, but the simple fact that they'd locked me in this dusty cell without it meant there was little hope of me not getting executed in the morning. The room was filled with cells, as if from a time long forgotten. But through the bars there wasn't another person as far as I could see. The fallen didn't take prisoners, so I knew better than to hope for a life that extended past tomorrow. I thought of Raina, how we'd agreed on a Romeo and Juliet ending, and I couldn't help but feel like we were lucky. I thought of the picture she'd sent me. It sent an involuntary smile to my face. She was going to be okay. She was going to thrive, and for once, I wasn't standing in her way. I slid down the cold concrete wall, letting my eyes droop closed in sadness and exhaustion. If I thought about it long enough, these captive moments were all I had left. But if they thought I had nothing but concrete walls and bars, they were wrong. I shut my eyes, pulling my legs to my chest and replaying everything I had left. Raina. Some memories returned like a storm of regret, and others like a warm summer's afternoon. But my thoughts lingered on one moment in particular, one from today, when I first saw her purple glow in the alleyway. She'd never once confessed how she felt directly, but she'd always shown it. My fingertips tingled with the thought of her quivering body beneath them, my jeans tightening with the memory of her spontaneous reaction to our closeness, and that one solitary tear. She was worth it. And even my most logical thoughts couldn't bring me to regret a second with her. Raina had been proving to me how she felt since the day I met her, before I even knew I loved her. I lamented the years I saw that as a weakness, as I now understood how strong she'd been all along. Yes, I was certain. Raina was worth dying for, and tomorrow I'd prove it. Yet one regret lingered. Though she'd shown me with every breath she took how much she cared, I'd never heard her say it. In fact, I couldn't recall a single person ever saying it to me. My chest rose and fell in the darkness, my pulse even and unaffected by the sudden bolt of sorrow that struck me. Regardless of what had passed between us, how I was sure we both felt. I would never hear her say that she loved me. Not in this life. I remembered the night of the dance, how she'd purged the truth from my lips. I'd given her permission to pull my true feelings for her forward, but when they'd emerged, they'd surprised us both. I could have loved her better if given a chance, and who knows, I probably could have been a better man, too. The ground beneath me shook, and for one doubtful second, I thought I might have imagined it. The room shook this time, forcing me to retreat to the corner of my cell. I held my breath as I listened for clues, but it was several minutes until I heard the next howls of distress. As a man practically condemned, I felt an odd indifference to the disturbance, able to observe with curiosity as I had nothing left to lose. That's when I saw her burst through the door. Yamoja Rue lifted a guard by the throat, her braided hair shooting out webs of stray strands in every direction. What the fuck? The guard wrangled in her grasp and sobbed beneath her furious grip, and in that fractured moment, I felt the same detached fury that haunted me whenever I visited DT. She tossed the guard aside, and he collided with the bars on the far side of the room with a resounding clang. Finally, she stood with her hands on the bars of my cell. A shadow filled the doorway, and the disheveled chairman stepped in to fill it. He spoke. "If you do this," he said, sleep evident in his weak voice, "you will be stripped of your title." She froze, which only served to encourage him. "You will never work as a Fae again, and your life's work will be tarnished by this act." He moved forward, close enough for me to see the age lines on his face matched hers in depth. "But if you walk away, I can guarantee—" She spun on him, glaring at him with such intensity that he stopped mid-sentence. He stumbled as he scrambled back toward the door, retreating up the stairs to the main hall. A moment later, the alarm sounded. "What are you doing?" I screamed over the blaring alarm, but seeing my childhood hero unravel drained all of my strength, and I fell to my knees. "I'm not worth this! Please, just let me go!" "They got her! They got her!" I could see she hadn't meant to say it twice, and that repetition and fear were sputtering from inside out. Who? Did she mean the Fallen got someone? The only person from our team that was still on their feet was Ensley, and I tracked some shards of glass to a trash truck, which meant she'd gone back to Fallen HQ and stayed there. Raina was taken by DT. I shook my head. She couldn't have meant the actual DT. She must think it's my team. That's impossible. We were all taken out at the fight. It was DT, she said. I saw on the security footage a boy with white hair. I froze as a wave of desperation crashed down on me. All I could think of was DT's cold gaze on Raina's face. Why would he take her? Was it because I lied? What did he plan to do with her? The answers my mind conjured curdled my blood. I wanted nothing more than to flee from this prison and rescue Raina. Any punishment I'd receive would be worth it, and it was obvious, based on the current situation, that Yamoja Rue felt the same. But was this exact reaction what DT had planned? I needed to think logically. It had to be a trap. Yamoja's knuckles paled as she clutched the bars of my holding cell. He looked at her necklace, and then she went with him. Why would she go with him? Struggling to breathe, I took a sharp breath in, my mind reeling. He could kill her in an instant. She had no choice. So it's true then? I nodded. He must have been desperate to leave the tower and get his hands dirty. The only time I'd seen him do that was with Carter. And in his mind, he'd done it for me. I could only assume this was the same. I thought I'd been so careful to keep my feelings for Raina hidden for this exact reason. Either way, he knew now. We couldn't just run in there with no plan, and based on the look in Yamoja Rue's eyes, we were both too emotionally involved to do this rationally. Do you know where he is? Yamoja Rue asked, her steely eyes penetrating. I do, but... But what? She screamed. You don't want to give up your buddy? If you don't help me get my daughter back... That's not it. I walked up to the bars. I wanted Raina back as much as she did, but the look of horror in the chairman's face and what he'd promised her were fresh in my memory. I put myself in here so you two could have a normal life together. Look, DT is always doing 10 things at once. If he knows about our ties to Reina, he's probably banking that you'll do something reckless like this to get her back. Think about it. The muscles in her jaw tensed. He never goes in the field. He's banking that you'll let me out of here to help you find him. That way he can get to you. He wants me back and he wants you dead. If we run in there, gifts firing, we'll all die. She clutched the bars between us and they began to glow pink. I backed away and she bent the bars apart with little effort. I stepped through but stopped and remained motionless on the other side. I sighed. He's trying to get you to destroy yourself. Her eyes glistened. What choice do we have? I'm going after her alone. Like hell you are. I brought Reina into this. I'll handle DT. I'm a dead man walking anyway, I said. It's you alone who has something to lose here. I closed my eyes as I felt the trash truck inch forward in the back alley of the agency. It was packed full of glass shards, most of which were still in my gift's grasp. So DT was expecting me. If it was me he wanted, it was me he was going to get. Either way, I wasn't going to risk the life of Ancetal's last hope, my childhood hero, and Reina's only family. We need you. I know you're tired. I know you'd give it all up for her. But this city still needs Yamoja Rue, I said. I'll save Reina on my own. I can't let you walk out of here with me. I can't let you throw it away. Let me. It's done. The choice is already made. The chairman already said. She was wrong. If I hurt Yamoja Rue a little, they'd believe she broke in here to talk, and that I jumped her. The agency wasn't perfect, but they believed in Yamoja Rue as much as they needed her. I could still fix this. The only obstacle left was DT, but I might be able to bargain my life for Reina's. If I succeeded, she'd still have family to come home to, and Yamoja Rue could protect the city as Fae. I drew the glass shards toward me, and while I could feel them approaching, all appeared unmoving. Then there was a disturbance at the top of the stairs. Even with the wailing sirens, I could hear the yells of panicked Fae and the shift of the glass as it began interacting with whoever waited for us to emerge. I drew the glass together into a ball and released it as a massive explosion. I lost more glass from that attack than I'd wanted, but it was enough for what I planned next. I closed my eyes in concentration as I waited for the glass to move again, alerting me that the Fae called in to stop my escape were still on their feet. Nothing moved. I yanked a wave of glass down the stairs and it finally crawled into view in a glittering black mass. Kaito, please, Yamoja said, but her voice lowered in resignation, as if she'd understood even with such a sparse explanation. I sharpened the mass into a spike and forced her into the cell, reconstructing it out of glass. Save her, she whispered through tears. She lifted a glass shard and cut her face with it as white-hot relief seared through my veins. With that single act, I knew I'd saved Yamoja Rue. I thought I heard her mumbling something else, but I couldn't hear it through the sound of the alarms. I headed up the stairs and saw the piles of low-tier Fae that were supposedly supposed to stop me and Yamoja Rue. They began to stir weakly, but upon looking a little closer, many of them were pretending to be injured, probably to avoid facing her. I practically rolled my eyes at the charades and games we all played just to maintain the status quo. I performed my next line with the conviction of a drama student forced to recite a line in the school play to pass the class. Remember, it was I, Kaito Nakamura, who defeated Yamoja Rue. I burst through the door of the agency and followed the leftover glass to the trash truck, instructing the driver to head to the tower. I didn't want to admit that I was scared of DT, or that I would have gladly taken the merciful execution of the agency's water treatment over what I'd seen Carter endure. It was checkmate if DT had taken Reina, as she was the weakness that I, his closest friend, and Yamojiru, his greatest rival, shared. If I failed tonight, Yamojiru would follow, and if she fell, so would Ansatal. Whether at the hands of the fallen or something else entirely. I raced through the neon streets of Ansatal toward the tower like a man on borrowed time, fully prepared to die beside Reina, just as I'd promised. Or perhaps, for once in our lives, I could save her. My last hope hung on the possibility that there was some force, some gift greater than death, and that I possessed it.
Chapter 41. Reina. DT leaned in, a wisp of his snowy hair brushing my cheek. "Speak," he said, "and you will die right here." Truth. My stomach churned, my gift's ability to detect truth a detriment to my deteriorating nerves. He grabbed me by the arm and yanked me out of the car. "Act normal," he added. He hooked his arm in mine, the coldness of his skin far more icy than the frigid air and just as unnerving. Despite his polished appearance, his presence was corpse-like, as if his gift had been draining his life, bit by bit. We stepped into the light of the tower, and his demeanor changed in an instant. The lobby was packed with families, chatting and preparing to leave, as if we'd missed some kind of event. Everyone seemed happy and at ease. They didn't look like plotters or assassins, or even remotely like an evil organization. So when they smiled and waved to DT as he passed, like they were one big family, it made no sense. Kai had told me the Fallen were helping people, but it was surreal to see these families interact with DT without fear, as if the only hostage here was me. How could they not see his evil? An elderly woman approached. "Oh, how lovely your friend is," she beamed. I smiled shyly, too terrified from DT's warning to risk any pleasantries. "She certainly is," he replied with a smile. She began to pull on her gloves, and just before she got them on, I saw the blisters between her thumb and finger that were always present on the ungifted who were laborers. My hands burned with sympathy pains from the brutal memories of the few shifts I'd worked last year to get by. I remembered how, afterward, my hands had been bloody, but blisters like her meant regular shifts over many years. Was everyone here ungifted? So the Fallen really did only have a few gifted people, and to think they had caused all this destruction. "And how are you tonight, DT?" she asked. "Excellent," he said, his ease and charm appealing. Lie. It was my first real peek into his head, and it gave me an idea. I hoped, once we arrived at his destination, he'd allow me to speak long enough to find out more about this enigma of a man, perhaps something that I could use against him. He led me to the elevators, and I dragged my feet a little, hoping to remain a few moments longer among other people, where DT relied on a mask of kindness. I shuddered to think of what kind of man he'd be when we were truly alone for the first time, and the mask came off. He squeezed my arm in warning, reminding me I had no choice but to go with him into the elevator. "Good," he said as the doors closed. "Very good." I stared at my reflection in the elevator doors. Beneath my winter jacket were nothing but a silky tank top and matching pants that were my pajamas. Yamojiru had lent me the top, and it didn't really fit, as she was much chestier than me, but at least I had my jacket to hide it. He was a murderer, I knew that for sure, But was he also a pervert? He watched me carefully as the elevator rose. "You may speak now," he said. "I've been watching your face, and I find I'm curious about what you're thinking." "Do you have my friend Bree?" "Who?" "Briara Phillips. She was taken from GFA." He smiled. "No. The school has been off limits to me for some time." He tilted his head in curiosity, then said, "How interesting." "What?" I asked, failing to keep my emotions out of my voice as the elevator came to a stop. I needed to hold it together. He gestured for me to move forward, and I was grateful that he didn't touch me this time. "Well, you're in such a precarious situation, yet your first concern is for your friend." I followed the hallway to the door at the end. "A normal person would understand," I mumbled. "Hey now, there's no need to get nasty." He opened the door. My heart sank when I realized it was an apartment, my mind racing through worst-case scenarios. Being around him kept my nerves constantly on edge. Actually, seeing that you kidnapped me, I think there is a need. Fuck, what was I doing? Antagonizing him was a terrible idea. He nodded and turned on the lights before taking a seat on his sleek couch. I stood frozen just beyond the threshold. The apartment was remarkably clean, to the point where it felt more like a hotel than someone's home. It was simply but expensively furnished, and out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, far below, I could see Ancetal's neon lights. "Have a seat," he said in a companionable tone, patting the couch beside him. "I only want to talk, and we could be here a while." Truth. The tension in my body relaxed. My situation wasn't much improved, but at least he didn't mean to kill me right away. I took a seat as far away as I could without falling off the couch, clutching my coat tightly. "Take off your jacket and stay a while." "I'd rather not." His eyes darkened, his jaw clenching with annoyance. Reluctantly, I peeled off my jacket, making sure to adjust my top to cover me. The fabric was too sheer for comfort, so I used my arms to block my chest, hoping he didn't notice. From the way he spoke about Kai earlier, though, I wondered if he preferred men. But that thought went out the window when I lay my jacket between us. He took one look at me, and his eyebrows shot up, his lips forming an O. There was a distinct red blush that hit the tops of his cheekbones before promptly extinguishing. He turned his face away toward the window, his gaze locked on the glowing neon lights of the city below. After a silent moment, he stood quickly and hurried out of the room, making me feel even more exposed. I could practically hear my nervous heartbeat. DT returned with an oversized t-shirt and tossed it to me, without so much as a glance in my direction. I immediately slipped it on. "Thank you," I whispered, totally embarrassed. "That was kind of you." I'd hoped the second part would pull a reaction from him. I couldn't seem to get a read. He sighed, as if trying to discharge a feeling that I couldn't place based on his body language alone. He said, "Kai would kill me if he got here and you were dressed like that." I watched him carefully. "Is that why I'm here? You think Kai is coming for me?" News flash, Ace. Kai was taken into custody at the agency tonight. He's not coming back. "Interesting choice of words," he said, tilting his head back. "Taken into custody, not arrested by the agency." I didn't know where he was going with this, but I knew I needed to divulge less. However, maybe I could discover more. He glared at me. Why? Why would he turn himself in? What did you do to him? Do to him? What are you talking about? Okay, so he doesn't know as much about Kai and me as he let on. That's a good thing, at least. What are you not telling me? He's obviously still loyal to the Fallen, so there must be a reason he's doing this. What makes you think he was ever loyal to the Fallen? He told me you were blackmailing him, using the school as a hostage against his good behavior. He nodded casually, but there was a glimmer of knowledge in his eyes that gave him away. He was about to get cruel. Let me ask you this. Did he tell you where the Fallen's base is? Did he tell the agency? He put his hand behind his ear as if trying to hear something, but all was still. With a twisted smirk on his face, he shook his head. I don't hear anything that sounds like an attack. My thoughts raced, buying into DT's reasoning, and when familiar doubts about Kai snuck in, my reaction surprised me. I smiled, and the more I did, the more I saw the dark humor in it. DT's face twitched, his expression slipping from smug to agitated to angry. I tried to hold back, but a laugh tore through me, and DT bared his teeth. He didn't like that at all. I waved a hand to excuse myself. I'm sorry. It's just here I thought you knew Kai so well. I saw a lump move in DT's throat. Got him. If you're hoping to know exactly where you stand, you chose the wrong guy. I laughed into my hand, relishing the irony that the almighty death touch was suffering through Kai's antics as much as I did. And you like not knowing? I hate it. His shoulders relaxed a little, and he rubbed his hands together in thought. Several minutes passed in silence, but I could see the wheels turning. Is Zane okay? He nodded my question away, his mind somewhere else. I had him wondering now. Just when I thought I wouldn't get a real answer, he said, I almost let him die when I saw an unreasonable amount of tears shed by my woman. But it's so hard to find good help these days. I refrained from shuddering. Cold? This guy was an ice sculpture. Let me go. Kai's not coming. He leaned back. He'll come. No matter his circumstances, he'll come if I have you. I stood. You're wrong. He's in prison. He's not coming. DT's body twitched. I sent him a little gift. He might already be on his way. I don't know what he sees in you, since you so vastly underestimate him, he said, his voice blade sharp. He's coming. Tonight. I sat, dropping my face into my hands, and exhaled a chest full of annoyance. It was time for a different approach. I needed to know what he thought he knew. What makes you think I underestimate him? What makes you think I estimate him at all? You say he's fully committed to the Fallen. What gave you the crazy idea that he'd come for me at all? I'm not crazy, he said defensively, turning back to the window. You're in love with him, obviously, which means he's most likely in love with you. He's going to come, and when he does, we'll find out which side he's really on. Does he have to be on one or the other? Is there no scenario where you can see him as your friend and my boyfriend? Why do you insist he choose between us, if there even is an us in this? I just want to know where I fucking stand. Truth. I felt that. My thoughts raced to the memory of Kai's speech to me at the dance. That night, he said, I think I might be in love with you. My heart stuttered, my eyes closing so I could view the memory more clearly. I knew I had been furious with him back then, almost hated him, but still, I wished I had said those words back to him. I was starting to think I'd never get the chance. A question arose that froze my body. Did Kai know where he stood with me? It was possible he didn't. I'd barely begun to understand how strong my feelings for him actually were. Things had been so turbulent that I'd never had time to truly consider my feelings. When did they begin to change? The shift between hate and love was but a whisper, a line in the sand that, with one gentle wave, was gone. Now, the last thing I wanted was for him to risk his life by coming here. I needed to get out of this on my own, and then work on convincing the agency of his innocence. If whatever DT sent him was enough to help him break out, my time was limited. I had to stop him from breaking out because he'd be on the run for the rest of his life, and I might never see him again. My muddled feelings became crystal clear as I prepared my response to DT. Then I felt my gift splinter from the lie before I even said the words. He doesn't love me, and I don't love him. My heartbeat quickened, my gift writhing in a potent mix of pain and pleasure as I fought my gift to be dishonest while the truth settled in for the first time. I was in love with Kaito Nakamaru, and I needed to survive long enough to tell him. "Just let me go, you fucking liar!" he shouted, pulling his hair. My heart stopped. My bones rattled with fear and my spine straightened. I'd misjudged. Badly. He looked frantic. For some reason, my declaration that there was no love between Kai and me threw him. If I wasn't watching him unravel, I would have believed he saw through me, but he looked afraid as he chewed on his thumbnail. He needed to believe that Kai loved me so he could believe that Kai would come back. Was this his Achilles heel? Though I didn't know how I'd use it to my advantage, I'd discovered a weakness. But it was too early to tell if unhinging him in the process helped or hurt. "I've told you the truth. There's no reason he'd come for me. If you've given Kai a way out of the agency jail, and you're so sure he's loyal to you, what do you need me for?" He gave me a sideways wink. Insurance. I felt my stomach turn over. He sat and leaned back on the couch, the tension in his body relaxing. Shit. My response had the opposite effect. I was losing him. I needed to make DT believe me. I needed to sell the lie, goddammit. Squeezing the owl pendant to suppress my nerves, I pushed one more time. "I don't love him," I said. "Kai might use whatever you sent him to escape, but he's not coming for me, and I highly doubt he'll come back to you either. You wanted the truth? Well, take my word for it. The truth hurts." His eyes narrowed into blue lasers, scanning me for the truth. But the truth wasn't his gift. It was mine. "Where did you get that necklace?" he asked. Damn it. He noticed. I shrugged. "Found it. Owls are cool, right?" He looked nervously toward the window and then turned back to me. He grew even more agitated, his chest heaving as his breaths grew more strained. Finally, he exploded from the couch. "Prove it," he sneered. "Prove you don't love him right now, and I'll let you go, and I won't go after you. I'll find another way to get him back here once he's free." Letting DT finalize breaking Kai out was tempting. But even after the chairman so callously dismissed me before, I still believed in the basics of the system I was fighting to maintain. Otherwise, I'd have to admit the Fallen had won, that Ansatal's downtrodden citizens had been swayed by this madman to believe the Fae were evil. DT had practically defeated us all single-handedly. I had no choice but to escape and put an end to this. But proving that I didn't love Kai was a test I was afraid I wouldn't be able to pass. If I had any positive karma built up, I needed to cash it in fast. How can I prove it? I pleaded with my gift to allow me one last lie. But DT's next words stole the breath from my lungs and all hope from my heart. "Kiss me," he said. My time had run out. Death had called my bluff, and a pair of hearts was all I had left to play.
"42. Kaito." I stood outside the door to DT's apartment. My pulse thumped in my ears like the deafening bass of a concert speaker. The thought of Carter as he turned to dust weighed down my legs. The memory of Quan being impaled numbed my limbs. But Yamojiru had believed in me, more than my parents ever had. She trusted me to get Reina out of here alive. I had to end this now, no matter the cost. I'd considered trying to use my gift to sneak through a window, but the closer I got to the tower, the more certain I was that I should play this casually. If I charged in with emotion running high, DT might overreact. I needed everyone to stay calm. Then I heard DT's voice behind the door, and I knew calm would not be an option. "Kiss me," he said. I leaned into the door, waiting for Reina's angry reply, but I was met with only silence. Shaking, I reached for the door handle. My teeth gritted to brace myself for what I was about to see. DT moaned, and I heard the shuffle of movement. My heart stopped. I quietly opened the door so as not to startle DT and was paralyzed by the sight. On the far side of the room, Reina's hand was cocked back. Her purple glow filed into a shiny blade aimed at DT. He clutched the side of his face with two hands, mewling in pain. "I am in love with Kai," she said, "so I don't need to prove anything to you. And you should know I will take your life before I let you hurt him again." Her words jolted my heart back to me. She loved me. Despite everything. "I knew it," I said, stepping into the familiar apartment. Her gaze moved to me and softened. My legs felt weak, and I was surprised by the burning sensation that flared behind my eyes. "You came," she breathed. "He was right." I turned my attention to DT. He slowly moved his hands away from his face, revealing a deep cut. His arms visibly shook as he stared at the blood on his fingertips. He looked like he was in shock. His eyes widened and an expression I'd never seen on his face completely overtook it. Reina must have caught him off guard, and from the crazed way he gaped at the red substance, it had been a very long time since he'd seen his own blood, if ever. In fact, it was starting to look like DT may have never been injured at all. This crumbled my plan of a casual approach. He was a time bomb, and I needed to get Reina out of here before detonation. I sprinted across the room to put my body between him and Reina. I grabbed her wrist and pulled her behind me. A rush of emotion shot through me as her hand closed around my wrist. I had her now. I would keep her safe. DT looked up at me. "Blood?" he murmured. I leaned forward slightly, unwilling to move much closer. "It doesn't look too bad. You'll live," I said, trying to calm him. He nodded and stood, still looking shaky. "I knew you'd come." My gaze was drawn to the couch, where he'd just been sitting. Right where he'd last touched it, The white leather surface had turned dark gray. As I watched, the darkness crept across the fabric. I finally realized what was happening. I watched in awe as it slowly disintegrated into gray flakes. My stomach lurched, and my heart seemed to clench at the memory of Carter. I stepped back cautiously, easing Raina back as I moved. DT walked toward us, each step deteriorating the floor into floating gray pieces that spread, filling the air with dust. I nervously lifted us slightly off the floor just in case. Raina squeezed my wrist like she was trying to tell me something she didn't want DT to hear. But since she was behind me, I didn't have enough of a read on her to know what it was. DT's usually confident demeanor had vanished, and in its place was a reckless man capable of anything. I grinned at him, hoping to rein him in as I moved Raina towards the door an inch at a time. "What's going on here, Cal?" I asked. The nickname halted his gift's effect on the room, which unnerved me. Was he destroying this place unintentionally? He looked agitated, a fresh handprint made of blood across his cheek where he'd touched it. But this was an entirely new side to him. Even when he'd murdered Carter, he'd seemed in control. Now the monster within was on full display. "I need to know," he said, his words low like a growl. "Whose side are you on? Hers or mine?" I swallowed a lump in my throat. "I've seen all the good the Fallen is capable of doing, but killing the Fae won't." "Whose side?" he screamed, quaking my bones. The windows cracked, alerting me that the room's deterioration had resumed. I heard the faintest sniffle behind me, which was a kick to my gut. Anger tore through me. The moment DT dragged Raina into this fight was inevitable. "Hers," I said. DT's blue eyes widened, and he reeled like I'd slapped him. I lifted my hands, preparing to defend myself, but the glass I'd been using all night was way out of range. My daggers had been confiscated by the agency, and the objects in his apartment were rapidly being turned to dust. He stepped toward us. "I should have known when you didn't return here after your mission. You don't have the nerve to do the right thing. You grew up too rich." I listened, his gaze so fixated on me, I doubted he noticed the purple glow swelling behind me. He continued, "You never learned what it was like to be hungry, yet somehow I fooled myself into thinking we were the same. I have news for you, Kaito." My name sounded like an insult from the way he spat it out. "Once I kill you both, Yamojiru will come to me seeking revenge for Raina, showing all of Ansatal her true colors. I'll finish her once and for all, and the city will regard me as a hero." The dust snaked under us, and I felt the floor give way, but I held us level. "If she falls, the agency falls. And now that your precious academy is no longer protected, I'll have my pick of the lot for my new recruits." I began a slow clap. "Excellent monologue, DT," I said. "Excellent. You had the whole plan in there. The threatening to kill me, but without actually killing me. I mean, a bit cliché, obviously, but spoken with conviction at least." Confusion swept over every one of his features, so I decided to help him out. "Are we gonna fight, or—" His eyes darkened, and faster than I anticipated, he lunged for me. I yanked the two of us down through the gaping hole in the floor, the air between a dusty gray mess. I flew through the room, touching whatever objects I could that hadn't been affected by his gift. It was an office space with nothing but computers, chairs, and phones. Nothing that would really hurt DT. But there was no time to look for more. DT jumped down to our level, and instantly the purple waves shot out from Raina, one after the other in his direction. They were sharp, each one as lethal as my daggers flying toward her target. "It's obvious you're afraid, DT!" Raina shouted. Her waves bounced off his porcelain white skin without so much as a scratch. but she bought me a few seconds to pull more objects into range. The lights flickered, and all went dark. I couldn't see DT. I couldn't see anything except Raina, glowing brightly, making herself the perfect target. I began to throw objects at where I'd last seen DT, but the way they crashed uselessly on the floor said I missed. My breath stopped. Either they had no effect or DT was somewhere else in the darkness. We were one touch away from death, and I needed to make sure that when he attacked, it was me he came after. I willed my emotions, fear, pain, and love into my gift, and thought of that specific tropical sky shade of blue. I glowed, and so did every object I'd touched. It was enough light to see DT, charging for Raina. I pulled her toward me, the blue of my gift straining away from Raina's purple. She crashed hard into my chest, my arms around her so tight that it knocked the wind out of me. "I know your truth!" she shouted. DT froze, the anger slightly easing from his features. She continued. "You're afraid you'll never find anyone else who understands you. You were born a monster, and you're afraid you'll die a monster. But most of all, you're afraid you'll die alone." I shook as I watched him, knowing that I'd felt all of those things too before I'd gotten close to Raina. If she hadn't believed in me, could I have been standing beside DT? "You don't even want to do this." DT lifted his hand to prepare his final attack. "See, now, that's where you're wrong, because yes, I definitely do." With our backs against the wall, and nowhere else to go, I felt the tension in Raina's body ease. It was the same sense of resignation that washed over me. "Kai," she whispered as DT walked toward us. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you." I held her body to mine, unwilling to let her go, not even in death. "Don't give up, love. Let's buy another minute." My left arm held back to send everything I had toward DT, while I held tight to Raina with my right. I felt her right hand cock back, the purple glow so bright that even DT's bloodthirsty eyes squinted as he reached for us. Our heartbeats fell into sync as we released our power. The blue and purple gifts locked together, releasing a bright white light that tore through the room, shooting straight through DT. The light dimmed but never quite went out. An eerie glow with no obvious origin point settled around us. DT stood in front of us, hand outstretched, but his gaze firmly on the floor. His chin lifted, and he set a molten glare on me. No matter how much I wanted to hide my fear from Raina, my body shook as the truth of what transpired became clear. He was completely unharmed by our attack, and we were out of time. A cruel smile stretched across his face, and he reached for Raina. "No, I won't live without her." Desperate to block his touch, I threw my hand at his, but Raina gripped my wrist to stop me, just as his hand lay flat on her collarbone. A horrifying scream ripped through the room.
Chapter 43. Raina. DT stumbled back, his voice cracking through his hysterical screaming. He stared at his hands, then shook them, then brought them back to his tear-filled gaze. Kai spun me, checking me for signs of DT's deadly touch, but there were none. He shouted, "What the fuck just happened? Did you—" My gift sliced through DT like warm butter. His mouth dropped open, his gaze passing over me and jumping right to Kai. His breaths were shallow and punctuated with coughed blood. He looked down at the blood on the floor, complete disbelief covering his features. "What? How?" Watching him try to come to terms with his own defeat was a little satisfying, but mostly frightening. "I don't understand," he coughed out. "How is this even possible?" I looked at Kai, the sadness and shock in his eyes pushed away by relief. It was all worth it just to see that. I looked down at my hands and shook my head, unable to find an answer. What was that white light? If I didn't already know it to be impossible from one of my lessons at GFA, I might have thought our powers combined. Another deep, wet cough drew my attention. I looked at DT, but he wasn't looking at me. He was watching his life bleed away with such a look of despair, I was almost inclined to pity him. His gaze lifted to Kai. "Was any of it real? Were you ever really my friend? Could you have—" He choked, his gurgled voice a raspy whisper. He was fading, almost gone. I stared at Kai, unable to pin down how he felt. Kai's jaw clamped down, and I felt certain he wouldn't answer, but he surprised me. In another world, one without gifts to twist us all up, I think maybe we could have been friends. My breath caught. It was a mercy, granting DT's dying wish. It was a kinder gesture than I thought myself capable of. Gone was the bully, and with him, the anger. In its place, there was a glowing empathy that extended to the darkness in DT, well beyond anything I was even willing to feel. A faint smile brushed the corners of DT's mouth as his eyes grew vacant. But my rage was still raw. Even as DT's body sank into a pile on the floor, his life blinking out in front of me, I considered striking him again. He had destroyed my life and my city. Though his plan wasn't complete, there was no telling how much damage he'd done to the Fae, to Ansatol, or if the Fae even had any control. Kai would spend his life in prison, if he wasn't immediately executed. As DT's body convulsed, I felt death was too easy. Kai pulled me into his chest, blocking me from witnessing DT's horrific final moments. My emotions swirled inside me, the most prominent being a cocktail of guilt, fear, and relief. I was a murderer, just like I'd accused the Fae of being. DT had killed the piece of me that believed in the separation of good and evil. My body numbed as I finally let the last bit of my idyllic view of the world die. I'd almost forgotten that Kai was there when he took my face in his hands. "Raina," he said, so harshly that I realized he must have said it more than once. "He kidnapped you. He was going to kill us both. You saved us. You saved me." Those words echoed in my head as Kai led me down the 20+ flights of stairs and out into the frosty air. It was so cold that it jogged me from my cloudy mind and propelled me back to the moment. "Bree wasn't in there," I said. "I checked for her gift as we came down the stairs." Kai nodded. "Okay, we're going to find her. Well," he said, remembering the jail that awaited him, "you will." "What are we going to do?" He took a deep breath, but based on his neutral expression, quick movements, and confident gait, he was more relieved than anything else. "I'm going to the agency in the morning to tell them the whole story. Yamojiru is already there, but based on how I left things, I'm sure they're not letting anyone in or out tonight." My emotions choked me, crashing over me like a riptide, drawing me deeper into despair. He took out his phone and began texting. "I'm letting Yamojiru know we made it out of there." He slipped the phone back into his pocket. As the first tears slipped down my face, Kai hugged me and said, "Don't cry. You were so brave. I was so proud of you." The thought of him being ripped away from me again infuriated me. "It just feels like it was all for nothing," I said, my voice skipping as the emotions poured out. He smiled gently, then leaned in, holding my face close to his. He bit his bottom lip and my blood burned hot, the rush overpowering everything else. His mouth tickled mine as he whispered, "You saved me. That's not nothing." I looked up into his dark eyes, sadness fighting to reclaim my heart. Maybe only for another night. The smallest hint of a smile touched his lips. "We better make the most of tonight, then." I pushed his shoulder and laughed half-heartedly as he put his hands up in surrender. I was kidding. Sort of. A huge smile took over that beautiful face. As Kai walked me back to Yamojiru's empty apartment, we avoided any topics related to what had just happened. I needed time to process, and I had a feeling Kai felt more about DT's death than what he showed. There was so much I wanted to say before I lost him. I could have spent the whole night talking and still wouldn't have gotten to everything, which is why, in my head, that joke he made became more of a wish with each step toward my home. "Stay here tonight," I said as I pulled him into the apartment. He followed, but his lack of response was a clear indication of his apprehension. He laid his cell phone on the end table beside mine and took a seat on the couch. His posture was too stiff to hide his discomfort. "You can take off your coat," I said as I hurried out of the room. I pulled off the t-shirt DT had given me, revealing the sheer pajamas underneath. I turned to my vanity, my heart racing as I looked at myself. If we only had one night left, I wanted to remember every second of it. A knock sounded at my door, startling me. "Look, Raina," Kai said from the other side of the door. "You've had a very hard night. I think you should get some rest." He had a point, I knew that, but my mind was already made up. I eased the door open and, looking at him as he leaned against the frame, his hair still tousled from our battle, made me certain that I did not want to rest. He stood up straight. A red blush splashed across his neck as his gaze traveled down my body. His exhale shuddered, and I fought myself not to laugh at his waning willpower. Maybe it's time I bullied Kai a little. "You're right," I said. "We won't do anything, but will you lie with me a while?" He gulped. Yeah, that should be fine." I began to crawl slowly onto my bed, fully aware of the show I was putting on. I felt Kai's gift lift me as he pushed me back onto the bed to end it quickly. The blue glow jerked the blanket up to cover me past my chest. He was determined to be good. How sweet. I bit back a laugh, and he smiled as he lay beside me. I rolled over to him, inching closer. "I know what you're doing," he said. I wiggled my body closer to his. "Oh? And what is it I'm doing?" "It's not going to work." His gaze didn't leave my face for a second. Despite his words, I caught a glimpse of something hot and hungry behind his eyes. I leaned in and kissed him softly, and when I slowly pulled away, his head bobbed forward to chase it. The sight sent a victorious shiver through me. "Oh yeah?" I whispered. "It seems to me like it's working." Kai's body went rigid. He rubbed his hands over his face. "Don't get me wrong, I really fucking want to, but I'll never forgive myself if we do this before you're ready." I didn't question the impulses as I pulled his hands away, placing them around my waist. His eyes reflected a purple glow as I whispered, "I'm ready." Truth. A tingling sensation rose as the next truth reached my lips. "I love you." Those 3 small words cracked whatever willpower he'd been exercising. He caught my jaw and tugged my mouth to his. My heart hummed inside my chest. Man, the guy knows how to kiss. The thrill radiated down to my toes, and I felt my body work itself into a frenzy the way it had in the alleyway, each kiss calling forward my need to get closer. My breath caught. My heart beat in overdrive as I slid my hands under his shirt, only separating long enough to pull it over his head. I pulled him back to me for another taste, feeling the flex of his muscles as he ran his hands over my body. He flashed a smile against my lips between kisses. I wasn't surprised that he liked seeing me this way. I liked it too. I'd gotten a preview in the alley, and now I wanted everything. I liked the feeling of his jeans as I rubbed against them, but I wanted them gone. An alarm rang out in the living room, halting us mid-kiss. Based on the volume and tone, it was a city-wide emergency alert that came through our cell phones, no doubt telling people to avoid the tower and the agency until they had everything settled. Had it been an ordinary message, we would have ignored it. But unfortunately, it was the kind that would ring until we stopped it. I forced my body to separate from Kai's, taking a moment to fully appreciate the view. Kai let out a wordless sound of irritation, and I couldn't help but smile at the reaction. I wanted to assure him that one more minute wouldn't kill us, but the need between my thighs said otherwise. I hopped off the bed, my weakened knees far wobblier than I was prepared for. I bounded into the living room as Kai's phone zipped past me, and I followed the remaining alarm to the end table where my phone blinked red. Racked with an overabundance of energy, I did a silent, "OMG, I'm going to have sex with Kai" dance before I picked up my cell. "It's a weird alert from an unknown number," Kai said. "It says," but I already knew. I gaped at the message. My heartbeat stopped dead in my chest. On my phone, the message wasn't from someone unknown. It was from someone who was missing. My blood ran ice cold as I read her message aloud. "Bree, get out of Ansatol."